Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely to be back with you on this Monday fabulous morning. Oh my gosh, honestly, what a difference this weather has made to us. I know, typical British, literally all I talk about is the weather. Recently, all I'm doing is going up to everyone and being like, oh, isn't this weather amazing? Isn't this weather? But it just makes such a difference, doesn't it? Especially on a Monday morning. So anyway, we are continuing this fabulous summery feeling with amazing Easter makes, clothes, all sorts for you. Now, before I mention anything that's coming up, before I even talk about the early bird, trousers, the trousers, they need no introduction. You have got to have these trousers in your gorgeous dressmaking stash. They are absolutely amazing, aren't they? These are the Sienna Trousers. Tash is back. NH makes. They are absolutely gorgeous. They sold out within 2 minutes of being live. Last time, as soon as Tash came on, they'd gone. There she is, rocking them. And she actually told me this morning, she made those trousers out of a bed sheet. She said, I literally made them out of a bed sheet. You can make them with anything in your stash. I mean, we've got some beautiful viscose linen, and this weather, this is what I will be living in for the rest of the summer. I love them. We've got some fabulous fabrics. We've got the pattern back in stock, the physical pattern, and Tash has tried to get as many printed as possible for you. She's also got the sweatshirt pattern, which was another sellout during that show as well. So yes, I will tell you more about what's coming up on today's show. But just so you know, if you missed out, because I know Tash said she's had so many emails since she was here last. Yeah, that's very exciting. Now, should we do the early bird? Early bird special, there's loads to talk about this morning, loads going on, so get involved nice and early. Now later on with Sandi, because Sandi's here as well, we've got the green machine. Now, if the green machine has been on your sort of radar, it's been on your wish list, then maybe today's the day to invest. If you're at the point of saying, do you know what, I'm not quite sure yet, just introducing myself into bag making, I'm just starting dressmaking, I'm going on a retreat and I'd like to take something portable with me, or I don't have the space, then this is probably your best option. These are the hemline cam snaps and the hemline pliers. Now, I don't think we've ever actually discounted this as a bundle, ever. They're always so popular, and these little handy snaps in all the different colours as well are amazing. So this is already a brilliant price, bearing in mind you're getting, how many? 12 sets per colour, 15 colours, 12 sets per colour. So you're getting all of those in the storage tub. You're also getting the pliers, which are really, really easy to use, at £21.98. I think that's already a brilliant, brilliant price. For the first time ever, we're discounting it. Get your orders open early this morning because it's going to be a very, very busy day. There's a lot going on today. Sandi's here, Tash is here. This hour is the only hour of the day that I'm on my own. And we've jam-packed this hour as well. So yes, get all of your messages in for us. Never discounted it. And you're saving your P&P. Imagine if I were to say, look, it's free P&P today, then it would be absolutely wild in the aisles, wouldn't it? There's your P&P saved for the day, and the rest of the day is free if you've bought this. That's what I love about the one posted in packaging all day long. If you're getting involved in Tash's dressmaking pattern show, if you're getting involved in the brand new bunny bag that we've got with Sandy, we've got some fabulous fat quarter bundles, we've got a new Sanderson's collection, so much going on today. If you've never done bag making hardware, this is a really great place to start. And do you know what I love about these as well? For lots of upcycling projects, if you want to make things like your own duvet, bedding sets, or replacing poppers on bedding sets. I was only changing Maisie's bedding yesterday, and I think the tumble dryers melted a couple of the snaps, and I thought, oh, just need this pack. If you do children's wear, if you do bibs, baby grows, vests, little dog coats, there are little bits and bobs that you like to make, I don't know, toiletry bags, makeup bags. You might not be a huge bag maker, but you might like to do smaller homewares bits. These are perfect for that. Making to sell as well, having all of the lovely bright colours. They're great. And what a fabulous price. Bearing in mind, look, I told you about the alternative option that we have today of the green machine. And honestly, the green machine is one of my favourite items here at Sewing Street. It's brilliant, but it's over £100. I mean, it is considered, it is a different product. Whereas if you do just want a handy tool, and it's a great tool as well, this is, by the way. Let me open this up, because I do find that the hemline pliers have had really great reviews with lots of our guest designers that come in and use them. You don't need to be Popeye to use them. You don't need anything else like a hammer or a different tool. It's got within here that really lovely soft grip handle, and all you do, it's got the instructions on both, but because you've got the hemline snaps and the hemline pliers, they both work hand in hand. So it does come obviously with your instructions as well. They're brilliant. £16. £16.98. Do you know what I'd even be saying? Even if you've already got these pliers, at that price point, it's worth getting a second pair and having all of these snaps in your stash. Because look, you get the little storage tub as well. Yeah, I remember once Wendy Orlando, right at the way back when at the start of Sewing Street, I think we gave one of these to Wendy Orlando as part of her, demo project. And everything had a cam snap on it. Everything that she came in for like months afterwards, she was just like pop, 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 wherever she went. I could put a cam snap on it. Everything. Yeah, this is great value for money today. We've never discounted them as a bundle, so to be able to get all of those snaps, and look at all the lovely colours as well in here. You've got clear, you've got white, cream, red, pink, lilac. Bruce's favourite colour there, the lilac. You've got the turquoise yellow, green, blue, navy. You've got purple, and then under here you've got brown, black and grey. Can't see those under the packaging, but you've also got brown, black and grey in there as well. So 12 different colours. Sorry, 15 colours and 12 sets per colour. Plus your handy tool, top quality tool for less than £20. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to carry on with today's show, but I'll remind you that they are available today later on. If there's any availability by the end of the hour, I'll remind you of those. Now, today's show. It is literally jam-packed. Now, some mornings we're all, sat here going, oh, it's 1:45. We're all ready. But today, it was literally to the second that we were all, mainly Bruce, running around like headless chickens, because there's been so much to talk through this morning. It's a really, really fabulous show. This first hour, we've got a brand new Sanderson's fabric collection. No mega bundle. We did think maybe you want them for your dressmaking, maybe you want them individually. So we've done them all individually for you from the new Country Romance collection. I love it. I was actually looking on the Free Spirit website last night, and there's some great projects, great inspiration on there using this collection. So really excited about that. Lovely colour combination in there. Now 9 o'clock, we have got the bunny, the fox, the bear, the cat, all of Sandy's best sellers, the whole gang are back. I have not even seen the fox, the cat, the bunny before. Look at the cat. Oh, and now straight away when I saw this, I thought, have we got these fabrics as well? Yes, is the answer. We've put together fat quarter bundles, which will be enough to be able to make two of your animals, whether you want to make the bunnies, whether you want to do the fox, the bears in particular. Because the bear's a bit smaller, you'll be able to, with the fat quarter packs, probably make three if if you're careful with your combinations of fabric. Now, I should have brought mine in because I've actually got these bears. Sandy was so kind to make me a couple for when the twins were born, and the bears are absolutely gorgeous. And I know that when Sandy first joined us, she was really known for her memory bears. So I do think these patterns, they repeatedly sell out as printed patterns, PDFs. They all work for that idea, whether it be clothes that you have that you're not quite sure what to do with, whether it be school uniforms or baby grows. If you want to do a memory bear, then this would be a really great pattern to have. And in fact, whilst you're at checkout, add Sandy's How to Work with Difficult Fabrics handy guide as well to your order, because we've got all sorts of fabrics. And I know that you might have all sorts of fabrics that you want to incorporate into your memory bears as well. So we'll talk to Sandy about that throughout. If you've got any questions, if there's any fabrics in your stash that you're like, right, I really want to incorporate that into a bear, don't know how to work with it, what interfacing or how to use it, ask Sandy, she's your gal. So that's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we've got Tash Hutchins back. And Tash, first of all, she is lovely. She is so lovely. It's first time meeting her this morning, and she's obviously a fountain of knowledge. We had rave reviews from John Scott about her when he met her last time. He was saying she is amazing. She's such a talent and her dressmaking skills are brilliant. She's worked with 2 patterns today. So we've got a brand new pattern house that literally launched at the weekend. It's an Australian company, and we've got a really lovely dress that's going to be lovely for this time of year. Linen options. It's a really flattering design. I love the shape of it. I love the sleeves. It's very dressed up there in the floral print, isn't it? But let me show you. I like it in the plain as well. I like that it's got that skirt. Do you remember, Hannah, when we were in lockdown and obviously everybody was in their pajamas, we were in our really, comfy clothes for ages. Then Hannah and I, we went through a stage where we were saying, should we dress as ladies? And we're ladies that were dressing up really fancy. And this is exactly what the looks we were sort of going for. We were ladies who lady through lockdown. And then we also have, coming up at 11 o'clock, a brand new, fabulous Easter backpack. This is so cute. So cute. I love it. I love it. Whether it is for yourself, whether it's for a daughter, granddaughter, niece, nephew, anybody that you want to make this for. But don't panic, because this is one of the most versatile patterns. As always, so much bang for your buck. There is options as well. Without the ears, without the fluffy tail, but it's a little bit of fun. Called Young at Heart. I love it. Coming up at 11 o'clock, in time for Easter. Still got time to make that. And then at 12 o'clock, the trouser pattern. What's going on? Already selling? Yeah, already going. We've got 8 NH Patterns trousers, Sienna Trousers, back in stock. They are fab for this time of year. They are gorgeous. We also have them as a PDF for the first time. A PDF pattern for the first time. Did you think I was just walking towards you then? I love Tash's shoes, by the way. I think I'm going to get some of those. They're very in, aren't they? I'm going to get some of those. Also, can I show you the... Look, these are the fabrics that we have today. Oh, how nice are they? I've got my eye on these trousers. 1 o'clock today, I'll be out the door in these, ready for the garden. I need these in my life. The pattern is on sale on the web shop. If you do want to get ahead nice and early, head to sewingstreet.com or speak to the customer service team. Can I remind you, when these launched, they sold out in 2 minutes. So there is a lot of demand for these, and I know obviously a lot of you have seen it and how easy they are to make as well. It's difficult getting a good trouser pattern in your repertoire, isn't it? I think you'll make these time and time again in lots of different fabrics as well. Okay, so they're coming up. Let me pop these back. Is there anything else that I need to mention today? Let me show you how you can get in touch. So if you do want to send in any messages to Sandy, to Tash, to myself, to Hannah, Bruce, we've got Dan here today, we've got everyone, all the gangs back together. Send any messages. Send messages to Bruce. Morning, Laurie. Oh, thank you. She says, your hair's looking lovely today. Again, this is literally down to the final second. If you saw me about 15 minutes ago, you wouldn't have been saying that. Donna said, good morning, Vicki, team and all. Good morning, Donna. There's how you're sending any pictures. That's how you're sending any messages. But I'm also live on Facebook. It's working. We're charged up. We're ready to go. Okay. Now. Oh, that's what I was asking Dan. You tell me which one, Hannah. This side. This side. Yeah. 1, 2, this one. Yes. Okay, right. Okay, yeah. There's one of them that's not in this collection, which we will identify in a minute. It ends in, 1 second, 92. Let me find it so then you can see this lovely collection. Oh, no. No. It's somewhere on my desk. Anyway, right. This is the brand new Sanderson's collection. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love the colourway. We love Sanderson anyway. It's classic. But teamed up with Free Spirit, it's fabulous quality fabrics, whether it be for your quilting, your dressmaking, your homewares, whether it be for bag makers. I think we all agree we love this. Now, we haven't done a mega bundle for that reason exactly. If you want to do dressmaking, if you want to do bag making, then you have got all of the options this morning. Okay, now this is the Country Romance Beautiful Sanderson collection. Now, if you have a look on the Free Spirit website, If you have a look on the Free Spirit website, then you'll be able to find so much inspiration, so many different patterns and options from this gorgeous collection. But this British Interiors brand, which we all obviously know, I feel like if you've had an upholstered sofa or a lovely pair of curtains, blinds, it's such a classic sort of featuring fabric, isn't it? It's such a brand that we all know. Represents the newest collaboration with Free Spirit, Country Romance, featuring designs selected from its vast and treasured archives. The collection ranges from timeless stripes and classic florals to detailed botanical illustrations. From the floral prestige of Chatsworth to the natural and simplicity of the woodland fern, these nature-inspired designs celebrate the heritage of classic English decoration in a fresh contemporary palette. Rescaled and recoloured, the Country Romance collection of designs reflects the beauty of botanical art and hand block printing techniques in new glory. I absolutely love the colour combinations of the greens, the blues, those soft pinks. When you think of British decor, interior design within our country, yeah, Sanderson are so cemented into our sort of heritage. I love it. To be able to get them into quilting weight cottons is such a great way of incorporating it into your homewares affordably. If you're obviously buying the upholstery fabrics or the heavyweights, or if you go and get a pair of curtains made, you could be paying huge costs. Hundreds of pounds. So this is brilliant to be able to have this collection. Now, as I said, there is no mega bundle. So if there's one of these that you love, I love those two hero prints. Can we start with those? Let's go with the pink first. Now, all of these individually come by the ½ metre. So it's your opportunity to get as much as you want off the bolt for whatever project you're thinking. Whether you're thinking of doing a stunning blouse, a dress, if you're wanting to make it into a cushion, for bag making projects, this is brilliant. Now, Look at the detailing with the gorgeous little bird, and there's loads of birds and wildlife. There's butterflies in here. Am I upside down? Or are my birds just hanging upside down? Oh, actually, do you know what? I was going to say multi-directional, but no, I think this is right. I'm looking how my trees are, I'm seeing how my trees are growing. £8.99, a half metre, and that is with your blush background colourway. The blues in there are stunning, aren't they? When I was looking on the Free Spirit website, they often do a complementary solid as well, what they recommend, which is quite useful to look at if you're then thinking, oh, what colour shall I pull out of this? Should I go for one of those sort of more cornflower blues, or should I go for a navy? Yeah, it's worth having a bit of a play because there's lots of lovely colours in there. That is by the half metre. So if you want to get yourself a whole metre of this, then add 2 units to your order. If you want a metre and a half, add 3 units. Good morning, Anne. Hello, everyone at Sewing Street. Oh, it's a busy day today, Anne. I've got lots going on. What a lovely collaboration, though, to be able to bring together Sanderson and Free Spirit, 2 fabulous companies that we both know as quality, don't we? When you think of Free Spirit instantly, if you've worked with any of the Cave Fabrics or Tula Fabrics or Anna Marie Horner, they're often teamed up with Free Spirit, and they are really lovely quality. There's loads of you got this in your basket. That's with your blush background as well. Let's have a look at the same print, this time with your ivory background. And this one more sort of obviously drawn on the green of the leaves. Oh, now we're officially, I'm saying it, we're in summer, aren't we? Officially in summer. I've decided we're in summer. We had the paddling pool out all day yesterday. Sarah Davies even messaged me on Instagram saying, is it warm enough for the paddling pool? I'm like, yes, it is in the Midlands. It is actually. We were on the phone to one of our friends who lives in Thailand, and he was saying it's at 37 degrees but feels like 42. It's so hot in Thailand. But he said he does miss here in the UK where you have the seasons where it's 17 degrees, and that means we're getting the paddling pool out and we're sitting out in the garden all day. It is officially summer. Sorry, I'm upside down again. I was thinking it doesn't have a direction to it, but it does, because you can see how the branches sort of are growing. This is lovely. So here you've got the perfect opportunity to bring the outside in. Have a lovely, what about lovely bolster cushions, or how about backpacks, or a lovely garden cushion, big oversized cushion. Roman blind in a downstairs loo. Covering lampshades, big lampshades. So you could pick up even in a second-hand shop, like a wooden base of a lampshade, or upcycle one that you paint it cream, ivory, or a lovely soft pink, and then have this as a big lampshade cover. You can buy a lampshade kit, you see. Or strips. Strips on cushion covers. You don't need to do a whole bedding, but just take a section of it and put it onto a pillowcase, onto a white pillowcase. This would look so stunning. £8.99. I would like to do a big bolster cushion, though, with this lovely, nice pink piping. That would look so nice, wouldn't it? £8.99. It's a brand new Sanderson's collection. Not just new to us. It's literally just landed. This is what's fantastic. They literally started shipping it last month, or was it late Feb? Yeah, so it's really hot off the press, not just for us, but for them too. That's what I love about our company. Our buying team are brilliant. They're there, they're ready to pounce on all these fabulous new collections, so they're ready in time for all of your spring, summer makes. 100% quilting weight cotton, remember. Oh, do you know the bog jacket that Alison Marion brought out? This would look stunning in that bog jacket, wouldn't it? That would be perfect for like a kimono style jacket. The colours are gorgeous. It's got that ivory background. It's got a lovely green and a turquoise. Let me show you what half a metre looks like. It's 112 wide. Do you? Like it with the light denim? The bog jacket, yes. Light denim, and add this colour in as well. Yes. See, this is what is fabulous about making your own garments, is that you can use quilting weight cottons, absolutely. Just check your pattern that it's suitable. But this would be, how much would you pay for a Sanderson's, you know, kimono style jacket? This is lovely. These Sanderson Fabrics are gorgeous. Oh, I love it. Yeah, lovely for adding to pillowcases. Perfect. Making blinds for fancy table mats. I love it. Oh, do you know, like when you go into a lovely homeware stores and they've dressed the dining table up for spring? I always am inspired. I'm always like, oh, I'd love a really nice long table runner. And then nice bright coloured pillar candles. Maybe having people over for Easter or for a birthday, or just because. It's nice to just do that, isn't it? Seasonally. See, this could even just be a really simple table runner that's quilted, or I'm thinking on a dressing table, some nice little storage tubs, or you know, like a toiletry bag or a makeup bag. So many of you have got that in your basket. Now, I would call those two the sort of hero prints. They're like the real focal prints. But this is the great thing about Sanderson's, is that you can make any of these into that focal print. Because there's this one, and these have got these big bouquets on as well, which are lovely. As I say, you can sort of make these into your statement pieces as well. Now, this is the duck egg blue version. Let me hold it up to start with so you can see the width of it. So it's 112 wide. It comes off the bolt, so you can get as many units as you want. If you are thinking of larger projects, thinking of using it as a board around a big quilt, whether you're going to make a lovely dress with it, there are loads of options. But that is one of my favourite colours. This duck egg sort of teal colour in the background is lovely. Have you been to Chatsworth? Chatsworth's in Derbyshire, isn't it? Chatsworth House is meant to be absolutely beautiful. It's in, is it up in Derbyshire? Bakewell, that's it, which is near, like, yeah, Sheffield, Peak District, Derbyshire way. It's not that far from me, really, and I've always seen trips, like coach trips, there at Christmas, and it's meant to be incredible. Oh, message in if you've been there before. If you've ever watched the film The Duchess, it was filmed there. Jane Eyre, the 2016 TV series, was filmed there as well. And Pride and Prejudice, the 2005, the film was there, was filmed there as well. Gosh. I love all of those different period dramas. So one of the girls who I met when I had the twins, she's got identical twins, and she's done a few dramas with them, because if you've got twins with children or with babies on sets like that, they're only allowed to do probably an hour or two. Because my twins aren't identical, they're so different. I'm like, why couldn't you have been identical? Then I would have been able to get you onto the film sets. But yeah, it came out the other day. There was, what was it called? Miss Austen? Is that a new one on the BBC? Yeah, Miss Austen. So, the celebration of Jane Austen. Well, the one that was just on, the baby in there is my friend Jen's twins. So different scenes. There's Elizabeth, and then the other scene it's Juliet, and they keep swapping the babies between the scenes. But she did it when they were really, really little. And I thought, I actually cried watching it, because I thought that is such a lovely memory, because the babies were so smiley and in this period drama. I thought, that's amazing. But yeah, she said it's a bit more difficult to do that now, because even though they are still very, very identical, they're nearly two, and probably wouldn't be as good at actors as they were when they were a month old. There's a maze at Chatsworth House. We want to go there now. Now, look at all of this opportunity of fussy cutting as well. They're like beautiful bouquets, hand-tied bouquets. If you know somebody that's getting married, imagine doing some beautiful... Hannah's now literally in Chatsworth. She says, oh, gosh, imagine getting married there at Chatsworth. Can you get married there? I hope you've got a big budget. I hope Steph's ready for the sort of wedding of Chatsworth. That's They do evening lambing. Oh, it's an event that's already sold out. Sorry, Hannah. We could have done that. Right. At Christmas time, we will go on a coach trip to Chatsworth. That could be our next outing. Our next ladies' outing. Hannah's now enrolled onto all of the courses at Chatsworth. That one is gorgeous. It also comes, I need to just show you the other one because this one, can you see the different scale in print? So you've got a larger scale print with this one. It's the same print, but it's just a larger scale. But I love it in the that lovely tuckwise. Here we go, Elizabeth. I went to Chatsworth House at Christmas with my daughter. The afternoon tea was amazing. It was a lovely day. Yes, I have heard Christmas is really good. There's a wine and supper club. We need to go. We're not actually that far. It's probably only an hour or so from us, isn't it? We're in the Midlands. And it looks gorgeous. This one is called Chatsworth. That's why we're digressing. Hannah decided to do a little bit of, maybe the team can send us there, to do a bit of research into the Sanderson's Country Romance collection. A forest bathing activity. Oh, lovely. Sound bowls, and I love those sort of retreats. Fabulous. Cut by the half metre, £8.99, brand new in today. The smaller scale print, used for applique, lovely for obviously your patchwork. If you do want to do your larger scale, if you like a larger scale print, then this is the one to go for. Yeah, sorry that we're just enrolling onto all of the Chatsworth. On all of the Chatsworth activities. This one, can you see even in the background, you can see it more so in this print, that these are all little trees framing it. No, you can't. What on earth is that? Hannah's just said to me in my ear, Vic, you can do goat yoga. Goat yoga outside. How is that relaxing? To do yoga with the goats? £8.99. And that one's called Sage, which has got your lovely ivory background and your sage colourways. Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it? What a stunning collection. If you've got Stuart Hillard's Bags of Life book, or any of those trio of bag patterns that he's brought out recently, this is lovely. It does look great, though, as well in the... in the quilt. This is a quilt kit. We have got availability on the quilt kit for everybody who's asking. Stay tuned for those. Oh, they also have a classic Ibiza night as well. That would be cool. That would be really good, wouldn't it, actually, in Chatsworth? Love that. That one's called Chatsworth. Right, lots of people have got all of these in their baskets. We're showing you the prints, and then it's time to check out on whichever ones you want. Remember, as we said, buy the half metre. Get as much as you would like. Now we've got a lovely little, I say floral, it's got little birds. This doesn't come in another colourway. What's this one called? Toile. How do we pronounce Pillamont? Pillamont? Pillamont toile. It is like a classic wallpaper. And remember, these are all based on absolute classic archived Sanderson prints. And then it's just all recoloured. And you can see these beautiful pinks. Oh, there you go. As soon as you have a look on the internet and do a little search for classic wallpaper, Sanderson classic wallpaper, I can show you on their website this actual print. This isn't wallpaper, this is fabric, Hannah. Now, this is obviously, the exact same print, originally taken from a 19th century wallpaper. Oh, look at the price of it. It's obviously a heavier weight fabric, but this is what I'm talking about. If you go and have curtains made or go and do your own upholstery or get something made, how expensive it is in this design. Unbelievable. Here we are. Now, this is Free Spirit. Quilting weight cotton, you know that it is quality quilting weight cotton when you're talking Free Spirit. In that iconic and classic wallpaper print, £8.99. That's really good value, isn't it? Love that. I love it. £8, 99.5 metre. You can see why these prints are always very popular, whether you're using it even just very delicately, as I say, I was going to say like within a lining, or just to use small sections of it as like a collar or a cuff or in a pocket. Beautiful, really beautiful, soft colours. When we said about enhancing your pillowcases, just doing a little bit of upcycling. You don't need to make your own pillowcases. Get some white or ivory cream ones that you already have. Take a strip of it, and literally you could applique it on and then do a really lovely fancy stitch. Chatsworth is amazing. I went there many years ago on my birthday. The house, the fountains, the gardens. It's gorgeous. There we go, we're inspired. We're sold. We were sold as soon as we saw goat yoga. Or, yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, morning, Vix. The programme, Animal Park, showed goat yoga. And they walk over. Oh, no, this is not relaxing anymore. This is not relaxing. Have you seen how goats faint? Fainting goats is a certain breed. Great for team building. Well, there you go. We should all go. Team building exercise at Sewing Street. We're all going to Chatsworth to do some goat yoga. No, when they get scared, they faint. We don't do it. No one scares them, Bruce. It just happens. You obviously haven't done. You haven't seen the videos like Hannah has. Hannah's watched a lot of videos. Right, shall we do these two? Got the blue colourway, which is this beautiful. Or you could start now, if you've already got one in your basket, what about teaming? Oh, which ones would you go for? Maybe these two together? Oh, I love those. Yeah, if you manage to just get that last wallpaper print, get this one as well. They'll look lovely. Oh, how nice do they look together? Now, Hannah's seen Christmas with this one. Icy blue poinsettias. See, this is what's amazing, isn't it? These collections are so versatile. You're going to be able to use them all year round for lots of different projects. £8.99.5 metre. We're whizzing through these now because we've got so much that we want to show you in the next 20 minutes. We just noticed the time. We've also got the same print. You've still got this cold. Is it hay fever, Hannah? Hay fever's bad at the minute, isn't it? I feel like hay fever is really bad. I say that every year, though. I feel like, oh, I never get hay fever, but I have this year. And I feel like I've said that for probably the last 10 years. So I think I do officially get hay fever now. £8.99. Half a metre. Dressmakers, bag makers, quilters is Sanderson Free Spirit, gorgeous quality. And this gold is really different. See, that's what's crazy, isn't it? Is that when you start building up a collection, I would never think of putting this gold in with that duck egg blue, but it just works. Because you've got that same colour, again, appearing within your collection, pick a couple of these out. Love it. Now we've got one final print to show you, two colourways. The green is your sage. I love this. It's going already. It's going already. It's been really popular on pre-order. Ferns. This is the colour of home decor, isn't it? This is everywhere. This is everywhere. I love this sage, beautiful green, this fern print, the botanical look. Oh, this is the most popular. This has been the most popular out of everything. Before we even showed it, this has been absolutely flying up pre-order. Love that print. I can't keep my ferns alive at the minute in my house plants. They're really struggling. Remember, I bought another one again, didn't I, at the garden centre earlier on in the year, and they were doing so well, but they're I think they're called green. I might have made this up completely, but they're called green ladies. ferns. I don't know. Anyway, you need to, like, in a warm water, submerge them, let them drain. They take a lot of maintenance. And the man in the shop did tell me that. But I was like, no, I love it. I want it. Yeah, that I will do. I will absolutely make sure I keep this plant alive. And the leaves are falling off a lot. So I just thought, maybe I could just incorporate this sort of colour and a fern print into my home without having to submerge it weekly, give it a bath weekly. £8.99, that is my favourite. I love that colour. For homewares, oh, I love it. And then in the navy blue, get a couple of these if you can. Get the sage and this blue because together these are really lovely. I would actually go together. Yes, kitchen, homewares, bag making. Limited on these two now. And look at the details. I think they really stand out on the blues. Really stand out. Just £8.99 a half metre, your woodland ferns in that lovely cobalt blue. That navy blue background. Yeah, go for it. That is a gorgeous collection. Hey, Derek. Oh, it would. You said, good morning, Vicki and gang. Love this fabric. The blue fern could be a wonderful shirt. Do you know, actually, that would look really, really nice as a shirt, wouldn't it? Let me have a look. Right, from a distance, I don't think you'd really sort of see that as ferns straight away, would you? And then you start to see it up close. That's really cool, Derek. I like that. Yeah, go for it. I think the green more is homewares, isn't it? And then this would be great for, yeah, this colour at the moment is definitely homewares, bag making, love it. But the blues, let's face it, a blue like this is going to go in all of your collections. It's going to go with everything else in your stash. We all need our staple navy prints. Instead of having a solid, why not incorporate some of this into your patchwork? Now, everybody who has got anything in their basket, there's no mega bundle. It is now time to check out. You've seen all of the prints. So you've got the ferns in that navy blue. You've got the ferns in the sage. You've got those two bouquet prints that we looked at. In both scales of print. There it is. So you've got the duck egg and you've got the sage. You've got those two hero birds, those trees with the lovely birds and butterflies. You've got the wallpaper, classic Sanderson's wallpaper print. And then you've got the gold and duck egg florals. They look stunning together, don't they? They do look absolutely stunning. And just throwing caution to the wind here, I've got an Aurifil pack on set, which I actually think would work perfectly with this. Being able to incorporate some of these lovely shades. And look, obviously you've got your green, but between all these, can you see what I mean? That's where I'm going. I think this would be a lovely Aurifil pack to complement the Country Romance collection. And in fact, right, because we think this would work so well, this is the Debbie Shaw signed edition of the vintage collection. So you're getting 6 different colours. Now, they're all obviously 100% premium cotton. Aurifil is just next level for me. We're going to discount them. We're going to discount them today. Now, last time that these were discounted was for the birthday. We're going to do a discount again today. They're 50 weight. They're all massive spools. They've got 1,300 metres of thread. 50 weight as well, so you can use them on top of your machine, in your bobbin, for piecing, for quilting, for patchwork, for applique. Last time they were discounted was for the birthday. Today, because it's a Monday. Because it's a fabulous Monday. We've got a really busy show. We love, love, love that Sanderson collection. And if you do want to get complementing lovely vintage colours, what does that make our price per spool now, Hannah? If I start doing all of these maths now, then you'll realise how fabulous value for money it is. It's difficult for my brain to compute this early on a Monday morning, but we'll have a go. So, They're at £7.83 a spool. These are the massive spools. Normally with your run-of-the-mill polyester spools that you get in the supermarket, you have 100 metres. So you have got more than 10 times the amount on here. And you're normally looking about £2, between £1.70 and £2 for a 100-metre polyester spool. So that is when I say this is absolutely amazing value for money. And it's premium cotton spun in Italy. The process is amazing how they make these spools. They're gorgeous. It also comes with your Debbie Shaw signed box as well. She's teamed up with Sewing Street. I love that we work with these huge brands, huge names, Aurifil, Debbie Shaw, and she has picked out these colorways for you. So you've got Victoria Rose, you've got Rose, you've got Twilight, Sugar Paper, Marine Water, and Stainless Steel. Now, just to give you a bit of a insight into how fabulous this price is, if you have a look on the Long River website on one Aurifil thread, different sizes. Sorry, they're the same size. It's the same amount of thread on there, actually. I was just looking at the yardage. It's the same. It's the same weight. It's the same one. They're just different colours, aren't they? They're ranging from $11.99 and $12.99. Okay. In our pack, it now makes it £7.83 a spool. 6 of these. And honestly, I always thought it was more of a considered purchase to work with Aurifil. It's not. It's not. Not when you know how much thread you're going to be using. Initially, you're obviously paying out a little bit more, but on something that is, I would absolutely call an essential. It was something that when I first started in the sewing world, I probably skimped on a bit and thought, actually, I could save on my thread. But when you're spending a lot of money on gorgeous fabrics, on the projects that you're doing, this is the bit that's holding those fabrics together. You want those seams to be strong. You want them to last longer. If you're building a house, you don't skimp on the cement, do you? You don't skimp on the bricks. You are, you could have the best builder in the world, you could have the best bricks, but you need good cement to hold it together. That's a good analogy. I like that. And these colours. So you've got your grey. If you do your EPP, then you can use that for your hand stitching. If you want, look at this beautiful marine water, this one's called. This would look stunning with any of your Sanderson's collections. It'd look great with so many of your neutrals. Third of the stock in baskets. Remember, this hasn't been discounted since the birthday. We're not $52.99 today. We've taken money off. Back in your pocket. It's still the signed edition. You still get the box. They're still brand new. There's nothing different about it. It's not a sample that's been used in the studio or open samples. You're getting quality cotton Aurifil for massive savings, £6. More than your P&P off on that one. I know so many people, so many quilters that solely only use Aurifil. And I remember asking the question of why, and they said, well, if you're working with cotton fabric, try to match it in. They prefer to use cotton threads, and cotton threads are, notoriously more fluffy. They can leave a lot of lint build up on your machine. These don't. These are super strong, and the colours are gorgeous. Okay, now, oh my word, Tash, if you watch it in the green room, it's going to be a sellout again. Half the stock of both sizes of the Sienna trousers have already gone on pre-order. If you missed the show with John, don't panic, because we've got a big restock, but if you do want them, please check out now. We've got a PDF pattern. We also have a printed copy. It's the printed copy that you need to be quick for. We're not launching the graphics until Tash is on at 12. Is it 12 o'clock? Yeah, these aren't launching until 12, so you've got plenty of time. But get ahead if you can. If half the stock has gone in the first hour, yeah, this doesn't bode well. But I'm super excited. I thought we should mention. I absolutely love them, love them. And the sweatshirt's back, by the way. The sweatshirt's back. We've got a new pattern, dressmaking pattern as well. This one is flying out. I love this. Love the asymmetric collar. Okay, the bundle for Arboretum. Are these all available underneath us on the web? Yeah. No, they're not all available. So if you want all of these prints, then you need to get them in the mega bundle. Okay, now, so Ben and I launched this, and I'm not going to lie, he made a boo-boo, and look at your saving on it. This is a huge saving. You're saving 2.5 meters. You're saving a whole meter, which is a little bit naughty, but we love this collection. This print has been so popular. This is iconic, isn't it? This is one of the most famous Sanderson's prints, isn't it? I love that. You get 0.5 meter of this included as well. That's Robin Wood. We could do that one individually, but actually we'll do that one. And I love these, the birds. These are all absolutely stunning, and this one's lovely. They're all gorgeous. So have a look underneath us on the website. Take advantage. 2 of you now can get that. They've been selling out very fast on pre-order, saving £17.98 for that gorgeous Arboretum collection. I love the depth of colour. I love the fact that you've got the greens, you've got that deep, you've got that lovely stripe, you've got the deep maroon sort of shades in there, as well as your lovely greys. If you've got that vintage rose Aurifil, I've just put these all back, and then I'm getting them back out again. I actually think that these will work really well with this collection. Right, there are 2 bundles remaining, 6 whole meters from that Sanderson's Arboretum collection. Getting a whole meter for free. We won't be able to do that again. We can't make the mega bundle. It's going to sell out today. So if you want it, there is your mega bundle chance. Right, there's a couple that we want to do by the 0.5 meter because these are, again, close to selling out. I love them. Love them, love them, love them. But please do have a look underneath. There might be a couple of others that are available by the 0.5 meter. Should we do Robin Wood first? This is one that's often included as a real focal part of a quilt. You get a big chunk in the quilt kits, but they've used it in the binding and they've used it in half square triangles. Looks great, doesn't it? It's stunning, but I would just want to have as a big cushion or a really big scale print. Just celebrating that print because it is stunning. This one is called Robin Wood. It's, I think, probably one of the most iconic prints. It's one that I definitely recognise. I love all of the different tones that you're seeing in those oak leaves with acorns. It's just lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. £8.99 0.5 metre. Oh, I wish we had more time. I have no idea where time's gone. I know that we spent quite a bit of time booking on to all the Chatsworth events. Enjoying the new collection. But do not miss these ones, even though we're flying through them now. If you do want to make the most of this, I know that we very, very rarely order them back in. And this has been, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most popular Sanderson's prints I've ever done. Love that. Isn't it? Because the great thing is with this is you can pull out so many different colours. I am thinking for that bog jacket, the kimono again. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I wonder whether, what does the Sienna pattern call for in terms of, do you think you need a more floaty fabric, like a viscose or a linen? Because I wonder whether you could do the trousers in this and have it, they would be probably a bit more structured, like a bit more sort of smart, but they would, I can't see why not. I'm thinking they would look lovely in the trousers. Do you? Like a real statement pair of trousers. Can you see why I think it would work? £8.99, 0.5 metre. That's Robin Wood in that mulberry colourway, but it has got so many different multi-tones, but this lovely mulberry purple, gorgeous. And then this one is now going to sell out. So I just wanted to let you know, as I don't think that this one will go back to air. It's got the lovely birds. Once again, if you've seen it as part of a quilt kit, it's very, very difficult to utilise it in your patchwork to see all the prints. This is like a border print, really. You want to do 2 big cushions with this, don't you? Let me spin it around this way so you can see. Salvage is running along the bottom, and this is where buying it by the 0.5 metre really makes a difference if you want to continue that lovely scene. So can you see, it is not a panel, it's by the half metre, but it is like a border print. And then the reverse of it, let's see if it's the same. Is it the same? That one's got a frog. That one's not got a frog, so it's different. It's not mirror image on the other side, but I love that for two really big cushions. I'm imagining some Delphine hand embroidery work on that. If you do want to make like a big circular skirt and you want that print to be, obviously it's going to take up more fabric. So be quick to check out because that is now super, super limited. Nothing stopping you using it for your patchwork, but I do think as a border print, it's really cool. Really nice. Okay. So we can't go without talking about the quilt that's behind me. I've got it in two colourways. I believe it's had a demo before. I believe it has been on air with a demo before. It was back on the 23rd of January, was the first time that we had it on. I just bought the Sienna pattern. Printed it out, but only instructions, no pattern pieces. Help, Liz. Maybe call the call centre and they will be able to help you, Liz. I can't see your individual account from this end. Neither can Hannah in her obviously with GPRD. So if you have a look, they will be able to help you, Liz. It's a free phone line number here. They'll be able to give you some help. Okay, now this is the red colourway, which is the one that's behind us. If you love this quilt, get it today. Get it today because there are now less than 20 of these quilt kits remaining in this colourway, and it goes a lot lower. A lot lower. £50 saving today. It's gorgeous. I love that you've got almost this sort of shadowed effect with it when you look at it from a distance. Very clever, clever blocks. It looks more difficult than it is. It's the pattern placement that creates lots of different blocks. I love that. Absolutely gorgeous. Because you've got the different size stars, haven't you? The blocks make then all of those different size stars. That's really clever. You've also got it in the blue colourway. There is demos on our YouTube channel. We're whizzing through for the last of stock. We're discounting them both to £149. So it's just a matter of which colourway would you prefer. This one, again, has that robin's wood in your half square triangles. It has it in the binding. It has the same border. The only difference with this one is that you've then got the blue as well. So instead of this print here, this red, you've got the blue. There you go. I'll show you the picture. So you've still got the robin's wood. The only difference is the blue one. This is Ancient Woodlands in blue, full instructions with your quilt for £149. I personally really like getting a quilt kit knowing that you've got the right amount of fabrics, you've got the right fabrics for the job to create those different secondary patterns. We also launched a Sanderson's quilt yesterday. Now, we have a still of it. It isn't the Charming Day. No. Spring Garden, sorry. It literally launched on yesterday's show. There is literally limited number, last of stock now remaining, but we've put it on 5-way split pay. It's a big quilt, big quilt, 216 by 216. So it's bigger than the one that's on the wall that's behind me. It's a big square quilt. If you were thinking about it yesterday, fresh colours, I love that. They took it under 200. It's supposed to be nearly £300. That is so good. Look at your split pay. You can get it home for $39.99. No way. $39.99 on split pay. That is so good for a massive Sanderson's quilt over 200 centimetres square. And that's with the Arboretum collection. Watch back yesterday's show, see it for yourself, but we wanted to make sure that you got a second chance on that if you missed it. Okay, now we also have that Charming Daylight quilt. This is a slightly smaller one than the one that's on the wall, actually. So if you are a bit nervous about doing a really big quilt like the one that they had yesterday, this might be the one to go for. So, in fact, actually, yeah, we're going to make sure, if you've never made a Sanderson's quilt, you can get this They've used that robin's wood as a border. I am so happy that they've used that as the border print, because that's the one that I was saying, look, I love it, but they've used it in the binding, or they've used it within the half square triangles. Here, it's being showcased. It is really being showcased. Now, today, you can get it under £100. Oh, that is honestly one of the best prices I've ever seen on a Sanderson's quilt. What? Hannah's just said I'm not stopping there. Oh, honestly, send in your fan mail to my producer, Hannah. As an on-air special, because it's been a very, very busy hour, let me show you just how much fabric you're getting in here. This is a good size quilt, 100 centimetre square. You're getting all your instructions as well, and it's got my favourite print. It's got woven fabrics in here as well for that inner border. Nice. You know, they're all Free Spirit quality as well. I think that's one of the Cafe ones, isn't it? One of the Cafe woven prints, or very similar to the Cafe woven ones. Oh, it's a real Free Spirit collab. You've got some William Morris in there. You've got the Free Spirit new collection from the Arboretum. You've got some woven, which I think is Cave. Then you've got your Arboretum. Oh, and then look, you've got all this beautiful big robin wood fabric for your border. Let me open this out and show you, because that's going to be all the fabric for around the outside. I love it. Okay, shall we get this lower? Anybody who wants it, today's the day. We can take £5 off. Nah, should be £139. It's £79.99 now. Oh, this is to get everyone all excited, ready for Sunday's hour. We've got so much coming up in the next hour. This is now also under £40 on split pay. If you have never made a Sanderson's quilt, that is the one to do it with. Hannah, you have spoiled us rotten. She's saying, I'm not going to lie, that is an amazing opportunity to get a quilt kit. A Free Spirit, Sanderson. It's the names that you want. It's the quality that you know you want. It's also got the most beautiful, oh, I love that. Beautiful border print, great instructions. You're getting William Morris, even at that price. If you aren't going to be making the quilt, you've got some of my favourite fabrics within this quilt kit. So within your step-by-step instructions, you are literally making your stitch and flip blocks like this. You've got quarter square triangles. It's got really straightforward instructions. It's got your layout diagram here. There's fewer than 20. Anybody who wants to be able to make their very first Sanderson's quilt, go for it. Once everyone's checked out, we're about single figures. This is it. This is it. If you want it, be quick. There are now literally 15 left to be checked out. But once everyone's checked out, we are in single figures. Your side graphic is those lovely Debbie Shaw orifils, the sign box of the vintage collection orifils. That'll be your side graphics. Every single person that gets this quilt kit home, oh my word, you are going to love it. And I love the fact that it's an achievable size. If you've got the Gracie frame, or if you've got a smaller domestic machine and you struggle, you're thinking, right, how am I going to cope with a larger quilt? This is the one to go for. 100 square, so it's lovely to be able to put over the back of a sofa, great for on a smaller bed, lovely for on the... just be able to sit out in your garden. Have it as your picnic blanket. But having these heritage prints, these really beautiful, timeless, classic prints. Maybe got a special chair, you know, an armchair or a lovely, oh gosh, we're talking about the, my armchair. I've got a lovely, like, Chesterfield style armchair, my classic armchair, that this would just throw over and you can cuddle under. You can take it out into the garden and have a little picnic sitting out in the garden. But anyway, to be able to own a Sanderson William Morris quilt kit for under £80 is a no-brainer. That is amazing. One of the best prices I've ever done on a Sanderson's quilt kit. There are now how many of these remaining? Once everyone's checked out, there's 6. Right, that will go during the break. Everybody who's got these in their baskets, please check out during the break, because that won't come back to air at that price. That will not come back to air. It's under £40 on split pay. 3 once everyone's checked out. Literally 3 left. And that means you've opened your order, ready for Sandy's show, ready for Tash's show as well. Love it. I'm so thrilled for you. $39.99. Right, everybody who's got that, well done. If you haven't, you have got literally about 3 minutes to check out with the customer service team during the break, because that will go today. Can't believe you've done that. We were so happy at 99, and I was like, do you know what? I'm gonna go low. It's Monday. I'll tell you what, it's the weather. Gets to Hannah. It's the weather. We've got a lovely day today, so well done everybody who's got that. Stay where you are, because we've got Sandy eagerly waiting in the wings with some fabulous projects. We've got our Scrappy Bears, foxes, cats, bunnies. If you've ever thought about making a memory bear, watch this show, watch this space. Any questions? Sandy's your gal. Honestly, Sandy's got all of the ideas, the patterns, the tips, the hints to go with it as well. So we're going to talk through as much as we can. Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. Well done on the Sanderson's quilt. There's literally a couple left to be checked out. Keep going through. We're back after this.
Can you believe it's been 3 years since Crafter's Companion was first on Sewing Street? Well, we can't let the anniversary go by without me doing a mega takeover to celebrate. So join me on Wednesday the 9th of April from 9 a.m. till 12 p.m. for a full 3 hours of deals and discounts and an exclusive look at a brand new launch. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Hello, welcome back. Sandi and I just having a chit chat then, and then Bruce is like, we're coming back. We've got so much this hour. I mean, I came in and I said, oh, this is a bit of a, I mean, we've got everything back in stock for you. Some of the best sellers back, and we're going to be talking about Sandra's Scrappy Bear, Scrappy Fox, the Bunny, the Kitty. They are all back in time for Easter as well. I love the bunnies, and with new ears as well. So, just before I go over and say hello to Sandra and have a look at the bundles, just because I know that this main bundle is going to sell out first. So we'll bring that live straight away. I don't actually know whether we've done this before, where you're saving on all 4. No, we haven't.
Never.
You're saving £4 by getting all 4. Now, you've got the kitty there, you've got the bear, you've got the bunny, and you've got the fox. All of the patterns, all printed out. If you are making memory bears or memory bunnies or foxes, bears, or whatever you want to do, or kitties, maybe you want to start branching out into soft toy making. I can't recommend the Family Comforts instruction sets enough. They are brilliant. Sandi, it really does break down into step-by-step, and I mean really step-by-step instructions for people who have never done toy making before. We will be going through it. We've done demonstrations on the show before, on the bear, in fact, all of them. So if you have a look on our YouTube channel, you'll be able to find different sections, and we're going to be doing more of the face and the head and the construction today. So yes, there are literally 20 of those opportunities to get all 4. The bear, the kitty, the fox and the bunny, they're normally £11 each, and we don't normally offer these bundles together. This is the only way of getting the bundle patterns together. We don't have them as a digital. I don't think we've done that yet. We have them separately as digital, but we haven't bundled the digital yet, if that makes sense. So if you do want all 4 of these, then now is the time and the most cost-effective way of getting them. Right, these will sell out. There's, once everyone's checked out, there's literally about 13 of them left, if that. So whilst you're checking out, should we have a look at them? Because they're absolutely gorgeous. Sandi, it's so lovely to be back with you.
Hello,
How are
Farah.
you?
I'm loving the Farah.
Oh, yes, call me Farah today.
Just look at that hair, that's fabulous.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm so pleased that we've got All the gang back.
We've got the whole lot. We're having a party, Scrappy party today.
So I know that before you joined Sewing Street and before you were here, you were, you know, really known for your memory bears. That's what you sort of did.
Still do.
Still do full time.
Yes.
So here you've got 4 different patterns, which all work really well with memory bears in mind, actually.
They do, yeah. That's how I did them, really. So I started doing my memory bears about 8 years ago when I lost my dad. And I had a big box of ties, didn't know what to do with them all. Somebody had asked me to do a bear from a school uniform. And I thought, what a good idea. So I cut all my dad's ties up and made Gordon Bear. So that's where we started. So Dad's on the back of a few of the patterns.
Amazing.
So my dad's there on the back of my Scrappy patterns, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be family comforts. So it's all to do with my dad. And then I started with Gordon Bear, and who you can see on my website. And he comes everywhere with us, so he's lovely. And then people sort of said, oh, I like those, and then said, oh, can you do a rabbit? Can you do a fox? Can you do this, that? And so I started doing more. Then when I joined Sewing Street, they said, can you make some of the patterns? Because some of the patterns weren't mine that I'd made the memory bears from. So I started looking into making my own patterns and change them, and because I'm very bad at following a pattern sometimes, so I like to sort of alter them. So I'd been altering patterns all the time anyway, and knew how I wanted to make the memory bears. So then I made it into my patterns. So, and then we brought the bunnies along, and he's got new ears today. So
so the ears, anybody who's already got the bunny pattern, you can go onto your website and get the adaptation.
You can. So it's www.family-comforts.co.uk, and you can get a free download for the pattern. It'll give you the pattern, and it'll also give you instructions on how to use them as well.
Brilliant.
And I think when you buy the pattern today, it will come with the instructions as well.
Okay.
But if you have got them, if you bought them from me or if you bought them from Sewing Street in the past and think, well, I'd like to do those, I don't want to buy the whole pattern again, you can just go and get a free download.
Brilliant. So, and these are slightly different because they've got that lovely sort of pleated effect.
They've got they've got a little pleat, so they've got like a little French pleat in the middle, and then they've got a button to sew them on. So whereas these are sewn into the head, these are then added on afterwards. And you can do them either way, so you can have it so the furry side's on the outside or the patterns on the outside.
They're really good size toys as well, aren't they? I mean, the cat.
Yes.
I love the cat. You get the Scrappy Kitty as well included. And it just gives you opportunity of trying out, working with loads of different fabrics as well.
Well, the cat's better made with fur because he's based on my cat, which is a short-haired British tippy. So they have sort of quite flat faces and really chunky. So I was looking at my cat for hours and drawing out little different things of how I can do him. So he looks a bit like Percy. He's the grumpy cat. So
and are they all sort of, I say, constructed the same? They all obviously have
similar.
the same.
So the same
body.
Arms. I mean, they are different arms, but they're all constructed the same. The legs are constructed the same, and the bodies are constructed the same. This one's got slightly different bottom because he's a bit bigger. He's got sort of like little 4 bits here, so he sits down quite nicely.
Because they do sit nicely, and I do think there's a lot of bears out there that just don't sit.
So they all sit nicely. They're all jointed, so they're all jointed together with buttons, which if we've got time, I'll show, because I think that's the one thing that we don't always show, how to put them together. So I thought I'll try that, because I always say I'm always available, so if people want to, they can phone me up. And I think one time I had a lady say, I can't join it together, what do I do? So I was explaining to her over the phone how she did it. You need the big doll needles, and you need some strong thread and 4 buttons, and you can join them together quite easily. But sometimes if you've never done that before, it's very different to quilting and dressmaking as well. So.
Well, we'll try and get to that as well today. And then also the fox.
So we've got the fox as well. So
I think the fox is my favourite. I love this fox.
He's lovely, isn't he? He's Mr. Foxy.
These are so special, and whether you're choosing to do them in your favourite fabrics, or we've got loads of great fat quarter bundles available on the show today. I mean, look, for the foxes, our team have put together that exact bundle that Sandy's made there in front of you.
Here, this one here.
I think, we've got the picture of it on screen there, which you're going to be able to make. But also, think about, like what you've already got in your stash. Think about, like you say, for memory bears. Great idea.
You can make anything at all. I'm known for making bears out of anything, so I've made them literally out of fedora hat. I made them out of a pair of slippers. I made them out of a horse blanket. I made them out of dog toys. I made them out of a leather tobacco pouch. I've made them out of a handbag. So you name it, there's nobody's given me anything yet that I can't make it out of. So, and it's all to do with the interfacing and that's.
Well, if you've got any questions, get them in while Sandy's here.
Yes.
Also, whilst you're checking out on these, it might be worth adding this to your order as well, which is a handy guide to difficult materials, and it does talk about that as well. So, in fact, should we just show you the graphics for these? I launched these, and hundreds and hundreds of these sold on the launch. This is your handy guide to sewing with difficult. And when you say difficult, you don't like sort of saying that anything is difficult.
It's difficult if you don't know how to do it.
Right.
So we're sort of, I mean, nothing's infinitive. So, I mean, there's lots of things that we don't cover. And it's literally just a 4-page one that you can flick through. Because we said you can go on Google, you can Google things, but it's all time and you've got to plough your way through everything. So we just made a handy guide that you can pop by the side of your sewing machine. And if you think, all right, I'm doing leather, what needle do I need? You can flick on and you can see, you can think, oh, what are the tips that I should use for doing that with? And it'll tell you on there.
So you've got leather, faux leather, PU on here, you've got velvet, you've got the fur, you've got denim as well. So if these are fabrics that you always think, oh, do you know what? I would like to know how to sew differently with the fur, get this one as well. And as Sandy just mentioned, it tells you what thread to be using, what foot to be using, what pins or avoid pins, talking about stretch and shifting, talking about pressing your fabrics as well. So there's lots of really great tips within those tables. That's just a quick mention for anybody who is thinking, actually, I'm loving some of these bundles. They're working with fabrics that I'm not familiar with, or I have got certain things that have been sitting in a drawer that I want to actually utilise. I want to be able to use those as a memory bear. Perfect opportunity. That's a physical. And we've got it as a digital. By the way, it's £4. It's £4. It's worth adding it to your order, isn't it? Just to have as that handy guide to go to at the side of your machine. You're going to use it again and again. I mean, these are all things that maybe you could look through rabbit holes on Google and things, but when you know that Sandy has made the table as a quick guide to have in your workroom, you can literally see exactly what it is that you need there for a couple of pounds, £4 today. I think that is brilliant, worth going for. Let's do them all individually now. So we'll start with the original, the OG, Scrappy Bear. I still got my fabulous Scrappy Bear in the twins room. I love the Scrappy Bear that you made for me.
That was on your baby shower. Where has the time gone?
2 years ago. Over 2 years ago now. Way over 2 years ago, because they are nearly 2. We've got your pattern.
Yes.
There's your lovely dad. Yeah. Let's have a look inside, because I want to show anybody who's never made a bear before how in-depth you go with your instructions. I made one recently using a cardigan, but was absolutely confused about how to go about it. But after using the stabiliser, I just used it as fabric.
Yes.
This is it. You said a lot of the time it's what
just
stabilisers.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it really
what
is.
What interfacings you use. So you get a sheet of labels. Yep. So you cut these out and you literally pin those onto your pattern pieces. You've then got lovely quality, and I must say it is really lovely quality. You'll come back to this again and again and again. And it's all written out for you, step by step. And then when you go to the next section, each of these steps has got a corresponding and matching photograph, colour photograph to go with. And look at how many step-by-step instructions there are. So at every point there's something different, Sandy will photograph it and show you how to do it. And then your full-size patterns?
Yes, yeah.
These are all on heavier weight card as well, so you'll be able to use these time and time again. Would you make your own templates out of cardboard or plastic, or can I cut these out straight away?
You can cut those out straight away. If you think you're going to be doing them a lot of the time, then you can make them on the plastic. You know, the template plastic you can do. You can keep that as it was and just trace it onto the template plastic. But I tend to just cut that out, and this is what I use all the time, and I cut out hundreds, because I do a lot of courses. Can I just say hello to all the ladies that came to my course on Saturday?
Oh, fabulous! Where were
We're at J&B Sewing,
Yeah.
who come here on here, and they're lovely. So I go and do a lot of courses with them. And I had 7 lovely ladies, all went home with a lovely Scrappy Bear.
This is Gracie Frame, isn't it, JB?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, they're
And
in Cardiff, aren't they?
They're in Newport.
Newport.
And we had, I'll see if I can remember all the names, was Andrea and Rhiannon, who came all the way from London. Hi. Then there was Susie, Vicki, Ruth, Lynn and Sandra. Hi. We had a great day. It was lovely, and they all went home with a lovely bear.
Oh, fantastic!
We had a fabulous time.
Susan's just asked you a question. Good morning. Would it be possible to use a towel fabric to make a bear, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I've made them out of towels, no problem.
Fantastic.
Again, just interface it well. If you put an interfacing on the back, I've made them out of crocheted scarves, I made them out of chiffon scarves, anything. As long as you interface it, the glue from the interfacing will sort of stick it, so it's not going to start unravelling or anything. So with the towel, it will fray, but once you've got your interfacing on it and sort of ironed it on, and then you've cut it out afterwards, it won't fray, and you'll just use it like an ordinary material. It'll be slightly thicker, so as long as your machine, maybe use a walking foot, use quite a strong thread for it, use maybe a 40 weight instead of a 50 weight. Again, I've got a needles and threads guide as well. The Orifil is brilliant. I use Orifil all the time. I heard you talk about the Orifil earlier on, and the needles and threads guides go with the Orifil threads because I use that because it's a 2-ply thread, so it's a lot thinner, it goes a lot further. You've got no lint on it, it won't go through your machine, make it fluffy at all. So those are brilliant. So
Elaine
like that.
said that she's never made anything like this before. She says, is it easy for a beginner?
At the courses, we have a lot of beginners. So I always say, if you can use a sewing machine and you can read, follow pictures, then you should be fine. I'm always at the end of a phone, at the end of an email, just get in touch with me. So you've got my backing as well. So sometimes people phone me and go, I've been looking at it, not quite sure about the head. And what we are going to do is, because the body and legs are no problem at all, and the heads on them, then again, they're not difficult when you know how to do it. So we're going to, in the next month or 2, make videos of all the different heads for all the Scrappy animals.
Oh, fab.
And those will be on like a YouTube video. So we will put that through onto the website so that you can see.
We're going to focus on the head today as well, aren't we?
Absolutely, yes.
We're going to move on to the digital download, but can I just say, if you are getting it as a physical pattern, look, they're not on the reverse, so you can just cut those out and get ready to start. So I am thinking, if you are brand new, go with potentially this option is you've got the really nice quality pattern paper. If you do want the Scrappy Bear as a digital download...
This is the first time ever.
Oh, well, I was going to say, when we did this with me, it obviously wasn't, because this was ages ago. We've never had it as a
never had a digital download before, and they asked me if we could have them into... I said, as long as they're on one side, so you can still cut them out.
Okay.
So it's not going to be on both sides. And then obviously it depends what paper you put through your printer. You could put a card through your printer if you're able to. And they've made sure that they all fit and they're still all the same size. Because I hate digital. I won't do digital downloads if people have to glue things, stick things together. Because I don't like patterns where you have to stick them together. So, but they've managed to sort them all out, and we've got them all.
They all fit on A4.
They all fit on A4 paper.
Fantastic. And that means then, even if you're printing it off with your normal photocopy paper, get a cereal box, cut them out, stick them onto card, or if you've got the Mylar
plastic.
or the template plastic. £11 digital download, and that is an instant purchase. So if you're like me and you're thinking, I want to just do this now. I just want to do it now. I'm too excited. I want to get started now. I am that person that starts jobs and think, why have I just started painting my fence today now? Because I've just seen it on TikTok and I want to have a go at doing that. I'm going to take everything apart.
That sounds like me.
If you've got the day, if you're thinking, it's sunny, I've got the day off, I want to have a go today. This is your chance to just hit purchase and it will be instantly in your account. If this is all that you buy today, you won't be charged your post and packaging, obviously. It will just be instantly in your account. Fabulous. Now we've got Scrappy Fox. He's lovely. Got fab character. Now he's a little bit bigger, isn't he?
The bear's the smallest one. I did the bear first and he was sort of quite a small one. I'm going to watch this space because there will be another bear coming out.
Oh, I love that the series is sort of expanding. Once everybody's checked out, half the stock has checked out on the physical copy of Scrappy Fox. So if you do love the fox, then please check out on the physical copy as soon as you can. He's a fancy fox, isn't he? Yeah. I do imagine him as, with a lovely tie or dicky bow.
You can make a little waistcoat for him, really. You could do something like that.
Oh, wow. Yes.
So you could imagine him with a little waistcoat on, couldn't you? A little suede waistcoat.
Absolutely.
And maybe a little bow tie
Yeah.
instead of a bow you could put on him. Yes, he's
Love it.
a bit dapper.
He is very... A digital Fox available as well if you do want it as a digital download. Obviously, we have, I say, more of these. We sort of can offer you as many as you need. So that's always going to be available in stock today. But this is another one for the first time, I believe, as a digital download.
We've never done digital downloads on any of the Scrappies, so you've got all of them today.
Oh, fab.
Yeah. So
this is great. If you want to get going straight away, or if you think, oh, do you know what? I do want to have it there on my computer that I can print it off, you know, as many times as you want, or come back to it at a later date and not run the risk of losing a pattern, or don't have as much space. I do like the idea of having them all digitally, and it's not saved onto your computer. It's saved onto your Sewing Street account, so you can access it anywhere. You've got it on your laptop or your computer or your tablet, and you can just look through the instructions there and obviously print off your patterns. Or maybe, you know, you're at a point where, I mean, I completely understand if you are at a point where you're thinking, I'm not quite ready to make something yet, but I want to have the pattern there ready. I'm just, you know, I'm having it there in the account. It will be there. It's not going anywhere. You don't need to click it today. You don't need to click it this week. You can, you know, access it whenever you are ready. And if you are thinking of making it into a memory bear, I think this would be another really, really lovely one. Lots of people have asked about the Fox. They sit up beautifully, and it is the design in the pattern that you don't have to prop them up on a shelf. If it is more of a decorative or ornamental Fox, then he will sit on a mantelpiece, won't he?
yes, yeah, absolutely, yes.
He's lovely.
Yeah. We just say we can't sell them as toys when we do the memory bears because they have to be tested and they're not. So they are, but the buttons, I mean, when you put the buttons on, I've done them for about the last 6 years, and I always say to everybody, if the arms or legs come off, let me know. Nobody has come back. And I was saying to the girls on Saturday, I said, I'd defy anybody to even a dog to get, because if you've got a really strong thread and we go backwards and forwards with it, you just can't take it off. So
what I will say is that you are aware of your audience. You know
absolutely
who you're giving
who
it
you're
to.
doing it for.
Can I ask, do you have an angel policy, by the way?
I do, yes. You can make as many as you want and you can sell them as well, but don't sell the patterns. So don't, if you get a digital download, don't sort of do loads of copies and give them to all your friends. That's all we ask, really. And if you do make them, just sort of, it's really nice if you mention me or tag me in it, tag Family Comforts in it. But otherwise, if you want, you know, if you want to start a memory bear business, that's absolutely fine.
Wow.
No problem at all.
Well, that's how you sort of...
That's how I started, yeah, absolutely, yes.
We have Kitty, Scrappy Kitty. Now, you say it works best with the fur.
It does, especially on the face. The arms and legs are fine, but I like the fur.
Yeah.
The big furry
Look at
tail.
his tail, he's amazing. I started
furry
making
tail.
memory bears last year. I've had several commissions for them. Brilliant. Will you just spin him round again so you can see his tail? Look.
Lovely big tail.
Oh, I love it.
And then his face, because of the padding round here, it sort of comes out better with the fur in it. It goes quite flat if it's not got the fur on it. But it depends how you want to do it, really. So, and the eyes as well make a real difference. We tried lots of different eyes, and we found like the bigger eyes are better in the kitty because he's got a slightly bigger face.
You can make it look like your cat. Like you said, you've designed this.
Yeah, he looks like Percy, our cat. I mean, I've made so many memory bears, and I can say not one of them has turned out the same.
Yeah.
And even on Saturday, we had 7, all with the same pattern, all with the same interfacing, because I cut it out for everybody. They've all got different material, and every single one turned out completely differently.
Oh, morning, Bug. These are fab. I volunteer with a cat rescue. Can I make and sell Scrappy Cat for the rescue?
Yeah, of course you can.
How lovely would that be? That'd be brilliant.
It's just the patterns. We just say we keep the patterns to ourselves. But if you make them, I mean, obviously, if you're going to make thousands of them, please let us know. But if you're sort of selling them for something like that, that's absolutely
lovely for
fine.
charity,
No problem at all. That's lovely.
Fantastic.
I hope you make lots of money. Let me know. And
yeah. Digital download available for Kitty as well for the first time ever as a digital download. If you want to instantly, if you want to have a go at this today, then it will appear in your Sewing Street account once you hit purchase. Just click it once. You can't be charged, and you won't be charged P&P if that is all that you're buying today. But if you're thinking, oh, how do I get hold of fabric like this? We have sourced it for you, and we have got some of the fluffy fur fabric. Also, remember, if you've never worked with fur fabric before, I mean, we'll talk through some of the tips today, but it is also featured in that handy guide of sewing difficult fabrics, which is underneath us on the web. Hi, Sandy, Vicki. I've got shirts, and wonder the best way to put the templates onto them to cut them out.
What I always do is you always cut out the interfacing first. So on all the labels, you've got the interfacing label, and then you've got the fabric label. So what you need to do, you do need to interface it. I use quite a thick one, so I'll either use H640 or like a fusible fleece. So cut out your templates onto the interfacing. Then once you've got the interfacing cut out, then you put it onto the fabric and you iron it onto the fabric. So that's what you do. You don't cut out the fabric first, and you don't need to use a template on the fabric. So you would just cut out the templates in the interfacing, put it onto your shirt. So then you can decide where you want. There might be a logo on the pocket that you want to choose. I take the collars off sometimes and add a little collar onto the bear. You can do all sorts of things. And if you've got special things on the shirt that you want to do, once you've got your interfacing, check which way it's going, look at the shirt, and then lay it down on the back of your shirt. Iron on the interfacing and then cut round it. So all the templates have got a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance included in it, so you don't need to add anything else at all. So you literally just iron that interfacing onto whatever fabric you've got and then cut it out.
Brilliant.
The only time I wouldn't is if you're using like a leather, and I don't always interface a leather because it can melt sometimes, or it could shrink quite a bit if you use iron on it.
I suppose it's already got quite good body.
And it's quite thick anyway. So with those, I would tend to just put the template down and where it is, and I tend to draw around them with a heat erasable pen, then cut them out.
Okay, brilliant.
So, but that's the only time I don't use an interfacing on it.
Forget,
which it does say, I think, in the pattern.
Do you get the handy guide to work
Yes.
with harder, difficult fabrics or fabrics you've not worked before? That's a really good handy guide.
But shirts are lovely to make the bears out of. They're lovely.
Finally, we've got the bunny in time for Easter. We've got the fabulous bag coming up with Sandy at 11 as well. So, yeah, we're getting all kitted out with our lovely bunnies. Get ready, because we are also going to be launching for the first time the digital download in a moment. Now, you will get a link with this one for the ears, for the new ears. So you'll get the original ears that you can see on the picture, but this will also have a link to new ears at no extra cost. £11 for your physical pattern, and I do love this one. Do you know, I've got so many, as you can imagine, clothes, kids' clothes, that I've given away loads, I've sold some bits, I've had friends, and then there are some that I'm like, I want to keep them. There's a few that I just want to keep. This is such a lovely idea as like a lovely memory bear. It doesn't always need to be like a memory bear if, you've lost somebody. It can be, like you said, school uniforms was the first time that you heard of,
I've done them for so many different things. I've done them for animals that have passed away. I've done them for people that unfortunately have passed away, but then I've done children's clothes. Maybe one lady had a lot of children's clothes for Christmas on her first child. So we had all these gorgeous Christmas clothes.
Can you do it in stretch?
Yeah,
then?
of course you can.
Baby grows.
Because if you put in the interfacing on the back, it stabilises it. So it doesn't matter. So you can make add different materials to it. I do a lot of Paralympic ladies that I've got that have been to the Paralympics and have given me their uniforms afterwards.
Wow.
Because they've got a uniform, they have like an outfit, so when they do their parades, and they don't want to just hang them in the wardrobe, they don't want to throw them away, and they send them to me to make memory bears out of. So I've made a lot of those, which is lovely. People that have just got scraps from quilts that they've made for people, but they think, oh, this material's too nice to get rid of, but I don't know what to do with this small piece.
Just using up your stash.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you've got sort of things that you can remember that you've made for people as well, which is really nice.
You could do one in calico and a baby shower and get everyone to sign it, couldn't you? Or weddings.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this is the digital of the bunny, which means you get it today, which gives you plenty of time to get these ready for Easter, which would be lovely. Really lovely. Today you're getting the Scrappy Bunny with the new amended ears as well.
Yeah.
Additional ears, I don't want to say amended.
Yeah, they're just additional, because these ones we sew into the head.
Okay.
And then this one we're sewing on top of the head with buttons, so they can move, so you can sit them up. I always say bunny on a motorbike, and things.
Love it.
So you can have them with all sorts of different ears.
Now everything is flying out. We're going to jump into demo. I've just got one quick question. Sandy, it's called you Sally.
Oh.
Sally, could you use woven or non-woven interfacing?
I tend to use a fusible fleece.
Okay.
If it's a really heavy material, I'll use just a lighter, maybe like a cotton interfacing. But more often than not, I'll use a fusible fleece because it makes it stable, the fusible fleece. And it just makes it easy to sew everything together. So there's probably 90% of the materials that I will use a fusible fleece on it. And it also gives it that padded feel, because sometimes with bears, they look a bit, if they've not been padded properly, they're a bit floppy. But with the memory bear, you want it to sit there and looks, it's not really meant as a toy, it's more for a memory to sort of sit somewhere. And I think it just gives it that plush sort of padded sort of feel to it. So I would definitely use that. So, and I've used it on woolly jumpers. I've still used it on things like that.
Brilliant. That's what's on the screen at the moment, the Vaseline H640, $5.99 for half a metre. Now, what are you able to show us? I'm so sorry that we have...
No, that's fine. I'll try and get a little bit done. So I was going to do the head of the bunny and show you that it is easy to do. So you've got all your markings on your template, as you can see here. So just using a heat erasable pen, I'm going to just mark A and I'm going to mark D here. So it tells you everywhere that you need to mark in your book. And I'm going to just sew that round. Oh, is this on? Do you know, I thought I'd switched it on. I haven't. There we go. Now it's just sewing a curve. So if you're a quilter and you've sewn curves, it's just the same. Just follow. And I was saying to the ladies yesterday, a lot of people follow their needle when they're sewing. Don't follow your needle. Don't look at your needle. I always look at the side of my foot, of my sewing foot, and I follow that going round. Now I suggest round about a 5/8 of an inch, quarter of an inch to 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. But because it's not a dressmaking pattern, when you're making the dress later on with Tash, she'll say you've got to do a certain seam allowance because it's got to fit. It's all sort of measured out for that. With an animal, it's not. And you'll find that sometimes you'll need to trim up to make it fit because every time you put an interfacing on a fabric, it will act slightly differently. And when you put the interfacing on, make sure you press it on, don't iron it on because the interfacing will stretch and it'll stretch your fabric as well. Okay. So everybody cuts out slightly differently as well. Everybody's machine's slightly different. Everybody's seam allowance is slightly different. So if you did the exact same seam allowance that I did, the exact same material that I've used, it would match perfectly because, especially with memory bears, you're using lots of different fabrics. You'll need to make sure, sometimes you just have to tweak them. So you'll put maybe the two arm pieces together and the paw pad will be slightly bigger. So make sure that both of them are exactly the same, but just trim them round so that you get them exactly the same. And then you'll be fine. So with this, we're just going to sew round from the tip of the nose down to the neck. Right. So if all that made sense. So I'm just following the side bit of my foot. In fact, I'm looking at just the plastic bit on the inside to get my seam allowance. And as long as I use that on everything else, because what you don't want to do is do the seam allowance on the head at, say, a quarter of an inch and then do the body at half an inch because the head then won't fit into the body. So we've got that. Now you can just sort of finger press a lot of these out. Or if you've got a ham or a roll, you can use that and just sort of put it underneath to just press it out. Then you've got your template here for your forehead. I'm going to find the centre at the top and mark that piece and the centre at the bottom. So we're going to pin the nose. So we're going to open it out. So that's either side of the bunny. Then this is the forehead. So we're going to put the centre into here. Now I always use clips because it's a lot easier to pin, take them off, move them on the sewing machine than using pins. Yeah. So the clips are a lot easier.
I feel like you can just see them as well. When you're concentrating on your sewing, you're not going to be running the risk of sewing over or leaving pins in your project.
But because it's quite sort of small areas that you're sewing, if you're using pins, especially large pins, they'd be going in too big an area. Yeah. You want sort of small areas to sort of clip it round. So I always use clips. So we go through lots of clips when we're doing a course. few bits at the side, so I'll just mark these at the side here.
Oh, Bex. She said, I have a box of my old RAF uniform. I didn't know what to do with them, but these are great.
If you look on the website, you'll see one that I've made out of an RAF uniform. In fact, 2, I think, so it might give you some ideas.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, by the way, we have had your photos coming in. Hannah is just putting together a little bit of a slideshow so we can have a look at them.
Do you know, it's lovely. I have so many people message me with pictures of my bears that they've made, and we absolutely love to see them. And I've got very friendly with a lot of the ladies that send me pictures of their lovely bears. And there is a disclaimer here, they are very addictive. So once you start, you'll be cutting into all sorts to go, do you know what, I'm going to cut into that.
That's what I love, though, when you've got a bang for your buck with a pattern. You know, you buy a pattern, you want to be able to use it. We were talking about the trouser pattern, weren't we, Sandy? You buy it once, then...
And you can use it time and time again. And you can with this, you can... Because a lot of people sort of think of a memory bear as sort of quite sad or whatever, but it can be lots of memories. And as you said, often I think we've done things with shirts for schools. So if your child's leaving school, why not make it out of a white shirt, give them to the child to take to school, and then they can have it signed, which is lovely. And the same, I never thought of a wedding one. That's lovely to do at a wedding, and all your guests can sign it as well. So you've got some fabulous, look at those.
Look, yes! Oh, who's this that sent these?
Oh,
Andrea.
Yes, that's Andrea and Rianne, I think. They came to the course.
Oh, brilliant. My daughter
Saturday,
Maya made Scrappy Bears with Sandy in her workshop on Saturday. Oh, we had a fabulous time, and Sandy is just lovely in real life. And she's on TV. Here are some pictures of our bears that we added some finishing touches to when we got home.
Yes, they look fabulous.
They look great, don't they? You did those in an afternoon. They were brilliant.
And that's the first time they'd ever done anything like that as well.
Brilliant.
So everybody did such a... And you can see the same pattern, but they both look so different.
Yeah.
And it depends on the colours that you use, the eyes, where you put them. And those are brilliant. Thank you for sending those in, ladies. So I say to everybody, when you're sewing something like this, I've seen people try to sew it this way. If you can find a flat surface, put it on the flat bed of your sewing machine. So that goes with the feet as well. So when you're doing the feet, you sew the legs and then you add the paw pad on later. So put the paw pad down and move the leg to the side. And with this on, when you're doing the head, you want to put the forehead, which is the flattest part, down on your machine and then just follow it round. Because again, I had a few people, I did it and they're going, we're not going to be able to do that. And I was going, you really are. And they could all do it.
So it's 1/4 inch seam allowance,
Round about 1/4 inch.
But don't stress too much.
Don't stress too much. As long as you use the same seam allowance all the way round, you'll be fine.
Okay, whilst you're sewing round there, can I just show you a...
because I'm just going to be sewing round
a haberdashery bundle that we've put together. We've got this one, which is sort of a general animal one, depending on whether you're doing the bunny, the fox, the bear, or the kitty. These are going to be useful. You get here your buttons, whether you're putting the ears on or whether you're going to use them for your joints. You've got the lovely buttons, so you get 5 buttons included here. You've then got your DMC skeins in 3 different colours. You get the colours that are on screen here. You get some felt for noses, and these are all really nice big squares. So if you want to do felt eyes, or if you want to personalise, if you want to do the noses, you can. And then you do also get a pack of safety eyes. As we said, you know your audience, you know if you want to do embroidered eyes or not, but you do also get the safety eyes, which are advised for over 3s. Now, we've also got one, I believe, that we've called Fox. I think it's maybe because it's got the orange eyes.
Yes.
That's it.
But you could use
Could
it
be
for
for a
either
cat.
of them. Yeah, you could do it for either, absolutely.
Could be for the bunny. They're only little orange eyes. Oh, and they've got orange buttons.
Yeah.
Where are the orange buttons?
Well, they're not, but you could just sort of decorate them. So you could put them down the front, so you could put them down
Those
here, so
little
it looks like a
buttons
little
on
shirt.
Yeah.
You could put them on the paws across there. So they're just really a little decorative pack
Oh,
that they've
see, it's
added
those
in.
decorative touches, isn't it? Now, with this one, you get a pack of the orange eyes. Is that right? You don't get the black, or do you get the black as well? Let's have a look. So you get 4 of the buttons, these buttons, so these are going to be for your joints. You then get 3 different colours in your felt. You've got the orange buttons, the orange eyes, and I'm just checking to see whether you get those, but I don't think you... yeah, you do. You get the 10 and the 12 mil. 10 mil and 12 mil eyes for £8.84. That's great, isn't it? Save you going out to the shops trying to root through looking for these smaller little bits that you might not have in your stash if you're not a toy maker. Right, have you stitched all the way around?
Yeah,
then,
I've
Sandy?
stitched all the way around. So, and then you would trim, if you've got fur, just sort of nick into it, because you'll find trying to use pinking shears on the fur is quite hard. So I say to people, just sort of trim it round. You can then sort of fold it inside out. If you want to try and open those seams out, I do it from the inside and put a ham or a roll underneath it and then iron it out. So you can, or just sort of finger press it. If you're using sort of like a leather or something, or a fur that you can't really press, just give it a good finger press in there. Then you want to do it the right way around. Then you've got the centre of the top of the head, which we're going to put the back of the head centre onto it here. Now, if you're doing the ears like this bunny, you'll want to add your ears onto it now. And, and it gives you the markings onto where you want to put it.
Okay.
So if you're not, it might just, the back of the head might just need adjusting very, very slightly. But as I said, it will still work out fine. So I'd always clip it at the top and at the two sides as well.
Yeah, the main graphic is for the bunny, by the way, and if you get the digital option, obviously that will come through today. You'll still have time to make it. We've got next weekend, though, haven't we? Easter.
Yeah. Is it next weekend? Yeah.
Not this one coming. We're Monday today, aren't we? Are
you doing an Easter egg hunt?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I love Easter.
Do you? Yes. So you can see that just sort of clips all the way around. You want to just open the side bits.
We're doing an Easter bonnet competition here.
Yes, I saw. I hope you made your Easter bonnet.
Well, we do it here, apparently. You come in, so it's no cheating. We all do it. We all have the same amount of time. It's a competition. Not that I'm, competitive, but I did make a very good Easter bonnet a few years
again,
ago.
we've sort of sewn it all the way around, and then we would just sew that and then turn it the right way out. Do you want me to put one arm on so that I can show you how to put an arm on? So literally that's the head done. So it's just sewing around the top, the forehead on, and then just clipping the back, sewing it on, and then you left, and it looks a little bit like a frog before it's got its ears on, so I always think I've got a bit of a frog. But then once you've got the eyes on, then I would add the eyes before you add it onto the body, and then we always do the nose last. And just a tip, when you're stuffing, they all laugh at me in my courses, because they go to me, Sandy, have I put enough stuffing in? I was going, no, you're joking. They go, no, you can get some more in that. And start at the nose, because you need a nice firm nose so that you can sew the felt onto it. Or if you want to do an embroidered nose, you've got enough skein in there to do an embroidered nose if you want to. But I just tend to put the little felt ones on. You can choose whatever colour you want to make it.
So put enough stuffing in, and then when you think you've stuffed it enough, put
some more in it. But always start at the nose, because you can't... Yeah, you need a lot of stuffing in it. I take this massive bag with me, and I give them a bag, and Now that makes a bear. That just about does a bear. So if you want the other ones, you would need
this one. I've got this one.
Yeah, that would probably just about do it.
That's crazy, isn't it? When you get a bag like this, you're thinking there is no way I'm going to get all that stuffing into the bear. That's for the bear, but maybe for some of the larger ones, the fox or the bunny,
you might need a little bit more.
You might need to.
So literally stuff it, and then even when you're doing so here's one I prepared earlier. so there's its little head. So you see it looks a little bit like a frog without it. So I've put the eyes on, and you put the tail on the back. So put a nice big fluffy tail on them. And then when you sew them up, I was going to sort of show you, do a ladder stitch. But as you can see, they're really quite firm, but I could still get a little bit more stuffing in there. So I would sew up sort of halfway, and then I get my chopstick or something and stuff a little bit more stuffing in there till literally you can't get any more in there. I always say if you can get your finger into do it, you can get more stuffing in there. So they all laugh at me, said, no, they go, surely this is stuffing enough. I was going, do you think I can get any more? And they go, no, you can't. I go, no, I can't. And then I always put the arms on first. So I'll do very, very quickly. You want a dole needle, which I think we've got in. You've got to have a dole needle for doing these, because you won't get it through otherwise. And get a really long length of upholstery thread. So I tend to do it sort of like about the size of my arms, and double it over. And then you want a couple of buttons as well. So I've got some smaller buttons here.
We've got those long dole needles available. I've also got a bundle of furry fabrics. Yes. There's loads of other bundles, but this one has got furs and fleeces. So if you don't have this sort of thing in your stash,
that's lovely, yes.
It's a really good opportunity.
How cool is that?
They're really big fat quarters because they're wide. So you get all of those for $10.99. it is worth getting a bundle like that. I know that not everyone has this sort of fabric in their stash, and we never tend to bundle them all together like this, do we? So to get them as fat quarters,
and you can make lots of theirs out of that. And stuff. You'd make loads. So you've got a nice long thread. Always double it. Now, decide which way you want the paws. If they're furry, I tend to put them on the outside because I think they look really nice. But if they're just plain, I'll put them on the inside, so you can decide which way you want to do.
Okay.
So take the left-hand side one and start from the inside and put your needle through. So you've got a big knot on it, take it through, and then you want to put a button on it. So you've got a button. You can use any buttons. You can use a 2-hole button or a 4-hole button, but you can't use a button with a shank on it because you can't pull it through to sort of make it strong enough.
Right.
So it has to have the holes in it, not a shank on the back of it. Then we're just going to put the needle through again, just to hold the button in place. Then there is template, there's sort of marks on your template for where to put them. So I tend to go just a little bit below the neck head there, so there. So you can see where the needle should go through. So you want to push it through and it'll go...
Those needles.
Yeah,
Brilliant, aren't they?
Right through to the other side. You've got to really have a doll needle to get these. They're just too big to try and get an ordinary needle through.
They are available underneath us on the website.
And then just, so you pull that. Then you get to the other arm. So you want to go through from the back, through to the front. Pull all your threads through. Whoops. And then put your button onto it. So you've got your button on this side as well. And just pull it, not too tight this time, just so you can see where it's going back through. So you want to take it back through and take it through this side.
Through the button again or
back,
not?
Yeah, back through the button again. Oops.
Oh, this is why you need those long needles.
So you've got to have the long needles.
And did you say you're using your DMC skeins?
No, you can do. I tend to use upholstery thread.
Yeah.
So you can get it on the long river. It's there we go. And then pull it. So you want to pull it tight now. So this is why you need to have it stuffed really well, because if that wasn't stuffed and you pulled it tight to get a good sort of join on it, your bear just collapses inside. Then you take it back through. Now I tend to take it back through 3 or 4 times, but then once I've done it 3 or 4 times, I will then take it just underneath the button. So pretend you've taken it backwards and forwards about 3 times, then you bring it out underneath the button, wrap it round the button, do a loop and make a knot in it, and then I'll do again, make another knot. Then go back up through the button. This is why I say they really won't get them off after this. And then you want to go back through it. I'm glad I did that. Can you see I've got a loop on this side?
Yeah.
Lots of times you'll get a loop. I'll just very quickly tell you how to get rid of that. So again, take it through, put a knot on it. I would have taken it through a lot more times because I'd normally finish all this thread off. So then to finish it off, I would go back up through the button on the last knot, back through the buttonhole, but then take it down through the arm.
Oh, okay. Not into the body, no?
No, in through the arm.
Through the arm, and it just buries itself in
and
there.
it buries itself in there, and then pull it tight and cut it. Now, if you do get a loop, and lots of times when you're doing it, for some reason, you'll get a little loop there. So if you just get a little bit of the thread, and you thread it through the loop, and then thread that through your needle. I was going to tell you what to do if you do get a loop, and then I got one. So you've threaded it through. So if you can see, you've got your loop, and then you've got a loop of thread, and then you'll thread those 2 ones through here, if I can on telly. There's one. Oops. There's the other one through.
On the telly?
Yeah, on the telly, sucking my thread. There we go. So you've got those. No, I've still got one. Sorry, I won't be a second.
Oh, no, don't be daft. Whilst you're just
There we
threading
go.
that.
Yep,
You're
done
in,
that.
you're
Yep,
in, you're
done
in.
that. Then you want to go, I might have to rethread it again, but take it through. Then you want to go through there. I'll have to rethread it and pull it through, and it'll pull the loop through.
Right,
So I
that's
just
a
need-
really
yeah.
handy tip.
And
I wouldn't
so-
know how to do that.
yeah.
I'd be thinking, oh gosh,
You'll
I
have
don't
I
want
know this is it, and then you've got a loop there. If I can... Oh. Why can you never thread it quickly when you're on telly? There you go. Do you want to carry on, and I'll just thread this and then do
This
it
is
for
the,
you?
the one that's on the elf. I was going to say the elf on the shelf, the fox on the shelf.
The elf on the shelf.
You know the fox that's sitting on the back shelf that Sandy's made up? She's done it in this colourway. This is so popular. I love this. You're getting this fabulous sort of woven fabric. You're getting your solid greys, you get your quilting fabrics, and you're getting some fur in there as well. So you've got a really lovely mixture of fat quarters. And for less than £17, you can try out working with different styles of fabrics. And with these bundles, you can make a couple of foxes. You'll be able to make 2 foxes. If you're happy with changing the orientations of fabrics, then Sandy was saying you might even squeeze 3, or you might need to add a little bit more from your stash. But there's so much fabric in here to get going. There's your fox bundle for £16.70. There is more than enough, ample amounts if you're making more than one.
Can I just show you pulling it through? There you go. So you've got your loop, you've got your thread. I've taken the needle through the arm, and if you pull that, then you pull the 2 pieces of thread through, pull that out, and your little loop's gone out.
Very good. Love that. Yeah, if you have a loop, which happens.
Yeah. And then you do exactly the same with the feet, and then with the ears, you make them up and sort of pleat them. And this is what I was going to do with the fur on the outside, and you'll do it in exactly the same way. You'll put a small button on here, and then take it through to the one on the other side, and do it on the other side. And it shows you how to pleat them and everything on the free download.
Brilliant.
Then you've got your little rabbit there.
Well done, everybody who managed to get it. Remember, if you're buying the physical instructions that you see here, you'll get this sewn into the head ear pattern, but then you'll also get the link to be able to download for free the new additional ear option as well. There are so many bundles that I know that we've not had a chance to go through. Can I just show you literally one more? Because this is really, really gorgeous, and it is brand new. These are all fat quarters as well. So you get a lot for your money. You really do. Now, this one comes with the fat quarter of fur, which is a big fat quarter, obviously. You get loads. It's taken from wider fabric, so you have loads of fabric. And then, how stunning. I've never even seen these. This would be a really lovely, very grown-up fox or bunny or, well, kitty, whatever it is that you want to make it into.
Yes, not just for children, they're definitely for adults as well, yeah.
They go under £20, £19.99. Thank you, Hannah, for discounting that as well. Dropped it under £20. These bundles are absolutely flying out on pre-order. Thank you for finding them and not waiting for us. But there's this pastel-y one that I just want to also show you. For Easter bunnies, get this one. For Easter kitties, I love it. You've got this really lovely woven fabric. You've got your printed cottons, and really
Isn't that gorgeous?
So plush. Oh,
and if you haven't tried working with fur before, do try it, and try it on these small bits, and you'll find it's easy to do.
Brilliant. Oh yeah, don't be put off by it, especially with your handy guide. Don't forget to add £4 for your handy guide, which is again underneath us on the web, but we love those. Love those. Third of that stock of the pastel have gone. Third of the stock of the pastel have gone. Is this the one with Tilda? The grey with Tilda? Oh, is it a different one? Okay, we could do the Tilda one. This comes with the cream, the fleece. It's got the cream fur, the grey fleece, and it's got, how many fat quarters? That price is amazing, Hannah. 4 fat quarters, your fur, and a fleece for £17.99.
That's this bunny. There you go, that's
oh, it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, and I'd hardly used any of that. I could have made another, I'd say 2 out of that.
I would come in and get that. I would come in and get that.
As long as you don't mind where you put it. So like I did the body with this one. You probably wouldn't be able to do another body out of the same material, but you've got enough for then maybe make a fur body.
Yeah.
You know, the fleece, there's lots of. I only used it on the paw pads, so I've got lots left there. So it really is amazing. And the fur I only used on just side the ears. So again, you've got lots of that left. So you really do have plenty in there to make a good few animals with.
Really, really good one. The bunny pattern physical one is there on the side of your screen. Yeah, add the last of those to your order. That's a really good one. $17.99, is that right? That is crazy low, isn't it? I love those as well. Those tilde ones that you're getting are beautiful. I definitely make the most of that. And very, very quickly, sorry, I just want to show these greys. Tash is waiting for us in the wings. We've got so much to talk about with Tash. We've got all of these bundles, though, that are absolutely flying out. You're going to have to find the rest of them underneath us on the web during the break, but that's another gorgeous one. £18.22. You're getting 2 of your furs and all 4 fat quarters in those lovely greys.
That's this bunny, yeah.
Oh, that's the one that you're making up at the minute?
Making up at the moment, yes.
Love it.
And I think I cut 2 bodies out of the fur with that one, because I did the one that I'm demoing, and I've done this one as well. So there's enough.
Look, it's wide, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
It's wide. You get a lot of it. Also, if you love those fluffy tails, stay tuned for Sandy's next show. Because, Bruce, can we just quickly show the bags that are coming up at 11 o'clock? We've got brand new backpacks from Sandy. You could do it without the ears of the tail if you want, and it'll be a lovely backpack, but why not? I love these. They're absolutely adorable, and they're coming up at 11 o'clock. They're brand new in today. They're already selling on pre-order, and that's where you're going to be able to get those lovely pom-pom tails as well for all your toys.
For all your toys, yes.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you ever so much.
See you later. Bye, Sarah.
Oh, my gosh. That was amazing. Right, I know there's a lot to digest there, so please have a look during the break at the bundles, at the haberdashery bits, at the patterns, at the bundles, and see what is available. But do not go anywhere, because Tash is back with us, and we have got a brand new dress. I love this pattern. I think this is perfect for this time of year. It's a brand new company that we've only started working with, I think, this weekend, just gone. Saturday was the first time that we saw this Australian brand, and they were amazing. So really excited to see Tash. Love the dress. Look at that.
Isn't it beautiful? It's fabulous.
Really nice. Yeah. All coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes. See you after this.
Can you believe it's been 3 years since Crafters Companion was first on Sewing Street? Well, we can't let the anniversary go by without me doing a mega takeover to celebrate. So join me on Wednesday the 9th of April from 9 a.m. till 12 p.m. for a full 3 hours of deals and discounts and an exclusive look at a brand new launch. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern, it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that. Nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hello, welcome back. Tash, it's so good to meet you.
Yeah, lovely to meet you too.
Really excited to have you back today.
Me too, excited to be here.
Looking forward to your pattern as well. We've got the sweatshirt as well. I haven't mentioned the sweatshirt, which is just on the side of your screen. You can just about see it. But the trousers, I have to mention, coming up at 12 o'clock today, back in stock. And both size options are very close to selling out. So please do grab them whilst you can. We have a download. We have a digital download, which has got all sizes on. So yes, that is an option. I've got a feeling that when we get to the show, that might be the only option that I'm going to have, and that's probably going to be the only option that you're going to have as well if you leave it until then. So please stay tuned, because we're going to do a demo as well on both the trousers and the sweatshirt. Natasha, the first time that you were in, this was another sellout as well.
Yeah, all sold out on the same day.
How amazing! Super popular. When was that? When were you?
I think it was about a month ago. I actually can't remember the date, but about a month ago.
Yeah, oh yes, it was on National Butterfly Day, wasn't it? If you remember that very important day. Hannah just keeps telling me, I've told you, it was National Butterfly Day. Right, today we're not talking about one of your patterns to start with. This is an Australian company, isn't it?
Yes.
Which I think we've only literally just seen premiere here at the weekend. But I love it. Straight away, I'm going to bring the dress in because
it's beautiful.
When we're talking about the weather that we've had this week, this is beautiful, isn't it? I love the asymmetric neckline. What sort of features are we, or what sort of techniques are we using?
So the main technique is this. This is all done with a facing, this asymmetric neckline, and also they do have an option where you can pull this over and attach it with a button.
Oh, that's nice as well.
Yeah, and I really like that look. I think you give something completely different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the main feature of this dress. We've got a lovely waist seam along here, and then you can't see it on the camera, but the hem does dip either side and kind of curve round. Obviously, we've got sleeves, but it can also be made sleeveless, this one. And then it's got a lovely bias binding at the back neck, just to finish off the back neckline here.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely bias binding. And then a nice seam with top stitching down the back. It's a very, very simple make, but very effective.
We were actually talking in the break with Sandy because she was saying, I'd want pockets. And you said, this would be really, really easy to then add pockets if you wanted to, and the side seams as well. She keeps
because we've got the waist seam here, which is a little bit lower than a waist, like it dips just slightly. So you can literally just put side seam pockets just below that.
Yeah.
It'd be very, very easy.
Could I do some colour blocking as well? Because this would be a really lovely pattern to play around with the different fabrics that you're using, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It looks amazing in the floral, but seeing it then on the models on the front of the pattern, seeing it just in a plain linen.
Yeah.
It just looks effortlessly expensive. It looks lovely, doesn't it?
And you could, because we've got the seam here, you could actually split and have part of it patterned, part of it coloured.
Yeah.
You could have different colour sleeves if you wanted to. You could do whatever you want.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love that there's an option for sleeves as well. I really do, because I like the length of the sleeve. It comes just past your elbow. Now, the way that these are presented as well are beautiful. It all comes sent out to you with all of the sizes included in the one pattern, from sizes XXS to extra large. Now, because it's an Australian brand, would you always recommend measuring yourself anyway, regardless of what
Always measure yourself, Always measure yourself and go by body measurements. However, Australian sizing is very similar to the UK sizing.
Okay.
Yeah, so always measure anyway, though, because you never know with different brands. If you've not used the brand before, their sizing could be different to what you're used to.
Size chart is on screen at the moment, but as I said, it's all within one pattern anyway. These have already been selling on pre-order. I know a lot of they've got a very, very big following, and obviously quite difficult to get here in the UK. If you've spotted them on Instagram or on social media, let me show you the option here. There is a blog post to then be able to pull the asymmetric part across and put a button. That gives me more evening wear.
Yeah,
vibes.
Especially with this black fabric, they've done it in here. If you go sleeveless with the button, that's more evening wear. And I think the sleeves are really nice for day wear.
Yeah. I mean, seeing it in the big floral print, you could get away with, this would be a beautiful dress for an occasion, like a wedding, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wedding guests would be lovely.
Love it. Very flattering as well, the shape. Now, you've got full step-by-step instructions with photographs as well. And then you also have, obviously, your pattern pieces, which are on really nice paper that you're going to be able to use time and time again. And I actually think this is a pattern that you will make time and time again, a dress that you'll make in different fabrics. And you say the hemline, it's actually got this really lovely shape.
Yeah, it's curved and dips either side. And do you know what? I think the top does as well. And I do think you could just cut it off at the waist if you wanted it as a top. Because if you see how it comes down on this model, it comes down low enough. You might want to extend it slightly.
Yeah.
But you could cut it off at any point and have it as a tunic, have it at the waist, you could have the sleeves, you could even cut shorter if you wanted t-shirt sleeves. They're all quite straight pieces, so very, very easy to adjust.
And for somebody who is a newer sewer as well, you say there's nothing that's overly complicated.
No.
The facing we're going to cover today as well, aren't we? So
Yes.
anything that is anything more sort of involved, then we'll go over with Tash. But please do, message in any questions that you have, get them in while we're here. £20.99, and there are so many of you who've got this in your basket. I always love a pattern that you get a lot of bang for your buck when you think, actually, there's options. There's sleeve options. There's colour options. There's the that you can just take the skirt off if you want and make it into a tunic top. Brilliant idea. I love that. And this sort of dress, you would be paying a lot for a dress that looks like that in a sort of, it's very boutique. I'm thinking Toast or what other brands are there that I can think of? But, you know, it does look very boutique-y, especially with the detail on the hemline, the asymmetric finish on the neckline. Looks very elevated, doesn't it? It's the attention to detail.
Yeah.
But it is a very simple, wearable, flattering design.
Yeah, and it's not many pieces either. I mean, you can see that the front here is just cut and fold. So you've just got one front, you've got your two back, your sleeves, and your skirt.
Is there any fastenings? Is there any zips?
Straight over the head. Straight over the head.
Fantastic. Any darts?
No.
No darts. See, this is brilliant. As a brand new dressmaker, to be able to wear something like this as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be 20 degrees next week, isn't it?
It is,
You can have this ready to rock, ready to wear.
Especially in the linen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
lovely.
linen. I love the linens. And we have got the bundle that Tash has made it out of already selling on pre-order. Come on in for the pattern, but I'll move on to the bundle so then we get as much demo in as possible. So the bundles are all in 3 meters, which is enough to be able to do the largest size with the longest sleeve. So the biggest option, you've got enough fabric in here to be able to do the longest option. Is this, is the composition, is it 100% linen or is it a cotton? So 70% linen. Yeah. I like that it's got the 30% cotton because it looks like it's not going to crease as much.
It doesn't crease as much, no. I mean, I ironed it this morning, but it's been in my bag on the way here and it didn't have that much in it. It was very quickly to just iron out.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to take on your holidays with you, but oh my word, how amazing is that print? That is so striking. And it does give me more of sort of wedding guest vibes when you're looking at it in this big floral print. If you do want to try it out, we have got lots of plain options. We've got the denim options as well. But if you love this vibrancy, yeah, go for it. That's really limited though, as it is the one that Tash has made it already out of. 3 whole meters, enough to make the largest size. $29.99 is a good price for 3 meters, isn't it?
Yeah, especially linen cotton.
Yeah.
That's a really nice composition to sew with as well.
Yes.
Really nice.
Do you know, I've got so many summer weddings this year, so many. That's why I'm thinking always about outfits, and it can be so stressful trying to find, you know, a dress that looks right, that you feel comfortable in all day, especially if you don't quite know what the weather's going to be like as well. So this is, matching your jewellery, matching a handbag, matching a nice pair of shoes. Fabulous, sorted. We also have a couple of the other linen cotton mixes, which are similar. This one. This has got another large scale print, which is lovely. Is it nice to sew with?
Really nice. It's really easy to sew with. It feels, because it's linen and cotton, it feels quite structured to work with almost. It doesn't sit like a structured fabric. But when you're sewing it, they stay together. They don't slip all over the place or anything like that. It's really nice.
It's got like a rich sort of plum colour in here as well, which you could pick out. The other one's got more of the lighter blues. This one's got the more sort of rich, deep greens you could go with as well. $29.99 for 3 meters. And that's what you want. If you've only really worked with as a dressmaker, you know, your quilting weight cottons or something, and you're now wanting that next step where you're getting lovely drape, but still you want it to behave under the sewing machine.
It feels very similar to like a quilting cotton when you're using it. It's not slipping about. It's easy to pin. You don't end up with holes when you pin in. It's very easy to cut. It doesn't slide all over the table. Yeah, it's really easy.
Brilliant. $29.99, and that's for 3 whole meters, which is enough, I remind you, for the largest size. But this is why we don't bundle it with the patterns. If you've got other patterns in mind, these are gorgeous linen cotton mix. That's a fabulous price, yeah. Now, this one is more of your pastel shades. I love this one as well.
Yeah, that purple's coming in for spring summer next year, I think, as well. I think it's the new, like that lavendery tone is it's the new Pantone colour, I think, next year.
That is gorgeous. There you go, Bruce. You weren't on trend. He says, I ordered a white T-shirt and it came and it was lilac. And he says, I don't know whether I could pull it off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can?
It will all be on trend next year.
There you go. Keep it. Keep it. Don't send it back. $29.99. He was questioning Hannah and I on our knowledge on in-post lockers because he's not done one before. He was like, I don't understand how they don't have a label and address. And I'm like, yeah, just scan it.
Just scan it.
Just go off.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
So easy.
Technology. This is your lovely purple lilac lavender flares for $29.99. Again, fab price. Cotton linen mix, 3 whole meters, enough for the largest size for the longest sleeve if you want. Easy to add pockets into those side seams as well.
Yeah.
Or a patch pocket if you want, but even your inseam pockets you'd be able to do, yeah, really easily. And it is just all of the lovely, well, you're going to talk understitching, aren't you, in the show?
Yeah.
But it is those details that I think really elevate this pattern.
Yeah, it makes it really like crisp. The edges are really crisp, really neat and tidy. And also, I really like the deep hems on the cuffs as well. So that's also really nice because it means that you can add a little bit of length if you need to, if it's not quite right. But a deep hem, I just think makes it look a lot more expensive. You've got the same on the bottom as well. Yeah, really
Gorgeous.
Really nice.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. We're loving these. Right. I also have the plain linens. Now, this is the mint, which is probably most like the picture on the front there. This is really nice.
That's what I'm demoing in.
Oh, you?
Yeah, it feels the same to work with as well.
Okay, now, because this isn't a linen.
No.
This is a, is it called a ramin?
Something like that? Rami, something like that. It's like a linen look, isn't it? It has the same feel and everything.
Yes. It's 70% that, ramin.
Ramin.
Yeah. And 30%
Someone will have to correct us on that. That's not right, is it?
30% cotton. 3 meters. I'm just thinking of ramen, the soup. Ramen. It's an equivalent to linen. It acts in a similar way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's still got this kind of like the checkerboardy almost look of linen throughout it, so where the fibres weave together. But yeah, it doesn't crease as bad.
Okay.
And it works very similarly, but it's not as expensive as linen either.
Yeah, $39.99, 3 whole meters. Brilliant price. And I love the colour. It's like, do you know when we've got our solid cottons range, that misty blue that always goes out of stock? It's that colour. It is lovely. It's called mint, but it's got a slight sort of greeny. It's lovely, really lovely, sagey sort of tone. $39.99. That has been very, very popular on pre-order. Got a couple more of these bundles. In fact, actually, have I only got one, or have I got the charcoal as well? Pewter. There's pewter and there is gold. Do you know, the gold, that's a really nice choice, actually. See, this is the fun thing about dressmaking, isn't it? Is choosing what fabrics to go with.
The fabrics make all the difference, I think, don't they?
And they can change the look completely.
Exactly. Yeah, something quite plain, you can really dress it up with the fabrics. You can go really bold on the print like this, keep it really simple, and that's 2 completely different looks.
Yes. Oh, I love it. And it will look, I know so many people who have a pattern, like your trousers, who will say to me, or I'll say to them, oh, I love that. They say it's the same pattern, it's just different fabric. And it looks, again,
exactly,
so in your wardrobe.
Yeah.
Another positive of this fabric, which is the ramin, which we can't say, ramin, acts like linen, but it doesn't leave very much water to grow. So it's actually a very eco-friendly option.
Yeah, more sustainable.
Yeah.
That's nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah, $39.99. Hannah's just found that out. Thank you, Hannah. She said, but it's still got those breathable qualities of linen, which we love. It's cooling. It's also got that look, which, like we saw on the front of the pattern there, looks gorgeous in a dress like this. Less water and less pesticides used to grow it.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
$39.99. Fun fact. It's from the nettle family. There you go. Now we also, it won't sting though. Oh dear. And I was like, sorry, I just had to just make sure everybody would understand that it's, as soon as you say nettles, people are like, oh no, it might be a bit, stingy. $39.99, this is with the pewter. Now, it says on this one 100% linen. Let's check the composition on this one. Is this the same? Yeah, it's still the same. Yeah.
It's the same, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, ignore the graphics. This is the Ramin, same one. It does feel slightly different to your normal linen, but it does have that look, that linen look. £39.99, 3 metres.
I think this one's a bit smarter, isn't it?
It is.
You can make quite a smart dress out of that
Yeah,
one.
workwear.
Especially if you did maybe the button,
Yeah.
you could have a really smart look.
If you have to dress, you know, quite corporate for work, maybe.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a
it'd be
smart dress for work, but still having a nice cool one for the summer. That's great.
Yeah, just
Love
a nice
it.
alternative, isn't it?
And that's in. It's not black. It's pewter, so it's got a really lovely. Yeah, it does look very expensive again. It's going to look great in the dress. $39.99. Okay. Now, just so you know, the pattern is very limited on stock now. If you have got it in your basket, there's over 40 of you who have got it in your basket and are yet to check out. I'm aware that you're probably waiting to see the demo. So what we'll do is we'll jump into the demo. We have got denims underneath us on the website. We'll try and run through those before the end of the hour. But if you want the pattern, there are a few key features that I know you want to show.
Yeah.
The facing section. So is this all, how is it done then?
So you've got a whole facing piece that joins
Okay.
here, and it
Yeah.
joins all the way down and
Yeah.
all the way up and across. So it's a bit of a weird looking shape
Yeah.
in the pattern, but
Right.
it makes sense when you put it together and you see that you've got this flap. So that's the shape, basically. The facing is that sort of shape. And then you basically sew it on and neaten your seams on your shoulder seams with the same piece.
Yeah.
And then you understitch like you would do normally with a facing, which obviously we'll talk about, but you actually understitch this side underneath, and then you do this one backwards. So you understitch this side when you do this side, so that it folds back and you don't have any visible stitching. So it's quite smart. It's quite a nice way of doing things, and it shows that there's some thought put into that.
Yeah.
The only thing that you have to remember to do is cut into your point here, so you get a nice turned out point. But yeah, it's relatively simple. It's a nice piece.
Fab.
Yeah.
Should we get sewing? Should we get sewing?
get sewing,
Right,
yeah.
so you're working with the mint version, just down in the basement. Just heading down to the basement. Remember, your pattern, £20.99. All of the sizes are included within there. There's over 40 of you who've got it in your basket. Oh, is that the section that we're going to start with then, Tash?
Yeah, we might as well start with that. Why not? So my pattern's a bit crumpled because obviously I've had it in my bag, so don't mind that. You can actually iron patterns on a low heat if you do get crumpled like this, but I didn't think about it before. So this is your facing piece, and you can see that this is where you've got your fold back. So this, this piece will fold back like this. And then your main bodice piece is exactly the same. So it's backwards, because obviously you'll put right sides together. So it's the same piece, but backwards. And they will sit one on top of each other.
Right.
Like this. Now, I've already interfaced this, and you've got the interfacing, I think, haven't you, available?
Yeah. This is a really nice interfacing, actually, isn't it?
It sticks on really well, because I've used some in the past that don't stick on, and they peel off. This one's really nice. It's stuck on really well, and I think it says on the side of it, 8 seconds at the heat that you've got to do, so you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's just your lightweight Vaseline interfacing.
Yeah, and you can block interface a whole piece of fabric and then cut out your pattern to save you trying to match it up and everything. So that's what I did on this one.
Now, you finish off your edges on an overlocker. If you don't have an overlocker,
you can zigzag stitch.
Zigzag
you
it,
can
okay.
zigzag stitch, and some machines do have is it called overcast? Yeah, overcast stitch, and you can do that. It's just neatening the edge however you want. There's no seam allowance there, so you can go wild, do whatever you want to do. You just take this piece off so you can see. And then here we have the main pattern piece.
Do you know when you're working with fabrics like this that are woven and you can't see a right or a wrong way?
Yes.
Do you label it in any way, or do you just keep your pattern pieces pinned to?
So I'll either keep my pattern piece pinned to it just with 1 or 2 pins just to hold it in place, or I'll put a pin in the right side.
Okay.
So if I come back to it at a later date, I know.
Yeah.
Because with this one, it can get a little bit confusing because your right side is the opposite to your facing because you put them right sides together. So if you do forget and one of them you've got interfacing on, at least you can remember that they go right sides together like this.
Yeah.
So with your facing, obviously interface it first, cut it out, get it all ready, and neaten your edges, and then that's ready to go. The next stage is to lay them one on top of each other and just match them up as neat as possible along this edge here. So you can see there. And then I'll pin it in place as I'm showing you. But what you'll do is you'll pin it all in place the whole way along. So I'll just put a couple in so it stays in place. Now you don't want to sew all the way around the edge. You're not sewing your shoulder seam here or here. You'll start at the top and you'll go all the way down, up here and then back along. And that's going to turn through and neaten the entire piece.
Right, okay.
The main thing that you need to remember here is you'll sew with your normal, I think on this pattern, it's 1/2 inch.
Okay.
The seam allowance is 1/2 inch, which is just over a centimetre.
yeah.
So normally, obviously, you can, most machines have it. These ones do. We've got a 1/2 inch there, so you can follow it. If not, it's just over a centimetre. So you'll sew all the way down, but as you get to the end point here, you'll go your 1/2 inch towards the end. So if you want to, I tend to just put a pin.
Where to stop. Okay.
Just at the 1/2 inch point. And you want to taper it in just a little bit here so that you're finishing at this point, you're not kind of going 1/2 inch all the way down and getting to here and going, oh, now I need to do a straight line.
Right.
So you'll do 1/2 inch and taper it down to nothing at the centre, taper it out as you go up, 1/2 inch all the way up.
Okay.
Then you'll stop, you'll back stitch and everything, and you'll sew along this edge here.
Right.
And then that's it done. So
Have you ever seen a neckline like this before?
No, do you know what? You don't see much asymmetric.
No.
It must say much asymmetry in most patterns, to be fair. And I think sometimes it throws people because I thought this would be the same. I thought it was actually 2 folded pieces until I saw the pattern and I was like, oh, okay, it's actually just one. I thought the whole thing folded back.
Yeah.
But no, you don't see much and it's a really unique feature.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's just different, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's something completely different to what you're used to. So I'll pop this in and I'll sew along there.
If you're unsure, could you draw that line of where you want to sort of taper that into?
Yeah, you could. You
Or,
could use some
like you say, do
chalk
a
or
dot of
whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Where to aim to finish.
Yeah. So I've put my pin in because obviously I just find that to be easier. I can just taper it in as I go. So it's I have to double check it's 1/2 inch. The most of the seam allowances in this pattern are either 1/2 or 1/4, but I'll sew it at 1/2 inch here.
All of your sizes are within here, but it's got plenty of ease, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it's not
it
a
has.
really fitted dress. It's not
No.
one that you need to worry about, you know, lots of darts, a lot of fitting to it. There's no fastenings, there's no zips, no buttons. It just is literally over the head, which is great. If you're going on holiday or if you're, even this heat, I mean, if you're in the garden, if you're going out and about and you want that comfort, this is a great dress. A city break, or are you going on the John Scott cruise? That's soon now, isn't it? Is that in May? I feel like it's really soon. It's come around quick, hasn't it?
This whole year's flying by.
It is. They also, this company, yeah, it's like, I've not achieved any of my goals yet that I've set out for 2020. She says, I haven't even fixed the dishwasher, which was first on the list for January. She's like, I've shut the door. The size guide is on, she says, I now wash up. Got very good at washing up. We've got the size guide on the back, which is all in XX small, extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. But all your measurements are there, so you don't need to, you don't need to worry about, you know, choosing a pattern that you're going to fit in. All of these sizes are going to fit you. And you recommended earlier on actually using a highlighter, drawing around your size, which is a good tip anyway. Sometimes lines between patterns can
they
be
intersect
difficult.
and they're hard to see sometimes. And this pattern does have, so they do intersect and they are all the same line along here. So that's
so
the
there's
only
not
thing.
like a dotted line or a zigzag line?
No, so they do have, I think you can see just on this one here, I don't know if you'll be able to open it up and see, but they do have the sizes written on at points. So you can see here, for example, you've got your sizes written on all along here, and then you just need to follow the correct line, and then they'll say it again at other points. So you can follow with your highlighter just along, say, medium. We'd go down here, follow all the way along until you get to this point, and you can see your medium is that line. So you'll draw down here, and it's just a lot easier to cut out that way because I think some of these facings where they cross over, if you highlight them, at least you always cut in the right line.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, or if you don't, you can always trace it off as well if you might want to make multiple sizes.
So do you cut out your patterns?
Well, yeah, I do, and I shouldn't. I always do, and then I look back and go,
I want to make it again in a
wish I
different
didn't
size.
cut
Or,
that. Yeah. Or if I change, like if
Yeah.
I lose any weight or anything like that, and I go, I've already cut it now.
Yeah.
So, and the problem is I can never remember what size I am either.
Yeah.
So if I've made any adjustments to a pattern, I'll look at it and go, well, I don't know what I've done now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so here we are with the seam started at 1/2 inch up here, went all the way down to a point here, and I just kind of tapered it as I went down the whole way. I just made it smaller and smaller, and then went up to 1/2 inch. Now this point here, if you tried to turn this through now, it just wouldn't go through. It would get all lumpy like this because you've got a lot of excess fabric at the point. So what you need to do here is trim or just cut a line right down to the point without stitching through the point. Now, if you want to reinforce that, you can do a couple of stitches over the point again, just to reinforce it. But then as you turn that through, that's going to have a lot more. I need to go a little bit more on that. But can you see, if the closer you go, the less of this bulge you're going to have. So you want to go nice and neat and really close to the edge.
Tash, do you do teaching? Do you teach
John asked me that last time as well.
So clear. It's so clear.
John has said the same thing. I do one-on-one lessons sometimes, but I'm actually stopping them now. I'm just too busy. But yeah, no, I mean, I just enjoy it, I think.
How did you get into dressmaking?
I did a fashion degree.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I started designing clothes when I was really little. I used to just draw them. Me and my friends used to have competitions at school drawing who could do the best outfit. And then, I later on in life went and did a fashion degree and came back to it like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, doing it ever since. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually just trimming around the edge so that you've got a little bit more give at the point, and that will help it turn through nicely. So you can do your line, and if it's not quite enough, because if you were using quite a slinky fabric, doing that one snip will be enough.
Yeah.
If you're using something like linen, you want a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
So just cut away that, like so, and you don't need to be neat with that because we're going to understitch it anyway. So the next step would be to sew along this line here, because this actually forms this point here of your dress.
Yeah.
So it's not your shoulder seam, even though you might think it is.
Yeah.
So you need to sew all this point in as well at 1/2 inch, and then we can turn it through and do the understitching.
Brilliant.
So I'll quickly sew that in.
Bundle that Tash is using, this mint, that's the 3 metre bundle that Tash is using. It's $39.99, and it's lovely, isn't it? It's really,
So
really
nice.
lovely. It's not, would you wear a slip or something underneath it? I was just wondering if it's got...
It's not too bad. If you were wearing like black underwear or something underneath it, you're going to see
Think about your underwear.
Yeah, think about your underwear choices. But otherwise, it's not too bad. If you want to make sure, though, pop a slip underneath. These patterned ones you definitely don't need because the pattern covers everything anyway.
Yeah, this one that's behind Tash here is this one. $29.99. These are linen cotton mixes, which are fabulously priced at $29.99. Ridiculous, in fact. The other colourway as well, really popular, whether you're going for the lavender or the one with the more sort of plum tones to them as well. The plum tone's very popular. Fab, sorry. So you just stitched along this section here.
Literally just along that long line there. And I actually can't remember if the pattern tells me to or not, but I always trim it back because it's quite a chunky seam allowance because it gives you a bit more to work with. So I trim it back to about halfway. And then I'll trim the corner at least. It definitely tells you to do that because I remember not doing it and trying to get through and having a lumpy corner. So trim your corner, making sure not to cut through the point, and that will give you enough to turn through. You don't have to trim this. It's just whether you want to. And that's your facing attached, basically. So the next stage is to pull the whole thing through. So you'll pull it all the way through, turn out your corner, and you'll press it out. I'll use the little snips to push it through in a second. And you'll obviously press this in place as well in a second. So I'll turn the iron on and do that. And there is your facing. So obviously it looks a little bit lumpy because it needs a press and it needs understitching. But as soon as that's done, that's basically the facing done. And then this piece will obviously fold back. And yeah, so we need to attach it obviously to the back, which is why you've got longer pieces at the minute. So we'll get around to that.
Oh, I've got in a right tangle. I thought, oh, I'll come and help you, be the pressing assistant. And I'm all tangled. And I went to plug it into a socket that says do not use. So I was like, no, I'm not also going to blow the electricity.
Well, I'll talk through the understitching while we're waiting for that to heat up anyway. So with the understitching, what understitching normally is I remember it as sewing your seam allowance onto your facing or onto your lining. It's not meant to be seen. It's not top stitching, so you don't stitch through all the layers.
Which has a time and a place. There's certain designs that I think look great with top stitching.
I mean, you've got top stitching on your pocket
with
here.
denim, I always think I love it.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at a dress that is more...
Very clean.
Yes.
A very clean look. You don't want stitching
a good way of keeping the lining or the facing where it's supposed to be.
That's exactly what the purpose is. So understitching, I always say never skip it. That's one of the things that I always say never to skip, because it just gives a really professional finish. You'll find it looks really professional, it looks really well made. And basically, what you would do from the inside is you're sewing this seam allowance down onto your facing, but you're doing it like this in the machine. So you're pulling it away from each other and you're sewing along this edge here. So on this pattern, you'll sew along that edge, and that's what you would normally do. You'll kind of stop about here because you won't be able to get right up into the corner. So you'll stop about here, and you'll start a little bit further down. And there is a reason you start further down with this one. It's for when you attach the back to it. So that would be this side, because that side stays flat against the body. This side, because it folds back and it's intended to be worn like that, you don't want the understitching on the facing side. You want it on the right side of the fabric, which is not something you normally see. You don't normally see understitching on the right side of the fabric. So when I read it, I was a bit confused until I understood that it's because that folds back. So if you were making the button version, you probably wouldn't want that. You would carry on doing your understitching on this side.
Makes sense, yeah.
And all it does is it just keeps the fabric where it's meant to be. If it's a lining, it's meant to be the inside of the garment. It's not meant to come out to the outside, so it stops it rolling. So we're just going to do that now. And basically, I'll press it first. Go on, it'll be hot enough now. You want to push out your corners as well. Normally you can use like a skewer or something.
Pokey tool. We've all got a pokey tool.
Yeah, I tend to use the end of my scissors and I'm very careful not to go all the way through. And I always think I need to get something that is dedicated. Or do you know what's really good? It's a knitting needle.
Ah, okay, or a chopstick.
Or a chopstick, yeah, something that's not sharp. So you don't take it out as you go. You don't want to force it through. I always say this when I come.
I've always got chopsticks in the drawer. I can't use them to eat with, but yeah, they're handy, aren't they?
Maybe a skewer's a bit sharp, maybe a chopstick's a bit better. Actually, you might be right there. Cool, so that's all pressed. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go onto this side where we're going to interface it, understitch it as you would normally. And I'm essentially just going to pull it apart very gently as I sew, so we get a really nice crisp line.
And how close to the seam are you sewing?
So normally a couple of millimetres away. You want to sew quite close, but you don't want to be sewing in the ditch. You want to be sewing 1 or 2 millimetres onto the facing side. And this is really easy to see which side, because obviously you can pull out your facing. So I'll pop it in. And remember, you're sewing further down. You're starting about ½ an inch down, because we're going to sew the back to it, and you need a bit of room. So start a bit further down.
Still reverse.
Yeah, you still do that as normal.
Once everybody checks out, there's fewer than 20 of the Sophie Dress patterns. This is the first time we've had it, and we love it. I think this lovely sunshine's inspired us all. Or actually, you've realised the trousers that we've got coming up, the dresses, are a necessity. I was in literally like my hoodie and my tracksuit bottoms yesterday in the garden. I was thinking, oh, I need my summer dress. I need to go and get all my summer bits out of the garage now, because it is really warm.
I got all mine out. I got them all out, and when...
You're officially summer.
Well, I would be, but I got rid of a load last year and I've got no clothes left, so I need to make a load more.
Yes. All these trousers, these are perfect.
Oh yeah, they're so easy to wear in the summer. Same as this though, just chucking it on over your head with no fastenings and everything. It's great. It's great for holiday because you don't have to worry about faffing about when you're all hot and bothered and you know. So the understitching here on this side, you can see that it's stitched here on this facing, but it's not stitched on the right side of the fabric. So I've also stopped just about ½ an inch away from the point and about ½ an inch away from the top. So now I'm going to do the exact same thing, but I'm going to do it on the right side of the fabric. Now you won't be able to get all the way into your point, so you'll probably only be stitching about this much of your facing here. Or your,
how do I open this out though? I can't do it that way, can I?
You go to the other side and you can go in. You can go inside and sew it like that. So you can do this part first.
Yeah.
And you'll press it over. You're like with your fingers. You'll finger press it over to the main fabric away from your facing. And again, slightly pull it away. And you can just do your best with it. Just go as far as you can with keeping your fabric nice and flat. And then once you've done that, you'll go back in and then you'll do the long piece, which is a little bit easier to get in. Again, this one, you want to start about 1/2 inch away from the shoulder because we're going to sew that onto the back. So I'll sew that in now.
So before you do this, then you've got to just decide, do I want to do the pull-over button version?
Yeah.
You would decide at that point?
Yeah, I mean, it depends as well, doesn't it? Because you could not understitch it. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could not. And you could just press it really nice, depending on how your fabric behaves.
Yeah.
Sometimes people's fabric just doesn't need it.
Yeah.
And then it's fine because your facing is held in the shoulder seam as well, so it's not going to flap out to the wrong side.
Yeah.
It's just a nice detail. So if it's something that scares you, you don't have to do it.
I've got a couple of the denim bundles whilst Tash is just sewing across here. Our denims are really lightweight. These are your... what ounce
Chambray.
are they?
They chambray?
Chambray, yeah. These are the printed denims, which are gorgeous.
Oh, that's
I love
nice.
this. So this will look so nice as well. And I must say, this is a really affordable way of trying this dress out. I love wearing like a wearable toile. Make it in this. And then have a go in your linen after. Get your head around the concept of the asymmetric collar. This is $22.99, 100% cotton, that lovely printed chambray denim, that lovely denim colour as well, that classic sort of denim colour. And then this is more of an everyday dress for your pattern, isn't it? With the daisy print. This is what is great about dressmaking, is that you are building up a capsule wardrobe. You are building up dresses, trousers, tops in your wardrobe that you are going to wear. This would be a nice one that you maybe want to travel in instead of travelling in the linen, maybe, because otherwise you're going to get more creases, aren't you? Whereas with the denim, it's not going to crease. And it is really lovely and lightweight. When I say the word denim, please don't think this is something that's really heavy and chunky. It's not workwear. Okay, now this next one. I'm intrigued. It is like a yeah. Oh, this is nice. It's like a mystery fabric when they fold them all the wrong way around.
Oh, I like
this
that.
is lovely. The daisy, slightly lighter background to the other one. Let me have a look and see if I've got the one with the dark background. Yes, I do. Yeah, that one's the light one. Brand new print in today. 3 meters again? Yeah. 3 meters, which I remind you is enough to make the largest size with the longer sleeve. 100% cotton, £22.99. Love the textured look of this one as well. Really nice. And again, straightforward to sew. It will behave itself under the sewing
it'll be a
machine.
very similar feel. Feel a lot like cotton. It'd be really nice as a top, I think. Imagine if you cut that off and made that into a top to wear with...
And so do you think you would want to lengthen it slightly to then do a...
Yeah, I think
hem?
if you cut it right at the waist seam, you just don't add a skirt.
Yeah.
You'd want to add a little bit of length. But you could also have almost like a tunic and have a few inches added onto the end and have it longer.
Nice.
And that would be quite nice.
That would be really nice. I do like the idea of doing maybe the skirt section in this. I mean, you could choose the two different colours and do 2 different sections because there is a definite skirt. You can't see it as much on the camera. But yeah, it would be nice to do contrasting.
Yeah.
You could define each part, couldn't you, of the top of the skirt. This is $22.99 for 3 meters. It's the same print, but this time it's slightly darker printed denim. It's lovely though, really lovely. All our printed denims are always very, very popular and such a great affordable way of getting started. For $22.99, there's literally, 10 bundles of those remaining. That one will sell out. And then finally, we have this one. Well, this is it. Sometimes you think, right, to make a dress like this, I never always say, oh, it's the more affordable way, is it? But if you are going into a boutique shop, a dress like this, how much would it be? The fact that you are going to be able to make it to your size, to your, as you say, your preference in sleeve length, collar options. It's lovely. You're going to wear it more, aren't you? They're classic items in your wardrobe. $22.99 for 3 metres of that lovely orange daisy that time. Great prices. Do make the most of the pattern whilst stocks last. I do think that it will sell out today. Yeah, getting cherry blossom vibes from that one. I love it. Okay. Pattern is going to be your main graphic. Where are we up to there, Tash?
So we've done the facing. So the facing's completely finished now up to this point. So you might be able to see that the stitching is visible on this side, and obviously it will fold back and it won't be visible on this side. So you won't see it at all. So that's the front pretty much done. The next stage would be to work on your back. So I've already sewn up the centre back seam, and this is actually not a cut on fold. This has got some shaping in the back.
Right.
So you don't have this excess of fabric here where it sits on your bum and rides up. It's got some shaping, only a little bit, but it just adds a nice curve. So that's already been sewn up here, and you can probably see that it's not laying completely flat, and that's why, because we've got the curve.
No, you don't need to worry about pattern matching or anything, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. I think if you were making something with a pattern that was very obvious, you probably would want to. But with this, you don't notice because it's so busy.
Yeah.
You don't notice at all.
No.
I didn't think about it at all, and it was absolutely fine. And obviously, stripes and things like that, because you've got different seams, you could, if you were going to do anything like that, it might look a bit skew-iff anyway. So you're probably better off sticking with a busy print or something plain. Right, so the binding is half a piece. They give you the pattern piece for this as well. It's half a piece, it's folded in half, and then you just pin it onto your neckline, and then you'll sew it in place. And I can't remember if I think it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance here, because it's only small. So you sew it all the way along the edge, and then you fold this to the inside, press it, and then sew it. I've never sewn a binding like this. I've always sewn it in multiple parts. But yeah, it's quite a nice way of finishing it. It does look nice on there, and it feels nice on your neck as well, having a binding there instead of overlocking or something like that.
Yeah, that is a lovely. It's all those finishing details, isn't it, on this pattern? When we start off and we say, look, this is so straightforward. There's no fastening, no darts. It's got plenty of ears. There's 4 parts to it, did you say?
Yeah. So skirt, front skirt, back skirt, front bodice, back bodice.
See sleeves.
Sleeves and facing. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, so it's straightforward construction, but it's those details in it that really elevate it. It's the shape in the hem, it's the shape in the asymmetric collar, it's the lovely details with the binding on the neckband that is just going to give you the luxury feel.
Yeah, exactly.
That you want when you're making your own garments. Do you make a lot of your own clothes then, Tash?
Do you know what? I didn't really, because I make all the samples for all my clothes, so I would keep those for myself, or I'd give them to family or friends and things like that. But yeah, I didn't make that much for myself for ages, and then I've started to more now, because I keep going to buy things and then I don't wear them, because I'm like, well, I could make it differently, or I could make it in a nicer fabric, and I think on the high street now, a lot of the fabrics and stuff aren't very nice, so you want to make your own things and have nice breathable fabrics and all of that. So there, I've attached the binding to the right side of the fabric, and I will literally just fold it to the inside now, and then I'll sew right along the edge here in place. Now, you would probably press it, trim your seam allowance and all of that, but I can just do it without.
And the telly. Telly sewing's a bit different. Do you ever sew standing up, Tash?
I have started using my overlocker really randomly standing up.
Right.
Just to try and get myself standing, because I sit all the time. But no, not really. I have to make sure that it reaches the floor, the pedal. That's the biggest thing.
Do you do lots of video, like Zoom or video tutorials?
I do some on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I do some of my own stuff on YouTube.
How do we find you on socials?
NH Patterns on everything.
Okay.
On absolutely everything. And I got told off last time because I didn't have a Facebook page, so I made a Facebook page. But I started using my Facebook page as well, because everybody was like, well, I use Facebook. So it's on there now.
Brilliant.
But yeah, I'm on everything: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all of it.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So there we go. So the binding's pinned in place, and now I'll just sew along the edge and just hold it in place. And that's your neckline done on the back. There's no fancy facing or anything like that. So I'll get that in.
That's a job in itself, though, isn't it? Running socials, doing reels, and
it's so much. I do enjoy it. It's not too bad. I enjoy making them, but sometimes I'll go for a whole week and I've I've been focused on making a new pattern or sewing something, and I forget that I haven't posted anything, and I'm like, oh, people need to know I still exist, so I should probably post something. I've just got into sending emails. That's something I've started sending more.
You said you got lots of lovely emails from the last shoot.
I did, yeah. I had loads of lovely people message in, and even just for a chat and just letting me know that they enjoyed the show, and that was so lovely, so lovely. It's not often that I get people messaging me like that, so yeah, it's nice.
This is what is amazing about our community that we've built over the last 5 years, well, even sort of longer from everyone that was with us from Sewing Quarter, is that it is such a community. You never just come in and buy a pattern from us and that's it. Like, everybody always comes back and helps people out on what to do. And,
it's so nice. It's really, really nice. And I think it was just lovely to hear from people, to be honest, that have actually seen it. I was like, oh, it's nice to know that you watched the show and all of that. So we've done the back neck facing. Now, the only other thing, have we got time or? A tiny
got a minute,
I'll just talk through it then, I won't show you properly. So now, with attaching them, it's slightly different to normal. You could do it a little bit differently if you wanted to, make it really easy and just sew them together. But what you do on here is you have the right side of your front and the right side of your back, and you would sew them at the shoulder seams as normal. So you would only sew it to the main bodice side. You wouldn't sew it to your facing.
No.
So you'd sew it along here.
Yeah.
And then what you'd do is you'd take your facing and you'd fold it over and you'd sew along the top. And what happens, if I can hold it in place, I'll show you.
And then you turn it out.
Turn the whole thing out.
Oh, and it's all
all enclosed.
Nice. Oh, that is a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, so you have no shoulder, overlocking or anything irritating you. You've got the exact same fabric on the shoulder. So it's a really, really nice way of neatening the neckline.
Yeah.
And it's something, I've done it a couple times in patterns, but you don't see it very often. No. Normally people would just go, put them together, sew across and overlock. And you absolutely could if you wanted to, if you want to make it easier on yourself. But that's such a lovely finish and it's really, really nice to do. So yeah, you'll pop them together, take your face and fold it back around itself and just sew a straight seam.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Top is
There's
together.
Lots of great tips there. It's been great, hasn't it? We're all loving this dress. Ready for the spring and summer in these lovely fabrics. Thank you ever so much.
That's absolutely fine, yeah.
If you have got the pattern in your basket, I believe we're now oversubscribed. So I believe there's less than 40 left to be checked out and there's over 40 of you who've got it in your basket. So if you've been watching the demo, if you've been thinking, am I going to be able to do this? You absolutely can. It's not yours until you check out. Even if you've got it sat in your basket, it doesn't mean it's yours. Please do make sure you're checking out over the next few minutes at £20.99. Full step-by-step instructions. We have a picture as well listed on the website, which has got all your size guides, but it's all under one pattern. If you are loving the dressmaking, please stay tuned for 12 o'clock. In an hour from now, previous sellout patterns back in stock. We've got Tash's trousers and the sweatshirt both back in stock. It does look like the trousers are going to sell out again. We have them as a digital download though, so don't panic. But if you want a physical pattern, check out in the next few minutes over the break. If you want the sweatshirt, I love it, I love it, I love it. They are also going fast. We will update you on stock when Tash is back at 12 o'clock. We've got Sandi though coming up next with a brand new pattern, our bunny backpack. Can't wait, I love it. And another one of her best-selling bag patterns, the duo bag as well, back in. Plus, we're going to have a green machine tutorial. We've got it all going on. So stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. Tash, we'll see you in an hour.
Yeah,
thank you very
see you
much.
in an hour.
Don't go anywhere. We're back with Sandi after this.
Can you believe it's been 3 years since Crafters Companion was first on Sewing Street? Well, we can't let the anniversary go by without me doing a mega takeover to celebrate. So join me on Wednesday the 9th of April from 9 AM till 12 PM for a full 3 hours of deals and discounts and an exclusive look at a brand new launch. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Can you believe it's been 3 years since Crafters Companion was first on Sewing Street? Well, we can't let the anniversary go by without me doing a mega takeover to celebrate. So join me on Wednesday the 9th of April from 9 AM till 12 PM for a full 3 hours of deals and discounts and an exclusive look at a brand new launch. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Isn't this the cutest bag in the whole wide world? I love it. I absolutely love it. And do you know what? We said with Sandy's last hour that they're not just for children. They're not, these are for everybody. I actually think I would absolutely wear this. I love it. It's adorable. You said earlier on, a young at heart. It's so cute. And obviously you've got a backpack pattern here, a great backpack pattern that you can use in any of your fabrics all year round, without a tail on, without the ears on, if you so wish. But it's Easter, having a bit of fun with a gorgeous backpack pattern. It's brand new. It's called Meadow Bunny pattern from Sandi, from Family Comforts. And we adore it. Seeing it in all the different colourways as well. Obviously, that's your plain one, which you can make it. You don't have to make a choice now. You'll get the pattern for the ears and the idea with the tail. And we've got the pom-poms on the show today. But how fab, whether you're making it as a bunny bag or as just a classic quilted backpack, if you want. Now, there is the pattern, the physical pattern. It is only available as a physical pattern today. There's no PDF. I think it's because Sandi is very particular with her templates. And we couldn't get it all on one sheet. So she said, therefore, I don't want to do it as a PDF. We want to do it as a physical. So get your pattern. It's £11 today. And you do get all of your full-size templates included within here. It's got step-by-step instructions with your photographs as well. Confident beginners, you've said here, Sandi.
Absolutely. It's not a hard pattern at all. But it's something that you can customise quite a lot. So if you're a more advanced sewer, you can do lots of things with it. If you're just a very beginner sewer, it's easy to make.
I think I'm having a problem with your microphone. Have you turned it on yet?
I did, yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I think it's muted.
Oh, right. Okay.
We'll switch it on and we can talk about that again. £11 for your pattern. The bundles do not have the patterns included, so you need to get your pattern separately before you start checking out, or as well if you are going to make it with these lovely fabrics. We have got some of these bundles available today. Are we on?
Are we on?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's
So
probably better
confident,
muted.
confident beginner.
Confident beginner, yes. I would say a lot of my patterns I say confident beginner because I don't like people to think that they can't have a go. And they're not difficult to have a go at all. And I was saying if you are a more competent sewer, then you can do lots of different things with it. You can change it.
Some
but then there's everything in there for somebody who's really not been sewing for very long can have a good go at it.
I love that. And look, you've got all your hardware bits. You've got snaps on the front there. If you wanted, you could put a zip. You've got a pocket in here with that lovely feature fabric. This cord.
Isn't it beautiful? It's so
soft. So nice.
It really is a gorgeous cord.
I'd never think of cord for bag making, and it's really nice,
It's almost like a buttery cord, isn't it? It's like a really soft, fine needle cord.
Love it. Pattern is available. Remember, you've got to get the pattern separately to your bundles. Now, we'll go through these bundles. Let's start with this one, because that is lovely. You've got your metre of cord, which is a real fine baby cord, and it's super, super soft. There is no pattern in this bundle. If the picture of the pattern comes up on screen, it should have been changed. It has been updated, but it's been a bit slow. So you get a metre of cord, half a metre of this stunning floral print as well, which matches in with that lovely rose beautifully. And then you also get half a metre for your lining. If you want to make it into the bunny, add your faux fur pom-pom in there as well. So there are options. If you just want to do it like this without the ears, then you've got plenty of fabric in there. You still have enough to be able to do the ears with the bundles.
Oh yes, you've got plenty in there, yes.
Lovely. With your cord, let me just show you, because I believe it's the wrong way, it's folded the different way, so you can see it a little bit better. But it is a real slim baby cord. I'm not quite sure what they call it.
Needle cord.
Or needle cord.
Needle cord, yeah. It's a really fine needle cord and it's so soft and beautiful to sew with.
Oh, nice. £17.99. And remember, get your pattern as well. That's £11 if you want your physical pattern included. But that is a lovely bundle, isn't it? Loads of fabric in here.
Well, you could have just about made it out of half a metre. And I always said, I was talking to the girls on Saturday and I said to them, because they were talking about different kits and sometimes you're really skint on material with kits sometimes. But I said I always like to add more into it so that if you do make a mistake or you want to make something else, you can do. So you could have probably squeezed it out of a 1/2 metre, but I don't like to have to squeeze things. So I said, no, let's have 1 metre of it, and then you've got a bit more there.
Yeah, it's still great value for money, and you're going to have them plenty available. You could make a nice little purse to match, couldn't you?
You could. A lovely little purse, a little clutch to go inside it or something.
And look, you've got a pocket on the back as well, zip pocket on the back, so you can put all your safety, any bits that you want to keep safe against.
And then that's
the back.
against you. That's
yes.
yes.
If you're going on any city trips or on holidays, I love having a backpack, and it looks a really good size that you could fit like your tablet in there. You can fit like a journal or something, a sketch pad maybe if you're going on a nice trip. Have you just been on holiday, Hannah, by the way? Where have you just come back from? Oh, to London.
Oh, lovely.
London. Oh, and Steph was performing somewhere as well. In London. In London. We also have a Liberty option.
Oh.
A Liberty option. So you've got here the plum colour of your needle cord. Then you've also got your lining fabric, which is this one, 1/2 metre. So you get 1 metre of the plum, 1/2 metre of this one, and then your little bunny ear fabric. That's going to look gorgeous, isn't it, together? So you can do your flap, your inner pocket, you can do the contrasting ears. $19.99. Remember, add your pattern to your order, your Meadow Bunny rucksack. If the pattern picture comes up on the telly, I'll remind you, you have to get it separately today. The image has been updated, but it's just taking a little bit of a while on our graphics. It's fabric only.
How lovely would the pom-pom look with that burgundy as well? Look at that.
Oh, yes. See, bunnies aren't just for Easter.
They're not.
And you could do some really lovely quilting if you wanted. If you've got an embroidery machine,
it would look
if you wanted
beautiful.
to do some applique onto it, you can. If you want to keep it really plain and simple. This is what is great about Sandi's patterns, is that you always said when you were making your own, you know, from other people's patterns, you always did amendments and changes.
Yeah.
It's great that you can make it literally step by step as you've made it, or personalise it, make it your own.
When I make them, I always think of different ways to customise them and think, yeah, how many, because sometimes if you've got a pattern and you want to do it again, you want to do it slightly different, so you've got to be able to customise it, and there's lots of ways. You could put a zip on the front of it if you wanted on the plain one. There's enough material to play around with it and do what you want with it.
Yes, I love it, absolutely love it. They look beautiful, don't they? And I like it a lot in the burgundy with your Liberty. Now, the next one that we have is this one that we've made up. Now, even though you haven't put the ears on there, there's plenty of fabric to make that into your bunny ears. Do you know what you could do, throwing caution to the wind here? Could I put little, like, what they're called, not safety pins, but like safety pins almost, that you pin them into it, and the bunny that you...
So then you could take them off. You could almost like
take
clip
them off.
on. Yeah, don't see
That's what I was
why not.
thinking.
Yes.
I know that they're sewn into the seam, but you could do it as removable ears.
Yes, that was a bit really. See, loads of customised ideas for it.
This is the cord with the lovely Liberty in blue. Oh, is it a Liberty? I don't think it is. It's very Liberty-esque, isn't it?
Very Liberty-esque.
With that lovely blue. So you get 1/2 metre of your camel for your lining, you get your needle cord for the outer, and then you've got your contrasting blue. $17.99. I love that. That is a really lovely bundle. Fabric only. Remember, get your pattern separately today. Oh, Christine says, oh, Sandi, these bags are so cute. You could put embroidered names on to personalise.
Could. That would be lovely, Christine. It would. Thank you. There's loads of ways you can customise them. And there's enough material in the two contrasting fabrics that if you wanted to, say, do the lining in the blue, the stripy, and then do the ears in just the plain, you could do.
Now, my favourite is this one. I love that. How cute
That suits you.
I love yellow, but I wouldn't be wearing a whole sort of yellow outfit, so it's really nice. Even with your denim, it looks really nice, doesn't it? So you've got your needle cord floral here, you've got your lining fabric, and you've got your contrasting gold as well. That is a gorgeous combination. This is needle cord, by the way. This is, again, that lovely needle cord. So you've got your pocket on the back, you've got a pocket on the inside, you've got your adjustable straps. So whether you're making it for a younger person in your life, or making it for yourself. You've got the ability to adjust it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I love that. $17.99. Now, can we do the pom-pom? Because I'm hoping we've got hundreds and hundreds of these. No, we don't. And half the stock's already gone. If you do want it, then it's covered with your P&P anyway. If you've bought something already, it's super, super soft. It's only $1.99. It's worth buying loads of these.
Yes. Multiple buy loads of those.
Definitely, because you'll always find use for them, whether it be on a
bunnies.
hat, whether it be, on the bunny tails that we made earlier, whether it be on the bag today. Yeah, you'll love them. Now, there is a stock availability, but they will sell out today. Okay, we also have a haberdashery bundle. So we've got a silver option and we've also got a gold option. Now, you're going to need 2 of the...
Yes.
Swivel clips. You tell me what's included in this. Is it loads?
Yes.
Is it a massive bundle? I think it's all of these. Oh, the gold, I'm so sorry. Right, the gold version is first. So, let me show you on the picture. You are getting, I'm with you. You're getting 2 of those sliders, not all of them. It says 1 piece there. So, you get 2 of those. You get 2 of the swivel clips, the lobster claw ones. You have 2 of the clips these ones that
lobster
clip
clasps,
to the multi-clasps, and then 2 of your D-rings. There you go. I've got exactly what you have on screen. Those ones.
Should there be 2 magnetic clasps? So I think there's only 2 lobster clasps and 2 magnetic snaps.
Where's my? I haven't got magnetic.
Oh,
there we go.
Yes.
1 magnetic snap.
Yeah.
There you go. And 1 of those. No?
No. It should be 2 magnetic snaps and 2 lobster clasps, 2 sliders, 2 D-rings.
Have a look at the picture. Just go by the picture.
Yes.
So we get 2. You definitely have 2 of those. It says 1 piece. Sorry, I'm confusing everybody out there now. Confusing myself. It says it on the graphics. That is correct. Magnetic snap, 2 D-rings, 2 of those and 2 of those. £9.99. And then we've got the same again in silver. Two of those, 2 of those, 2 of those.
I think the little ones are for the other bag.
They're for the other bag.
They're for the other bag, the little ones, yeah.
And 1 of those. There you go. £9.99. Oh, Hannah's reduced these because she says I've matched the price. Oh, you've made a boo-boo. Sorry, just to confuse it even more, you actually get 5 magnetic snaps now, so you do get these. Oh, there you go. You get them all, and we've matched the price, but that's our fault. But you do get 5 of them. They were all in a bundle like this, and I was like, what is going on? I think you'll have yours neater than this. I don't think they'll just come loose like that. But yeah, you'll get 5 different magnetic snaps in silver. So take advantage of that because that should be $10.99. Brilliant. You've got plenty for your bag making stash now. Let's mention the other bits as we get going, if that's all right.
Yeah,
because there's webbing that you're going to be using as well, any interfacings, they'll all be underneath us on the web.
Right, okay. So cut them all out. So you've got your outer bag, you've got your lining, you've got pocket, you've got the other bag here. Now they just come with a little pleat, a little dart at the bottom, just to sort of turn it in.
Sorry to interrupt. Are they done by templates or are they done by measurement?
They're all done by templates. So that's why I don't do them on a PDF. So they all come, there's about 4 of these sheets. So they all come on a full-size sheet in the card again that we bring it. So every piece is, the only piece that isn't is, I think, the inside pocket. And I've left that, I've given you a rough measurement of what I've used for the inside pocket. But again, I've left it up to you to say, do you want a bigger inside pocket, make it bigger or smaller? So it's entirely up to you. So we're going to just do the darts. So we put the darts together.
Is that H640 you've got there?
Yes, so it's H640. So if I iron the H640 on, we've got 2 little darts at the bottom of both the front and the back of the bag and also on the lining as well.
That gives it really nice shape, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it just sort of, rather than a boxed corner, it just sort of gives it that nice sort of gentle curve rather than boxing it. So you want to put it on and then do, let me just change my foot.
How much 8640 would you recommend for the bag?
I would say a good metre.
2 units then?
Yes, yeah.
Because it comes by the half metre.
It comes by the half metre. Do you know, I think actually, because I've only done it on the front and the back, and I have done it on the flap, so I can't remember how wide it is.
It is quite wide, actually.
It is quite a good wide, isn't it? You'd probably, have you got one there and I can have a quick
90 centimetres wide.
I think the 1 metre would, the one
unit,
would do it, Because there's only the front and back and the flap. And then I've said if you want to sort of do the pocket, you can do, but I didn't bother doing the pocket inside. So we're just going to stitch down here. And I start at the bottom with the darts. So if you put it together, and I have put a pin in here just to hold it, and start at the bottom. Oops, let me just move this across. I've got it all ready for my zip, and then right. And when you're doing a dart, again, don't follow your needle, follow the side of your foot and take it all the way up. Oops, why is it not sewing? And you want to take it, there we go. And just keep going and just follow the side of your foot until you come off the bag at the top. So you're not, with a dart, you're not sort of going in, you're just going straight up. So it sort of follows it up and then you get a nice little dart there. If you can just, there you go. So you can see the nice little dart there. So I'm just going to do that on the other side as well. So we've got the 2 darts. So as I say, just follow the foot onto the side of the dart, because some people go, oh, I don't get a really nice dart, and which side do you start? So I tend to start from the bottom and then just work my way up and just keep going until you come off at the end. And that's when you stop. There we go. So we've done those 2. Then we're going to put the back pocket on. So again, if you've got enough material, if you wanted to make, I mean, I've done it a fair size, that pocket. So you can put an awful lot of stuff in the back there. Put a couple of phones in there. You could almost put a small mini iPad in there if you wanted to. You can definitely keep your keys and things in there. And so you pin on your back pocket, and all the templates are on, all the markings are on your templates as well. So I've pinned it on, and you draw your little sort of envelope template on it. And again, as I said, it's all on your template, so you know exactly where you're going to be putting it. And then I just pin it around, and then I've sewn all the way around the outside of this. So I've sewn it with quite a small stitch. So yeah, so I've sewn it with a smaller stitch so that when you do cut it, it's fine. Then you want to cut across the middle, and then you're going to turn this the right way. This is why it's called an envelope pocket. So you put it through like you're posting an envelope. There we go. And then spend some time just folding that out.
Do you know, I was watching Adam Brooks demonstrating a welt pocket the other day.
Yes.
And it seems a really, really difficult technique. And then I realised it's just literally like this.
Yes, it is. That's right. Yes. Yeah.
And you see all
And you
these
want to
different
just-
terms that
yeah.
there's lots of different techniques that sort of overlap. And what seems like a really difficult thing to do in a couture sort of tailoring garment.
Yeah,
we do all the
absolutely.
time as
Yes.
bag makers in
Yeah.
pockets. So it's all these transferable skills, which even for myself who sits here and watches, you know, the demonstrators, I think, gosh, yeah, that's just like that. I can do that. These transferable skills are brilliant.
Oh, you can, yes.
And just like you say, using darts in your bag making to create the different shaping as
Yeah.
opposed to a boxy bottom.
It is. I mean, you could have done a box bottom on it, but I think it just gives it that.
Yeah.
Because it's got like the bunny and it's got the little pocket and the
Yeah.
you know, everything. I think it just makes it quite nice and rounded, softer. Just a little bit softer. So I'm not going to spend too long ironing it because we've not got very long for demos. So iron that really smooth so you can see on the outside. Sometimes I leave a little bit of the lining showing because I think it looks quite nice when it does.
Yeah.
So it almost looks like you've bound it. Then you want to take your zip. So I use a zip on a roll. So I've used a jigger and I put the zip on a roll. Then you want to get some double-sided tape.
Okay.
Now then, you want to make it, so I do it so that it just comes over the side. So I'm just going to cut that a little bit down.
That's what's great about these zips on a roll, that
You can
choose
just-
the size, yeah.
You can choose, because sometimes when you get a zip, you've got to measure it and it doesn't fit. So when you can cut it off a roll, it's brilliant. And you can put your jigger on, and they're really hot.
Get your jigger on? What's your jigger on?
A little jigger to get your...
Oh, is that what Emily's done? Yes, the
That's
zip jigs.
That's Emily's one, which is brilliant. So if anybody hasn't got one, do get one of those. And they're just so easy. I mean, you can see YouTube videos where people have got forks and they're sort of sticking them in forks and things. But literally, I've never struggled to get a little pull on it with those jiggers. They're great. I call it a jig. It's a zip jig, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little jigger. So we're going to put some double-sided tape on here.
Oh, yeah, we're going to load some of this tape in.
Oh,
the Prim Wonder tape, which is a specially derived sort of tape.
Yes.
It's not going to gum up your needle.
Don't
holds it in place.
don't use card double-sided tape, otherwise you will gum your needle up. And this will wash out as well, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
it's absolutely brilliant.
Great for zips.
And if you don't have this, you can always use, the fabric glue sticks that you sell
yeah,
as well.
so-long
Those
glue
are quite
pens.
good.
Yeah.
Anything that says fabric glue on it, that's fine, because it's not going to gum all your needles up. But if you use something, if you think, oh, I've not got that, but I use my card making one, it will gum your needle up terribly. So we're going to take this off and lay it down over the top. Oops. There we go.
I mean, you can have a real fun with the different zips. You've got a rainbow zip.
I've got a
in this
rainbow
one.
zip in that one, yes.
You've got an orange zip in here. So, yeah, have a play around with zips. Have a look on the web shop. There's lots of zips available. You might have a bit of a zip stash.
Yes. And
Make it
especially,
funky or as plain as you want.
And you want to just press it so that the teeth are as close to the edge as you can make it. And as I say, I leave a good length at either side, because when you sew the pocket on, I quite like to sew the pocket over the zip here, and it just sort of holds that pocket in just a little bit better. So it sort of makes sure that it really is firm. So then we're going to put a zipper foot on here. So I should think most machines now come with a zipper foot, don't they? If nobody's seen the zipper foot, it comes with sort of like a little hole either side, which means that if you're closer on this side, you can put your needle through this side, but just make sure that you move your needle over, because if you keep it in the centre, I mean, this one's not too bad. It's got an actual hole in the centre of this one, because sometimes they're solid.
Yeah.
And if you haven't moved your needle over, you start sewing, the needle hits that centre bit, and it flies off out, and then you have to be careful. But this one has got a hole, so I think if you do forget to do it, it's not going to cause too much trouble. But you do want to make sure that, and it'll tell you at the top. So I'm going to move this to 04. So that moves it right over to there. And then we're going to just sew it along here.
So you're sewing on the wrong side or the right side?
The right side, yes. So you've glued it on. You've got it as close as you can. If you want to leave a little bit of the lining showing, you can do, or if you've got more time, you can sort of really push it back.
And are you top stitching essentially?
Yes,
With a contrasting thread or matching?
You can do whatever you want. I think on some of them I've done contrasting threads, some of them I've done sort of like a variegated thread. This one I've just got a grey in here that sort of matches a bit. And I do tend to use a slightly heavier weight thread as well. So I will use an Aurifil 40 weight.
You know you're using this tool. Sue's just spotted your Prim tool. And she said, when is it back in stock? I can't find mine.
Oh, they're great, aren't they? They're so handy.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, and I'll give you a shout out, Sue, when they're back.
So when you get to your zip, you want to just pull it further down so you're not going to go over your pull. And to the bottom, stop, and then turn your needle over. Always stop with the needle down, then you can lift up the presser foot, turn it round, just make sure everything's okay on that side, put it down again, and then carry on. It's a nice, easy pocket to put in this. And if nobody's done sort of zips before, it's normally the first one that I teach people, because it's not like an invisible zip where you've got to really make sure that everything's tucked in. You can use whatever sort of zip you want with it. So if you want to use a more chunky zip, so you sort of can see it a bit more, it's entirely up to you, and it's all down in pictures and writing as well for you.
And it's on the back of the bag as well.
Yes, so you don't see it. But you can do some really snazzy zips, and you could put a zip charm on it as well on the pull, so you know, to make a feature of it. Sorry, I'm just going slowly to. There we go. And then round at the top. And then when you go, you can go over a zip teeth. You can't if it's metal, but if it's a plastic one like this, you can sew over the teeth, but don't go at it at a real speed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, again, sometimes it will just sort of snap. So once you've done that, you're going to take the second part of the pocket, which I'm just going to do a little iron on. And we're going to put it along the back, and we're going to pin those together. And we're going to pin it all the way round. And then you're going to pin over the zip as well. So you're going to lift the zip bit up and pin over that too. This is about the only time I'll pin, because the material's a bit thinner and you've got to sort of pin it all the way around. If you clip it, you'll find it's a little bit heavy because you've got a lot of clips in it. And so sometimes it can just drag on the sewing machine. So I always tend to just pin it when I'm doing the pocket like this.
There's still a time and a place for pins. Clips haven't made you your pins completely redundant.
They haven't. Most of the time, I just, because I'm lethal near a pin, I always end up stabbing myself with them. So clips are much safer for me, but I think it's an age thing. I sort of see a pin and it goes for me.
But these are really sharp ones that you
They
use.
are. These are the magic ones.
pins.
They're brilliant though, aren't they? If anybody hasn't tried the magic pins yet, they're normally on your website, aren't they, the magic pins? They're just absolutely amazing. They're always sharp. Right, so we're going to change the foot over again. Oops. And then make sure you change the your needle over again as well. So I'm going to put 05. There we go.
So have you put your normal foot back on now?
Just pop. And they go on and off so quickly. Sometimes people go, oh, I can't be bothered to change feet and things like that. But it takes seconds, and it really does make a difference. So as you can see, I'm folding the bag to the side because we don't want to sew the bag into it. We're just literally sewing the pocket. So when you get to the bottom here, we're going to then fold the bag up here so you can sew along here, then fold it back so you can sew along, and then to the top as well and sew down here. Do make sure you do fold the bag back, because otherwise you'll find that you'll catch your bag inside it.
Right.
So I'm just going to sew around here.
If you wanted to do some quilting,
Yes.
at what point would you do that?
You would do it first. So on this one, before you put the snaps on it, do your quilting.
Yeah.
So once you put your H640 or whatever fusible fleece you want on the back of it, then do your quilting.
Right.
And this material's lovely to quilt with, because some cord's quite heavy, and when you do a quilting on it, you don't really see it very well. But as you see, you can see it really well on this, because it's quite a flat needle cord. And so it'll embroider well, it will quilt well. It's really nice to use for anything like that.
This is the bundle that's your main graphic at the moment. It's that really lovely fine needle cord with your blue and your complementing tan for the lining as well. And there is an inner pocket. You can see there. There's an inner pocket. There is a back pocket. You've got your adjustable straps for your backpack. I love a backpack. I don't know whether it's I'm in my backpack era because I need to be hands-free with three children at times. But
absolutely.
For anybody who has a wheelchair, backpacks are brilliant to go on to. If you are going on a city break and you want to feel, you know, that if you ride a bike, for so many different activities, I think a backpack is brilliant.
I think they're safer, aren't they, as well, because you can put things on the inside pocket, as you say, and you've got it on. So if you're doing a walking tour, or as you say, on a bike or something, you don't want anything hanging down, do you? Whereas you can put it on, you can tighten up these sliders because you've got the sliders on there. So it works out really well. So you can see we're just moving all the fabric out of the way whilst we're sewing on. And that's the back finished. So people, that's why we say it's for a confident beginner, because really, you know, it's quite, if you follow the instructions, I know that a lot of people learn by reading and a lot of people learn by photos, which is why we do a lot of both.
Yeah.
So that then you can really sort of keep a check on both of it, because I know I've read patterns sometimes and think, where should that be? Yes, this is it.
I'm a visual learner.
Yeah, I'm more a visual learner, I think, which is why I'll take pictures of everything.
I always thought everybody was more a visual learner, but my mum's not. She was like, no, I like to read a manual. I like to read instructions.
yes.
Like, oh my gosh, I didn't know there was anybody out there that likes to read a manual. Why are we so different?
Oh, everybody's so different, yes. And then there's a lot of people like sewing that are dyslexic, and it's easier for them to look at the pictures on it. And so hopefully my printer will allow me 48 pictures on my brochure, and I use them every time. So there's normally about 48 pictures on there. There we go. So that's the back done. That's all finished.
Amazing. We might have to move on to the next bag in a moment if you want to just talk through
Yes, I'll talk through this.
Yeah.
So your inside is exactly the same. You've just got your darts. So with the pocket, literally, I put like a very fine woven interfacing on that one. Sew it all the way around, leave an opening gap. Do it to whatever size you'd like. I've sort of roughly given you that size, but if you wanted a longer pocket, you can. Turn it the right way out, top stitch it, and then just sew it to your lining. Sew those together, that's your lining done. Then with this one, you've got your 2 magnetic snaps on the front. Then you want to put your pom-pom on the front as well, and again, you've got a placement for it. They come with 2 little strings. So what I tended to do is put a little nick either side with a seam ripper, take your threads, put it through, then put a big knot on the back of it and just keep tying it into a knot. So you could take it off afterwards if you wanted to, because you've only got 2 tiny little marks, which I tend to put a bit of fray check over. So that's your pom-pom on it.
How much webbing do we need?
About 2 metres. It depends. I mean, if it's for a child and you don't need very much of it, but I've done 2 metres. I've cut a small piece off to do a little strap at the top, which again, you don't have to put on, but I think sometimes with a backpack, if you take it off your shoulders, it's quite nice to just hold it. So you've got a small bit at the top here, you've got your flap and you've got your ears. So your ears just fold over at the top and they will go on. Again, all the placements are on your pattern, put those on, and then put your, you put the magnetic snaps on here as well, and you put that over the top. So you put the bunny ears the other way around. So, and again, you could do it with the brown on the outside. You could do it with the blue. Yes. So it's entirely up to you which way. I was going to do the brown on that side so you could see the brown ears.
Yeah, we love that.
Then you've got your little clips. So you do just little tabs and put those at the side. So then once all that's together, just sort of tack those on really and on the side. And then put this over the top. Sew down either side. Put your bag inside it. Sew it along the top. And it's finished.
Amazing.
And then you've got your other straps here and you just put your slider on. And again, it tells you exactly how to put that slider on.
In your instructions.
In your instructions. I think there's about 3 or 4 pictures for that because it is, I always get confused. I still have to look at my pictures to see what I've done on it. But it is very, very, so if you've not used a slider before, it's really handy and really easy to do as well. So
I always think adding those hardware bits just to elevate your projects as well. They look really professional. Those, so you need 4 units, which is 2 metres. The webbing's underneath us. We've ran them all through now. There's the pink, the brown and the neutral as well. Right, so Harmony.
Harmony, yes.
Back in stock. It's one of the best sellers. We love this bag. We have got so many samples now.
Yes,
You've made
I know,
this
that's
times,
right,
haven't
yes,
you?
yeah.
How perfect going into summer. Because it's called, you ask, the Duo bag. The Duo bag. This is fab. You have got an extra bag within the bag, which is clipped in. What a genius idea. I love the fact that it's the safety aspect for, you know, if you're on your holidays, but also 2 in 1. You could put, you know, things that you want, like, you know, like maybe swimwear in one. Do a ripstock one
inside it,
with lining that
yes,
you want your wet bits in there. And then you can then unclip it. You could also, if you're doing a flight and you know when you need to put your bags up there and you can just say, actually, do you know what, I'm going to take that out with me.
Yeah.
You could put a strap on that then, look, because you've got the 2 little clips on there, and have that as a clutch for the evening. If you're going on holiday and you're only taking 1 bag with you, you've got 2 in 1. It's fabulous.
And I put the 2 on it because A, you can clip it inside, but also you can make it as a shoulder bag. So you could put a wristlet on it if you just want it as a wristlet, or you could put a proper shoulder strap over it and make it as a little shoulder bag to take out with you.
What
as
do
well.
you think to the new colourway?
No.
I love this new colourway. We've got the brand new colourway available with your cork. We've got 2 colourways today. So there's this one, which is with your cork. I've got them all right around me. We've got the cork here. It's fine. Yeah. I'm just buried in bags. I love it.
You normally end up with bags all over you when I come in, don't
you? We've got this one, which comes with the sparkling cork.
That's lovely.
And the purple paisley and the blue paisley, $19.99. The fabric only. You get your pattern separately, which we will introduce as well. But that is to make this gorgeous, brand new colourway in the bag. And I suppose, Sandi, because you've got half a metre of each, can I interchange which wear or what I won't wear?
Yes, you can put it wherever you. I tend to use the cork for sort of like the bottom, and I've used it for the interfacing inside, and I've used it for the bag. But then you can use the outside with any of the 3 contrasting ones. Yeah. You can do the lining out of any one. So really mix and match it to whichever colour way you want it.
Brilliant. Love it, love it, love it. And it is a genius idea to then have the clips to hold that in place. Now, again, another brand new bundle in today. Similar look, similar vibe. Go on, Hannah. Should I? Yes. Yeah, haberdashery. We've got some of the metalwear. And just to stop all my confusion, this time we'll do it by images. So this one has got those black and white little veins running through the cork. I love it. Now, it's half a metre, but it's wide, really wide. So you get
loads
so
much of it.
So the value for money, for £20, you can make 2 bags. You've got your outer bag and your smaller coordinating bag as well. With the new colourways.
You could probably make the whole of the outside bag with your cork and maybe just put an odd pocket in it. Yeah. So if you wanted to make all the bag in cork, you could do with just sort of like, you know, contrasting straps on it, and then a nice pocket in the front, so you don't have to do that, and then just put a lining inside.
And is that H640 that you've put inside? Because it feels lovely and plush.
Nice and padded.
Really nice. We've got a gold hardware bundle, which is on your screen. Now, with this, you get the swivel clips that attach your bag inside. You've got some big D-rings, some smaller D-rings for the inside, and you get your bag feet as well.
You've got nice bag feet on the bottom of that, so...
love it.
You know, if you do go to the beach or you go by the side of a cafe and you put it down, you're not getting the bottom of your bag all dirty.
Brilliant. It's just all these different details that elevate your projects. Having the hardware. Now, you don't need any specialist tools to put your bag feet in.
None at all. Again, it goes through it all in the book. They're very easy to do. You just punch a hole, put them through, and there's 2 little prongs. So I tend to just do 1 hole, put them through, and then spread them out. Make sure they're all going in the same direction, sort of across the bag, not sort of lengthways across the bag, because they will sort of catch. So it's easier going that way. And then just put maybe some H640 over the top of it to just sort of secure them in there.
Your silver version is the main bundle now, which you're getting your lobster claw, 2 of those swivel clips. You're then getting your 25mm D-rings and your 12mm D-rings. And then you're also getting 4 of those bag feet in silver. Now, none of those need a green machine. No. You don't need any tools for those. But can you see the details that Sandi's used with your rivets here? If you're on the fence of wondering whether to invest in a green machine, I mean, you own the green machine, don't you? At what point in your bag making journey do you think it's worth going for it, actually?
If you want to start adding hardware to a bag, you can make bags out of anything, really, you know, and sort of make a nice, and you can make a really nice bag. And then I think if you want to go to the next level, that's when you want to start adding your hardware to it. Yeah. And then I think if you're starting to look at hardware into your bags, the green machine is a must, really. Yeah,
it is really brilliant.
It's amazing. And you never have to buy this again. It is so sturdy. I've had mine in my studio now for about 7-8 years. and it's still looking exactly the same as when I bought it. It hasn't scratched, it hasn't altered the, you know, the pressure on it, anything. I can still use it. It's absolutely fantastic.
We're going to show you how you use it, because if you were to walk into a shop and you see that on a shelf, it can look quite intimidating, and you think, how on earth, and do I need to have, you know, super muscle strength to be able to use it? Ours comes with a bundle of rivets, which you can see on the bags, press studs, and you get the S-spring finishing clasps as well. It also comes with all the coordinating dies for the hardware that is included. It's a really good place to start. Don't get me wrong, there are so many options with the Green Machine of diamantes, you know, the sort of mirrory ones, the sort of unicorn iridescent ones that we see. We've had some fabulous ones, and we always have Dave Green here who comes and does different tutorials. You can then do eyelets, big size eyelets. If you're doing like tarpauling with strings and making tents and all sorts, the possibilities are endless. But you can see here the diamante eyelets. If you're making bags, drawstring bags, these are brilliant. As decorative as well.
They're just on as decorative, yes, yeah.
I love it. So they're not only aesthetically pleasing, but also obviously really functional and sturdy.
Because if you're putting handles on and tabs on, if you can sew them on.
Well, you often see a square with a cross through, which sometimes I feel can look quite messy if you're not.
If you're not spot on with it, it does look messy. Whereas if you put a rivet in it, you know that's going to be much stronger than even using a little square of sewing. Easy to put on.
Go on then, show us how easy it is to put it on.
So you've got 2 pieces of material. I normally use just a little hole punch. There are punches that come with the machine as well. So then I push I'm just going to put a little rivet in here. So you've got 2 sides to your rivet. You've got like a little cap, and you've got one with your little prong on it. Now, sometimes you look at it, you think, that's a really long prong, if you can see it, and I've only got a thin piece of material. It doesn't matter, it goes in the cap, so if you've got a thicker piece of material or a thinner piece, it will work just the same. So you want to pop it through the hole, and then on the top, this cap will fit on it, because it's sort of, I'll take it off. You can, that will just take, that'll take the cap. So you can pop it in there and it's not going anywhere. And then you can just sort of feel where the little thread is. And then I tend to hold the bottom of the die and just put that back on.
Now they're all different coordinating dies for the hardware that you get.
Yes, so you get 3 different, so normally for each hardware you get 2 dies. Some of them you have 4 dies because it depends on the shape of it. But it all comes with a nice little instruction leaflet as well, so it tells you which dies go with which little brass rivet or magnetic snap. So then you want to put this one down on, you can see like a little hole almost on the bottom plate. These just drop in, so they drop in quite easily. Then you can lay the flat bit of your stud in there and then press down. Did you hear a little click?
Yeah.
There you go. Oops. Oh. I'll try another one. Sorry, Dave, if you're watching. It's so easy. There we go.
You get loads of these included in your bundle as well. So get a bit of scrap fabric and try it out.
So, yeah, do try one first before you do it. But, I mean, if it doesn't work, it just comes off, so you just put another one on. It's fine. And then when it does work, it's worked properly. But what I tend to do with these rivets, I tend to just snap the cap on it. Because I tend to do quite a few at the same time. So you're not going to keep taking this off to push the rivet on. So I tend to do it this way.
Yeah, you are at a higher...
Yeah, and then I'm much higher here as well. And then just press it down. Oops. There you go. And it's in.
Nice. Oh, you know, on your clothes as well, I'm thinking dressmakers. It isn't just bag makers, is it?
No, I mean, I've done a collaboration with them and I did a pinny, an apron. So you got a free pattern for it when you get the Green Machine. So if you buy the Green Machine, when you go, they will send you an email. And there was 3 people before me as well, so they've all given a pattern to the Green Machine, and I have. So you can go and download them from any of our websites.
Sick.
And then I think there's a new one coming up soon because I've been with them now till the end of April. So it's great because, and that was a lovely apron, and just to sort of rivet the leather straps on it. which is great. So you don't need to sew over it, you don't need a machine to sew the leather bits on, press a hole in it and it's done.
You will find so many ways of using this. There's a lady, Carroll's messaging saying, I have just converted 15 duvet covers from envelope bottoms to snap fastening with the green machine, and it's so easy to do.
So easy to do, yes.
How good is that?
And then you've got, so you've got the different ones, so you can see the different dyes that you've got.
I've seen so many people who have done lovely denim jackets with diamantes on shoes, on boots, on all sorts of things.
You can put it on anything. I've seen them on, somebody made a dress. I don't know if you've seen on their website, and they'd put all these studs on, like little, almost like fish tails, all over this dress, and it was absolutely stunning. And you've got all sorts of little pyramid studs, you've got the diamante ones. It just adds another layer
And they're
to
always
it.
developing new dyes as well, aren't they, with new hardware?
I know.
So you absolutely grow with it.
And once you've got the dyes, all you need to do is then just replace the hardware.
Yeah.
So, and you can buy the packs from here, from the green machine. So they've got them all over. So so the other ones, so these are sort of like the S spring ones.
Which are really heavy duty.
Which are really good for fastening. And then you've got sort of like the magnetic ones as well, which you could put on the bunny one instead of the magnetic ones that we've got. You could add these onto it. And it's quite nice because sometimes, you know, if you've got a front there, you have to put them on before you sew them together, so you've got the snaps inside and everything. With these, because you've got a lovely cap on the back of it, you can put it on when it's all made up because you've got a really nice sort of finish on both sides of it. So it always looks lovely. So you've got the little magnetic snaps, you've got the S spring ones, and you've got the studs.
Sandra, it's different to the blue machine, by the way. It's
very
just
different.
The colour. The blue does covered buttons. This one that one's a specialised cover button ones, whereas this is where you do your rivets, your S-springs, you do loads of different things. I've never been able to put poppers on anything, and they kept them on properly until I got the cream machine. It's absolutely brilliant.
It is, it's well worth it. And if you do a lot of handbag making or anything like that, it's well worth it.
You don't need to fix it, screw it down to the desk or anything.
No.
You don't need a workbench.
It's quite heavy. It's a good weight, but you don't need to press it down very hard. You know, so if you do have dexterity problems, I mean, this is quite a high desk here, so I'm on my tiptoes and you can press it down. But you can see you can do it really easily. It really doesn't take a lot. And it comes almost like this with just the handle that you have to put on with a screw. And a little Allen key, and the foam bit, which if you put some washing up liquid or something on the handle, it will slip over it quite easily. So if you try and do it without, it's quite stiff to try and get on, but you can do it otherwise. And that's all you need to do, and then it's just ready. And you can just leave it on your desk.
Oh, honestly, I think that this is one of those items that whenever our guests who come in who have got one, you're all itching to tell everybody about how amazing it is. It was Debbie Shaw. She said, I've got one, and she says, I can't stop putting rivets on everything. Every time Hayley West is on, she's like, do you need me to demo the green machine, please? I went, there you go. Tash has just gone, I've got one.
That's right.
They're
great, aren't they? They're so good. I mean,
it's so good.
When you've got the tabs on the side, you don't need to put anything on them, but just on the back at the side where the on the bunny bag, see where the D-rings go in at the side of the bag at the bottom? So that it just finishes it off. You don't have to. People tend to put a sewing line down it, which is fine, but if you put a rivet in, people will go, oh, where did you buy that bag from? And you go, actually, I made it. And they go, well, how did you get that hardware in? And with this, it's just so easy to do. I can't recommend them enough. They're brilliant.
Well, it's something you get once, isn't it?
Yes.
And then that's it.
Then that's it. You do. You want one.
Your machine's there for life, isn't it? We love it. Anyway, we just wanted to mention that it is available. It's on 3-way split pay. You can choose your silver or your gold hardware options, and you do get a free downloadable pattern as well with it. The patterns that we have today have been very, very popular indeed. Our bunny bag, which is your meadow bunny rucksack, it's been brand new today and we've loved it. You've got that big pocket on the back. You've got the pocket on the inner as well. You can do it with or without the green machine. There's now over 30 of you who are heading to checkout, I think, over the next few minutes. If you've got it in your basket, please don't wait to check out. We love it. We've also had back in stock the Harmony Duo bag, which is your 2 bags in one. on. The new colourway bundles are underneath. There's a great way of using your green machine. If you don't have a green machine, it doesn't restrict you from making this bag at all.
Not at all, no. It really doesn't.
You have full step-by-step instructions and photographs that coordinate as well for £11. And this one, the only way of getting it is in the physical as opposed to your PDF. We're not doing a downloadable one, as you wanted to keep full-size templates.
I just have an aversion to printing patterns out and then having to stick them all together, because I don't think they ever work that well. So I always do my patterns on a full-size sheet. So you've got all the patterns on a really good quality card on full size. So
personal preference from the designer.
Absolutely. I mean, I like on the bunny ones, I would do a PDF on it because I like it now and I want to get it now. Whereas on something like that, I'd rather wait, and then I've got all the templates in the full size. Yeah. You can just keep them in a folder then.
Brilliant. We love the Harmony Duo bag. Back in stock. Make the most of it. Just £11. Sandy, when are you back with us?
The end of the month.
Fabulous.
28th, I think it is.
28th. Oh, well, I hope to see you. I'm not quite sure if I'm in with you, but I hope to see you not. Because I was saying, I don't actually know if I've seen you since Christmas time.
I met you in the green room, and then you go off to your other job.
I've been there and everywhere.
I know, and then I haven't seen you in ages, so it's been lovely to work with Farrah Fawcett Majors.
Oh, no, see, it's all flattened now. This morning at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, it was like...
It was fabulous.
Yeah,
it still is. Still looks beautiful.
Thank you ever so much.
Thanks a lot.
We've loved today. Go through for your patterns. Do not miss them. Have a look back through as well if you missed any of the Scrappy Bears, the Fox, the Kitty. All of those are all listed underneath us as well. Now it is time. I will update you on the stock of the trousers when we come back with Tash. But if you haven't yet checked out, this literally could be your last chance to be able to get the physical pattern. If you do want the download, we have also got the digital download option. We've got the sweatshirt pattern back in stock, another sellout pattern from Tash. So stay exactly where you are. We've got NH patterns coming up right after this.
Can you believe it's been 3 years since Crafters Companion was first on Sewing Street? Well, we can't let the anniversary go by without me doing a mega takeover to celebrate. So join me on Wednesday the 9th of April from 9 AM till 12 PM for a full 3 hours of deals and discounts and an exclusive look at a brand new launch. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Right, are we ready? I want a stock update on this because I've been nervous about it, I'm not going to lie. When we've got the sweatshirt back, you can start shopping for that. But we have to start with the trousers because I think we all agree, we all need these trousers in our life, don't we? They are amazing, Tash.
Thank you very much, they're so comfy.
When did you design these then? How was this?
Last year, I think. This time last year, I think it was.
Has this been one of your best sellers?
Yeah, it really is a bestseller. It's just so easy to wear, isn't it? I mean, it fits like multiple different body types, different age groups, everything. So yeah, it's been really popular.
And also, you say easy to make. You've said to me,
easy
I'll
to
be
make.
able to make these.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Are you ready? Let's check the stock. We've got the 16 to 32, and we've got sizes 4 to 18. 4 to 18 have sold out. 4 to 18 have completely sold out. How about the 16 to 32? There are 10 left. 10 pairs left, not checked out. You said
mad.
Because it was a sellout so fast first time round, you thought, okay, we're having to go around this time.
Yeah, well, I thought everyone's got it. Everyone's already bought it, so.
We love this pattern. We knew that it was going to be quick. So what we have done is we've also now offered you the option to get it as a PDF pattern.
Yeah.
It's all sizes from 4 to 30 in one. Now, I'm thinking of so many fabric. I love statement fabrics like this in trousers. These are gorgeous, aren't they?
You can make it in so many different ones as well. I think we were saying last time, I know someone that's made it in like a satin back crepe, silk fabrics, linens, cotton, chambrays, so many. As long as it's got a bit of drape and it's not too heavy, you're fine.
There's pockets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of
those
course there's pockets.
Of course.
there's
Well, you're
pockets.
wearing them now.
I am,
And
you
you
can't
actually
see
made
them
it out
here.
of a bed sheet.
I made mine out of a bed sheet, yeah.
This is
very similar to the
amazing.
girl that is in the photo. Very similar fabric, yeah.
Fabulous. I absolutely love them. And like you say, you can have them, they sit quite sort of
High-waisted.
high-waisted.
Yeah, high-waisted, because I can't deal with the low-waist trend.
No.
I can't. I like things high-waisted. I like to cover up a tummy. So,
Yes.
especially when you're eating.
Can I make them into shorts if I wanted to?
Yeah, do you know what? So a lot of people have made them into shorts, and I had someone message me about cutting them, actually was watching the show and cut them off at the knee or wants to cut them off at the knee, and that's fine. If you want a straight short, then yeah. They don't flare out though, so if you're going shorter and you want something a bit more flared, you'd need to adjust the pattern.
Yeah, okay.
But if you quite want like a boxer short kind of style, straight leg, then
Yeah, well, I'm thinking again, like, well, that's very in, isn't it? Like a boxer short sort of stuff. But also making them in Christmas time in matching pyjama bottoms for the family.
Yeah, I've made them actually in a knit fabric as well, and they're not intended for knit, so I had to size down 2 sizes. But I made them as for Christmas as like a cozy knit fabric.
This is such a usable pattern. Such a usable pattern. I love these. I want them. Can you tell? I'm going on holiday in the summer, and you're thinking, you know, well, Hannah's going to Morocco. She says, I can't wear shorts to all these places, but you want to
You could wear something like this, yeah.
These are lovely.
Yeah.
Cool clothing, but sometimes you don't want to be in little tiny shorts, do you?
No.
Right, now, I just want to show you on the website, because obviously the physical pattern is sold out. Now, for anybody who's never bought a digital download pattern before, I want to show you on the web how to do it, and then talk through how it is that you're going to print them out, obviously.
There's multiple ways, so I can explain that. Yeah,
Brilliant.
That's absolutely
so
fine.
let me just quickly show you this. So if you go to our website, now if you're watching on the app, or if you normally buy it on the app, you will not be able to buy a digital download from the app today. So you need to call the call centre. For some reason, it's not working together very well. So you can speak to the call centre, or you can go to the website option and click purchase, and this will go into your account. It's an instant buy, so don't go clicking it 10 times. Click it once, it will go into your Sewing Street account, which is the little person icon at the top of the page. Now, on your graphic, it says P&P per day at the top. If you're only buying the pattern as a digital download, if that is it, then you will not be charged $4.95, obviously, for P&P, because you're not going to be, had anything coming through in the post. So even though it says it on screen, don't panic. If you've got any questions, you can call the number. They can do the purchase for you, and it can still appear as a digital download. So yes, if you don't want to do it on the website, or if you're having any problems, then please do speak to the call centre. They can add it, because I know everybody is going to want this pattern. It's £10 as well.
Yeah.
That's so
I don't put
good.
my PDFs as really expensive, because I think you've got to pay to print them, so they don't need to be so expensive. So yeah.
That's really
£10.
good. £10. Hi, Vicki and Tash. These trousers are amazing. I'm about to make these trousers. Had asked Tash if I could make them into shorts.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
Sandra, Sandra emailed me, asking me.
brilliant.
Yeah, so yeah, you can, yeah.
And this is an elasticated waistband, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, and it's got a drawstring, but you can, with buttonholes, but you can completely make it without as well. So you don't have to have buttonholes, so you don't have to have a drawstring. You can have it just
It looks
simple.
great. Just with a shirt like you're wearing them now.
Yeah, tucked in with a shirt. I've worn it with a t-shirt, little vest top in the summer, whatever you want to do, yeah.
Dress it up, dress it down. This is lovely. I have to work today, so I can't watch live. I sent it a couple of hours ago. My daughter is expecting, would the Sienna trousers work as maternity trousers?
So they would expand outwards, yeah, but they probably wouldn't go to the full length of pregnancy, just because obviously they can only extend to a certain amount, because there's not much room in the kind of crotch area for that.
Yeah.
So you can for a certain amount of time, because they'll stretch with you, but after a while you wouldn't be able to.
It'd be nice, comfy ones for after as well.
Yeah,
There'll
or
be
you
ones
could
that
size
wear
up.
after. Yeah,
size
up.
If you sized up, because you can what you could do is size up in them, shrink the elastic down to be smaller, so that it grows with you, so that your actual trousers are bigger, and then it would grow for longer.
Brilliant. Great idea. Thank you for your message. And yeah, they're just so lovely and comfortable. If you're doing long journeys, like on a coach or traveling on a plane, and depending on the fabric that you use, these roll up in a in a suitcase so easily. And as I say, if you're doing them in a linen or a viscose, you'd want to do them in loads of different fabrics around the pool. They're lovely, aren't they? Right, everybody who has got them as a digital downloader today. So when I receive it, how will it sort of appear on my computer?
So on the digital download, there's multiple different files. So you have an instructions booklet, and it's exactly the same instructions booklet. It's just the sizes combined in the one on, oh no, they still are on here. So it's exactly the same booklet. It's just a digital format. So that you can read as a PDF on your computer, on your iPad, on your phone.
You don't need to print that off.
Don't need to print it, no. You can just keep it on your computer. The files come in multiple different sizes. So if you're in the UK, the only ones you need to look at is A4, because that's the printer size that we use here, or A0. A0 is large scale, so that could be printed at a print shop. So you can send that away to a couple different places and get it printed, and it will be posted to you. But that would just be the pattern. There'd be no instructions with that. It would just be the pattern.
Yeah,
and
I've got a stationery shop literally down the road from me. And they do it. The library also does it, I believe.
Exactly. The only thing you have to make sure is if you get it printed by someone that doesn't normally do sewing patterns, just ask them to print it at 100% scale.
Okay.
Same with your A4. You just print it at 100% scale, because what you don't want to do is print it at 50% and you've got a 50% size pair of trousers. But there is test squares on your first page. So when you print it out, you can just print the first page if you're doing A4 and sticking it together. And you can measure your test squares to make sure you've got it right before you print the rest of the pattern.
So it's straightforward.
It's very straightforward. And I do have a YouTube video showing how to assemble an A4 pattern. If you don't send it to a print shop and you print on your own printer, I've got a video showing you exactly how to do that on my YouTube. So
fantastic.
Yeah, it's simple. If you print it on A4, there's quite a few pages, so it just takes a bit of time, but you can do it sitting in front of the telly. Or
I suppose having this option as a digital download, it's great because you've got all of the sizes that you then can click and print.
Yeah, so it's layered, so you can choose, you can print just your size if you want to. You don't have to print every size. So if you're a 32, turn all the other layers off. And you can print. I mean, if anyone doesn't know how to do that, that's not in the tutorial, so you can drop me an email and I'll show you how to do that. That's fine.
Brilliant, but that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because then if there's somebody else, like you said, you're making it for your daughter, you're making it for someone else, because let's face it, when you wear these trousers, people are going to say, please will you make me a pair? And it's something that's quite quick to make?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it takes me about an hour, but obviously it takes, the more you do, the quicker it is.
Love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. I was going to get the pattern and decided to get the digital download as well, as I can't wait. This is it. We've got hot weather this week.
Yeah.
Next Saturday, it's going to be 21 degrees.
That's amazing.
Make yourself a pair whilst you're waiting for your fabric choices to arrive, because we've got some great fabric choices. If you love the ones that I've got here, we've actually got this fabric. But if you want to make them out of bedsheet like Tasha did, do it.
I used a double bed sheet, and I had enough to make the trousers and probably a top as well. So
brilliant. There's so many messages coming in. This is Susan. I bought the trouser pattern and the denim fabric bundle.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Do the trousers have pockets?
They do, yeah. They have side seam pockets, which we're going to demo today because they're a slightly different construction, but they're really nice.
They're a good size pocket as well.
They're yeah. Well, I purposefully, because I've got quite big hands, so when I do pockets, I put my hand on it and I put my phone, because my phone's one of the bigger ones on it as well, to make sure everything fits in a pocket.
They're lovely. They're really lovely.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody's checking out on the PDF, there's loads of these there, £10, and it will appear in your account today. So you can get sewing on these straight away, print it out and get going, ready for this lovely warm weather. Because I keep thinking this, I'm planning so much in the next few weeks. I'm thinking the weather's probably going to be snowing by the end of the month.
It'll probably change.
So let's make the most of this weather with the PDF instant download. Now, the bundles that we have, oh, Chrissy says, I'm getting them. I love it, love it, love it.
Oh, amazing.
Now, this fabric is perfect.
It is probably the best fabric I've used for these ones. This specific weight and drape is lovely because it's heavy enough that it kind of pulls on the fabric so that it gives you that nice swishy drape.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice.
So I'd wear this just with a black sort of little cami top and it would look really quite dressy.
Yeah.
Or I'd go with a really big, oversized shirt, tuck it in, and it would look really lovely. Oh, everybody's obviously loved this too. There are 2 bundles left, $28.99.
I think this one was really good last time as well. I think a lot of people love this.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Did you make these up before then? Have we seen this?
These are the ones that I made, for the last show, and it sold out then as well.
Yeah, it sold out this time as well. We also have this lovely, can I go for this one next? Because this is the same fabric, I believe. I believe it sold out as well the last time the trousers were on. So we've got this one back in stock. So you've got enough here for the largest size, and it has this really lovely stripe. They are going to look
and the stripe will go vertically down the leg as well, which is what you want because it elongates your legs.
Yeah, very flattering.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
But then look at all these different colours that you can pick out with a blue shirt, a cream shirt, pink, go orange, go green. Yeah. All those lovely colours. Statement trousers, $28.99. I don't know why. Me and Hannah were talking about this before the show. It's really difficult, I think, to get... Well, I always thought it's really difficult to get a good trouser pattern that you're happy with, that fits you. Because a pair of trousers like this, you want it to be able to fit in the right places.
Yes.
We've all got different waist lengths. We've all got different size hips and bums, different ways. I find it really difficult buying trousers, and my size has definitely, obviously, changed since having kids. And I feel that I used to be...
Your body shape changes, doesn't it? Your actual body shape, because your hips widen and all sorts. So you end up with things that you used to fit you well and styles that fit you well, then suddenly don't. And you can't.
There are certain high street shops, and I think I just can't fit in their trousers at all.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel, uncomfortable, thinking, oh my gosh, my shape has just changed so much. So to be able to get a pair that fit you comfortably.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a hard thing. And one thing as well is if anybody does have a shorter torso or shorter legs and stuff, I do offer support with my patterns, so you can always email me and I can give you adjustments or make some little videos and things like that. So that's, if there is alterations that are needed, just drop me an email and I'll let you know what to do.
This is 30% linen and it's 70% viscose. So it's got really lovely float to it, but it's still got that structure when you're sewing. And
it doesn't crease as much because of the viscose content. So for holiday, these are brilliant.
Yes, love that. There's another one that's back in stock as well with blue leaves. These ones. This is another one that completely sold out first time round. These are holiday trousers, aren't they?
Yeah.
These are holiday trousers. Now, if you've got the digital download pattern, make it in a fabric that you've already got. Try them out. A wearable toile, an old bed sheet, and then you've got all this fabric ready to go when it's on its way to you. $28.99, it'll be with you in the next few days. This, with some real silver jewellery, would look lovely again as a guest at a wedding.
Do you know, you could even wear, it'd look really nice with a white long sleeve top.
Yeah.
Like a nice, for like a bit more of a holiday evening. You know, when you've been wearing them all day, and you can't be bothered to get changed.
Yeah.
So then you just go shove on a different top and you're ready to go again.
They're lovely. They are lovely, aren't they? £28.99. Love all of these fabrics. Oh, she says I'm at a wedding on the 18th, so she's got them ready.
Oh, amazing.
Because sometimes, when you've got a wedding and it's months and months away, sometimes those dates creep up on you. You think, actually, do you know what? I'll get my digital download and I can make it to fit me. Hannah wants to achieve certain goals by weddings, and she says, I didn't get to them, so I'm making the trousers in the size. She says the wedding's she says the wedding I'm talking about is in October, and she says, I already know that I'm not going to make those goals. Right. Is it this one? Now, this is a viscose.
Yeah.
Will this work?
It'll work. It'll absolutely work. It'll give you a slightly different look, so it'll be a lot more slinky.
Okay.
Very light, very breathable, very airy. So again, it's good for summer weather, good for warm weather.
Any tips sewing or cutting out viscose?
So cutting
it's a bit more...
A bit flimsy. I tend to put a lot of weights on when I'm cutting viscose. I think I use anything for weights as well. Coffee cups, anything that's around will be a weight.
Yeah.
So I tend to weigh it down a lot. If you've got carpet, it sounds silly, but cutting out on your carpet, the fabric kind of sticks to the carpet, so it's a lot easier to cut. So it's a really, like I used to do it at uni when we were using silks and things like that. Yeah. Roll it out onto the carpet and then cut on that. Obviously, don't cut through your carpet. That's, be careful. But it kind of sticks to it, so it's an easy way to cut. But it can be a bit slippery. And a lot of people are scared of using viscose. And do you know what? It was one of the first fabrics I ever used.
Right.
So it's not that scary. It's pin it a lot. Make sure you're keeping it all together and it's all cut nice and as neat as possible. But yeah, it's not that hard.
It's lovely in the sort of wildflower design as well, isn't
Yeah,
it? This is
yeah.
the darker blue background. Is it this one? Sorry, yeah. This is another new bundle for the trousers today. Maybe you've already got the trouser pattern from last time.
Oh, that's lovely. That would look lovely in those.
$24.99. 3 meters. Oh, can I ask what height person these are designed for, please?
Yes, so 5'6" to 5'7" I tend to draft them for as average.
Yeah.
They're all both size ranges are drafted for the same size.
See, drafting, it just blows my mind. I've learned so much about this over the last few years of being here, that you don't just make a pattern and then say, oh, let's just upscale it and make it smaller.
Yeah.
To grade your patterns, to go such size inclusivity is really difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, and people do it different ways. So the way that I tend to do it is, the reason I have 2 ranges is because I start my lower range with a size 10 and then I grade up and down from there, and I make the sample for a size 10 based on my mannequin or, you know, and then when you start grading up to a point, things can distort.
Change, yeah.
So I will grade it up to a 22 and then I'll readjust the pattern so that it fits the same on the 22 as it should do on the size 10. Yeah. So you're not ending up with long legs that are twice the length and things like that. So even with tops, you don't end up with an armhole that's hanging down here.
Yeah.
So I'll adjust it to fit the size 22 and then I'll grade up and down on that as well. So yeah, that's why there's 2 different ranges, because people don't grow at the same rate.
No.
We do it the best we can. So obviously grading, you have to make it the same throughout. So some people do need alterations. Not everybody's going to fit a pattern, but for the most part, you try and keep it as inclusive as you can.
And is that the case as well with the digital download, even though it's all in, because you get access obviously 4 to 30?
Yeah, so the only reason they're split on these charts, so sometimes they'll be split because they're different. So the pattern might have a different crotch length or something. This pattern doesn't need to be. So when we've tested it, it's actually been fine across the range. But the digital download is completely combined. The reason they're not is because they wouldn't fit in the envelope. Because the pattern pages ended up being massive if you print every single size across. So we've split them on there. But yeah, on the digital download, they're all on one. But like I said, you can turn off your sizes.
Yeah,
so.
do you know what? If you are happy to, print it, then you've got all the sizes.
Yeah.
£10.
Just trace them off. Trace them off, and then you can use multiple sizes.
Oh, you're making these for everyone. These are brilliant. Absolutely, I love them. And the different fabrics, they're going to look completely different in different fabrics, aren't they?
Absolutely. These look a bit more dressy, I think.
They do. I love the gold leaves. Now, we've got a couple more to just show you. I've got the yellow flowers. Beautiful. Brand new bundle, especially in for the trousers. This is again viscose, 3 metre bundle, enough for the largest size. Like the yellow. I do like the idea of having yellow trousers. Hannah's saying she doesn't like yellow near her face.
Yeah, I can't wear yellow near my face.
Yeah, look quite washed out, whereas trousers, it's different, isn't it? Then you can wear it with a white or a black or whatever colour. These are lovely, aren't they? They're not little bees, they're little flowers.
Are they poppies? What are they meant to be? Poppies?
Poppies.
Yeah.
Purple yellow poppies. Just £24.99. £24.99 for your bundle. I think, have we gone through all the bundles? Have we done this one?
Not that one, that's the one I'm doing the demo in.
Fabulous.
Yes, I've got that one cut out.
Right, so we'll see this in action. Do you change your foot for a viscose or any other
No, I keep
needle?
it exactly the same. No, I keep it exactly the same. To be fair, I'm quite a lazy sewer with things like that. With needles and everything, I try and keep everything the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, you can change to a smaller needle if you want to, and it will stop it. All I say is change to a new needle. Okay. Because if you're using, and don't use anything too heavy, if you're using your standard size, as long as it's sharp enough to go through and not pull the fabric, you'll be fine.
Brilliant. Love that one. That one is a really lovely one that goes between daytime, evening. You can dress it up, dress it down. Colours are amazing in this. You've got all of those really beautiful yellows, and then look at these pinks. They are stunning. The turquoise tones, I love that. I think that's my favourite. £24.99, that was allowed. And can I remind you, physical patterns. And I did say to Tash, did we order enough? Oh, yeah. We absolutely stocked the shelves. And because it's obviously the last day of the day, it was the first thing I mentioned even before the early bird, so I apologise for that, for anybody who's just tuned in for them. But We tried to get as many as we possibly could. The Sienna trousers are now available as PDF. Please, 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 if you've never bought a PDF dressmaking pattern before, do not be put off. It is a really accessible, easy way of being able to get, and let's face it, affordable way of getting all of the sizes from 4 to 30 today, instantly. When you click purchase, if you can't get on the web, you can obviously speak to the customer service team. If you normally shop on the app and you can't see it coming through, talk to the team or get to the web, and then they will be able to access it for you. We love these trousers, absolutely love them. Also, we haven't mentioned on the show as well, Heather Sweatshirt is selling like hotcakes. We will be coming back to Heather Sweatshirt as well, but we're going to start with the trousers, if that is all right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let me get them.
And so how much elastic am I, or what size elastic? Is there anything else that I need to be shopping for whilst I'm getting the pattern?
I think it's I can't remember now. I think it'll say on the pattern on the back, but I think it's 38mm elastic.
Oh, yeah.
Or 1.5 inch. Yeah, 38mm or 1.5 inch elastic.
Okay.
And generally, so it'll be in the instructions, but if you haven't got them there, it's about your waist measurement minus a couple of inches normally is what you go for. So you can measure yourself if you need to.
I'm just looking how you've done the eyelets, because you could do that on your green machine, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. So you can do it on there. You just need to make sure your eyelets are big enough to get a safety pin through, basically, or a bodkin, which I think you've got bodkins, haven't you? Just as long as your eyelets are big enough for that to go through, then you can use that. I've done buttonholes because it's easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you can do it without as well. You don't need any of it if you don't want to. So,
Fantastic.
yeah. So we're going to do the pocket again today. So, because I was saying these are a different technique to other side seam pockets. So I've done one. I can get them out. So if you can see here. We've got top stitching around the edge. So this is before I've attached the back. So when you attach the back, you can't actually see the entrance to the pocket, but you've got a lovely top stitching detail on there, and that is your pocket. And from the wrong side, this is what they look like this. Now they're split into two different pieces. You can make it out of the same fabric if you want to. You can do this portion in lining. Always keep this section in the same fabric, because you want, when you put your hand in, you want to see the fabric that you're working with. But if you want to use lining for this part, you can. You don't have to, it's just giving you the option. So I've got my pocket ready here.
A couple of people have asked, do I need an overlocker?
You don't need an overlocker, you can just use a zigzag stitch. I always think anywhere there's overlocking, you can use a zigzag stitch, or you can use an overcast stitch on your machine. It's completely up to you. Most people don't. I mean, I started sewing without an overlocker and finished everything with a zigzag stitch. It's something that you can get over time, isn't it? You don't have to have it straight away. But I've obviously done it just because I've got one. So that's why. But yeah, finish it with a zigzag stitch and you'll be fine.
I've got one question and one comment to add. So, good afternoon, Tash and Vicki. How lovely are these trousers? Can I ask if this pattern is easy or beginner friendly?
So it's labelled as an advanced beginner only because there's techniques like the pockets and techniques like the elasticated waistband that are just a little bit different to your standard. But there is a full YouTube sew along. So if you're a little bit unsure whether it's for you or if you're going to be able to do it, you can just go and look at the YouTube.
Is that on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, NH Patterns. NH Patterns everywhere. Yeah, you can go and have a look, and you can always look at the YouTube video first and see if it's achievable for you, and then go back and buy the pattern, because it's PDF now, so you can do that.
Well, can I just say, Liz messaged in earlier. She messaged about 9 o'clock saying about the Sienna pattern, and she said, remember when I said, she couldn't find the pattern pieces on there? She says, the problem I had with the download earlier has been sorted. She says, I've printed the pattern, I'm now sticking it together. I've got new trousers by tea time.
Amazing.
I love that.
Amazing, yeah.
Please do make sure you put them on the fan page at tea time tonight. Yes.
Oh, that'd be nice to see. Yeah, I'd like to see if everyone makes them. That'd be amazing.
By the time you get back to Manchester,
yes,
everyone will be posting the picture of the new trousers.
Imagine that'd be
great
because they don't take that long. And do you know what? If you wanted to make them without pockets and just have a really quick pair that you could wear for pajamas or something, you can do.
That's what. As soon as I get home from work, I'm literally sweatshirt, comfy buttons.
Wear them together.
That is it.
Yeah, wear them together.
Sorted.
Yeah, I always say they're secret pyjamas. So I'll wear them when I get home, but then if I need to pop out to the shops, I still look like I'm dressed.
Someone comes to the door, you know,
Although I do have my dressing gown over the top. So we'll get on with the pocket demonstration so I can show you how you go about it. So here I've attached my two pocket pieces. So we've got the smaller piece here and the main piece here. I've got notches on the pattern, which you probably can't see because it's quite, printed. And what you're going to do is you're going to take your pocket and place it right sides together and match up the notches on your pocket with the notches on your trousers. And then you're going to pin in between the notches and sew in between the notches. You're not going to sew past them. You want to be as neat as you can sewing the notches, because you'll see why. They basically form the little notched out area that I showed you. So pin them in place, and I'm going to sew with a 1 centimetre seam allowance just between the notches. Get my machine on.
Are you plugged in?
I was plugged in.
Oh, no, you're not. It's this side here.
No, that's the...
Oh, that's your iron. Oh, where's
it was working a minute ago, but...
Oh, no. Oh, hang on, is it me?
Oh, there we go. We've come to life.
Probably me.
So we'll just sew between those notches using your 1 cent. So most of my seam allowances are 1 centimetre, and it will always tell you in the instructions if anything changes. And if it doesn't tell you, it's 1 centimetre. So we'll sew right between. And you can see here as well, I've literally put 2 pins in, and sewing with viscose is fine. Yeah. It's not as slippery as it seems. It's actually worse to cut out than it is to sew. Cool, so I've sewn my first pocket on there, just between the notches. And now what I'm gonna do is cut into my notches right up to the seam. And you want it to be as close as you can without cutting through the seam there, right on the edge. And the reason you do that is so you can treat that section separately to the top and bottom.
Okay.
There. So now we're going to take the pocket away and just understitch here, which I explained in the hour before, but you're essentially sewing your seam allowance of your trousers onto this part of the pocket.
And that keeps the pocket bag inside?
It does, yeah. Which you don't have to, you could just press it, because there is top stitching that will also do that. But it's a nice finish. I understitch everything, I love it.
Yeah, you said earlier on, this is a stage that you normally tell everybody, oh,
don't skip it.
Don't skip it, yeah. It does add such a lovely... It takes seconds as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it just adds a professional look to your pattern.
I suppose just because it's a stitch that you don't necessarily see on your garments, you think, oh, well, I can get away with not doing that bit, but actually it does add...
It's nice, yeah. It's just a nice way.
Garments, you might as well.
Yeah, you might as well put the extra effort in, especially with viscose, because viscose is more likely to slip out than, say, a linen. So it would be nice to do that, so you don't end up with the saggy pocket bags. So now what we'll do is we'll fold back along this original edge like this and fold it to the wrong side, but we'll untuck the bottom and the top around the pocket, where above those notches and below those notches. And you've created that nice set in pocket there. And now we'll just top stitch around this edge here, and that's the first part of your pocket done then. With this part, you can actually top stitch however much you want, really, as long as you don't take up the whole pocket. Yeah. You could do something decorative, you can do a smaller one. I tend to just go for a 1 centimetre around the whole thing. So I go out from the notch point. And then pivot, making sure your pocket stays nice and flat underneath. That's the only thing with viscose, is keep it out of the way. I mean, if you've pinned it, you're fine. I just tend to avoid using pins if I can. So I do my foot's width normally, or about 1 centimetre. And then pivot back just to the edge again. And there we go. That's the first section done. And you've got a really nice, neat pocket there.
Lovely.
So now we'll go back to the wrong side of the trousers, but the right side of the pocket, like so. Make sure it doesn't fall off the edge. And we'll take the other pocket that we've got, that's again, the pieces are sewn together, and place it right sides together. Now, all that's left to do is sew your pocket bags together the whole way around.
Okay.
Not sew in your trousers. So you want
to... notches as well, aren't they, to line up, or are these to do with something else?
They're the notches from the original one, so you can line them up with your original notches there. But yeah, the pocket bag should neatly just line up the whole way along, and you just want to make sure it's separate from the trousers, and so only the pocket bags together. Do that and overlock, your pocket's done.
Brilliant.
It's a new technique, but it's a really nice way of doing pockets. And actually, everybody that's tried this technique have said, "Oh, that's the only way I'm doing side seam pockets now," because they tend to stay. They don't tend to sag out of the gap. So yeah, it's a lovely way of doing it. So we'll do that.
Have you got more patterns as well? Have you got more patterns as well that you're going to be bringing on board?
Yeah, so in June, we've got a new top coming that's got multiple views, and someone commented on it. I wore it on the last show, and someone commented on it and said, "Is it going to be a pattern?" And it is, yeah. So it's coming. It's in the progress now, but yeah, June 14th, I think it is, the Saturday. That's when that one will
And
be
you're going to
coming.
be on air?
I'm going to be on air with it, yeah. I'll wear it, I'll bring it on air.
Brilliant.
We'll do a couple of different techniques on there because there's a few different views, and there'll be different versions that, again, are different for different skill levels.
You said the 14th of June, that's John Scott's birthday weekend.
Yeah, he asked me to come back for it.
There you go. I was going to say, you don't just get on John Scott's birthday weekend without a personal invite.
Yeah, he asked if I would come back for his birthday on the last show, and I said, of course I will. So there we go. So that is your pocket done, apart from obviously overlocking, zigzag stitching, whatever you want to do. Obviously trim all your threads and neaten the edge however you want. And then from the right side, you've got a nice tucked in pocket.
Love it.
Like that.
Yes.
And then you can see on here, the one that I've made before, when you attach your back, you actually can't see that opening. It's hidden. So it's completely hidden within, and it follows the seam like that, so you can't see it, and it's nice and neat. You can only see the top stitching that you've put in there.
Yeah, I've never seen a pocket done in that way. It's really nice.
No, and what's nice about it is the pockets are all on the front of the trouser leg. They're not on the back, so they don't pull to the back very often. They tend to stay at the front, because I hate that when you've got one pocket at the front and one at the back. So you've got to pull them in. So yeah, they tend to stay there, and it's just a nice technique, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can do that on any side seam pockets. So that dress we showed earlier, you could do that on there. You could use the pattern piece from this and stick it anywhere. So take the pattern piece from this, and as long as you put the notches the same distance on any side seam, you can put that pocket in anything. So yeah, it's a handy technique to learn.
Now on the show that you did last time with John.
Yes.
Which techniques did you do on the trousers? Can you remember?
We did the pocket again.
We did the pocket.
Yeah.
You can watch that show back if there's anything that you want to watch. And also, don't forget, Tash has also got a full YouTube video tutorial of all of those techniques with the trousers. Just aware of time, and we've also got the Heather sweater. So anybody who wants the trouser pattern that we're talking about, the only way of getting it is now with your PDF download option. Print it out yourself. There are hundreds of you managing to get that. Well done. And you're getting all size ranges as well, which is such a fab, affordable way of being able to get them today. And whether you're making them with a cotton lawn, whether you're doing the viscose, a linen, something that's got a little bit of drape to it.
Yeah, ideally, but just as long as it's not too heavy. So the cotton that I used on mine, or the denims that you showed earlier, the chambrays, they're not super drapey, but they're light enough to have a bit of movement. You just want a bit of movement.
Love them, absolutely love them. Everything that you need, as we said, is on the fabric requirements. So when you download it, you'll be able to see the list, for your elastic and bits and bobs. But if you're just buying that PDF pattern today, you're only paying, well, you're not paying any P&P. That's all you're paying, £10. Just click it once, just click it once, just click it once. Okay, now, shall we do the sweatshirt? As I said, I think these are absolute sort of capsule wardrobe staples, aren't they?
Yeah.
I've seen some fabulous, garments out there that you think, oh, I'd love to make that. I might wear it for a special occasion, whereas this is going to be one of the most worn.
Yeah, I've got about 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, I wear them to the gym, I wear them at home, I wear them just day to day. They're just easy.
Yes.
Really easy. And they don't take long to put together.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Anybody who's got an embroidery machine as well? We've had some great deals on embroidery machines. Embroider them.
I've done some embroidery on one. I've got a little bee. When I moved to Manchester, I put a little bee on the rest of it,
Now this one is sizes 4 to 18. It is a physical pattern, so you've got it available. We do not have it as available as a PDF pattern, so this is your physical pattern. It's £17.99. This was another one that completely sold out first time round. I've hardly mentioned it today, and it's already down to less than 40 of these available. The other size variation as well His size is 16 to 32. This says beginner
Yeah.
skill level. Yeah.
Yeah, a beginner could do this. There's not that many techniques. I mean, it's a few pieces.
Yeah.
It's a front, a back, sleeves, and then all your bands. And all your bands are done in exactly the same way. So once you've done one, you can do them all.
So
exactly
this isn't
the same.
like a specialist band in sort of
No,
jersey?
So you could.
You could?
So if you want to get a ribbing fabric
Yeah,
and
that's
do it
it.
like that, you just
Yeah.
size down a couple of sizes
Okay.
on the pattern piece.
Yeah.
And it says how you can do that in the pattern, but I've done it so that you can use the same fabric. You do it on the side that's got the most stretch, so your fabric has a bit of stretch. These ones all have enough that will work.
This fabric
it's soft,
is
isn't it?
Gorgeous. It's got all the lovely furry fleece on the inside.
Yeah, it's really
Soft.
cosy.
So
yeah.
if you have got an overlocker, you will run this up,
Yeah.
you know, because you can construct it.
Yeah.
Can't you?
Yeah, you can construct the whole thing. Yeah.
Isn't it lovely?
But you can equally do it on a sewing machine and it will be absolutely fine because there's not enough stretch in it to affect your machine. I do it with a normal needle, normal stitch, everything. I can just sew it as normal.
Brilliant. Now, this is size 16 to 32. If you want a bit more of an oversized, it's very in, isn't it, having like your oversized sort of sweater. Then you've got the larger size as well. Now, the bundles are enough to be able to make the largest size. The one that's on the mannequin is this one. 2.5 meters of your gorgeous sweatshirting fabric. It is, I can't stress to you
soft.
how soft this is. When you mentioned earlier on, when you go on the high street, you don't always find the fabric that feels like this. It just is gorgeous. The composition is 70% cotton, 30% polyester. It's going to wash really well. It's going to, wear really well. It's just one of those sweatshirts that you absolutely are going to love wearing, and simple to make. Something, again, like with the trousers, you're going to be able to make some really useful items for your wardrobe. That's lovely. $34.99. Another one that I think you're going to have a lot of people asking you about. You're going to have a lot of people asking to make it for them. This is also the lighter blue. Fabulous pattern. Oh, this is about the viscose. Should I pre-wash the viscose?
Yeah, I would say so because not all viscoses, but some viscoses have a tendency to shrink quite a bit. So I would pre-wash it. I mean, I pre-wash all my fabrics anyway, and some do, some don't. So it's just worth if you can just, pre-washing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
This is, again, that really, really, really lovely soft sweatshirting fabric. If I don't have an overlocker, because it does have a stretch to it, am I all right to use it?
I sewed, I think not this one, I sewed another sample completely just with a straight stitch and I didn't even finish the edges because it doesn't fray.
Right.
So I just left it as it was.
Do you use a different needle, jersey needle or...?
You can use a ballpoint, but you don't have to. I did it with a standard needle because, like I said, I'm a lazy sewer, so I just stick it in.
Do you lengthen your stitch or anything? No.
You can do. I didn't.
Yeah.
I just kept it as
There
it
you
is.
go. Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, you can do if you want to, but I don't think there's any need. These fabrics go together quite nicely. The only time you might have a little bit of trouble is when you're doing the bands. Obviously, it's 4 layers of fabric together, so you just want to trim them back. If you trim the inside 2 layers and the outside stay your normal length, you can just sew them with a normal stitch and it's fine.
Lovely. This khaki, I love this colour at the moment. This
Yeah.
is really nice.
I love how the inside's a different colour, so you could actually make it without the cuff and roll it up, and I think that would look nice.
Hannah bought a sweatshirt this colour and she said it cost her over £50. Honestly, Hannah, wait until you feel the quality of this.
Oh, it's
This is
lovely.
Gorgeous. It's $34.99 for 2.5 metres in that khaki colour. Love that. Absolutely love that. Even though we are going into spring and summer, you still always need your sweatshirt, don't you?
Yeah, well, when it cools down of an evening, like if you're on holiday wearing your trousers and it cools down of an evening, pop your sweatshirt on. You've got a lovely, nice loungewear set. You don't need to change.
So it's so soft. You will not be disappointed. 2.5 metres, great price as well. That's for the khaki colourway. Did you do a demo on this one last time?
Yes, so we did the sleeve and the bands last time, but we're just going to do the sleeve today because it's a really simple sleeve to put in.
Fab.
And people are scared of sleeves.
Set-in sleeves.
It's not a set-in sleeve.
Scare-
It's all done on the flat.
Oh,
yeah.
there you
get
go.
it flat. And the good thing about it is there's no front and back.
Right.
The sleeve is exactly the same front and back, so you can't get it in wrong. Because it's drop shoulder, there's no need for the difference in the shoulder.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same, so it's really simple.
Fantastic. Anybody who has been inspired this morning getting into dressmaking, get one of these patterns. This is, remember, only available as a physical pattern today, but get your lovely fabrics to go with. £34.99. Right, let's get going because we're running out of time.
Yeah, of course.
Next to us, next door. I've got some calico in the washer ready to make a toile. Fantastic. Is the sweatshirt pattern unisex or are there darts?
So there's no
This is
darts.
Derek.
So we got asked this last time, and it's not been tested. But if you see on the last show, if you can find the last show, who was it? Someone put it on.
I was going to say, Liam is literally in the studio. We should get Liam to try. Would you mind just trying this sweatshirt on for us? We want to see if it's unisex. And I think that you could wear this. We'll try it out, Derek.
We did try last time and it looked good. It's just not been tested, but it's oversized.
Yeah.
I've made it so the neckline's not super tight, so you can wear like a t-shirt and have it showing underneath and all of that. So I don't see why not.
I've put him on the spot now, haven't I? I'll throw it out to you while we're demoing anyway, and you can come in and model it. You can get just in private. He's there like whipping his top off in a heartbeat. It was mid-conversation.
Oh, gosh. So this, like we were saying, the sleeve is really, really simple. So when you've got it laid up...
That looks...
Yeah, it does.
That suits you.
Yeah, it does suit. The colour's
Sorry,
nice
I was really
on you.
surprised. You look
So yes,
fabulous.
it can be unisex.
There he is.
That's nice.
That looks really... And
It
you,
does look
I
really
must
good on
say,
I like this.
you like your luxury clothes, and isn't that soft?
It is very soft. I like the bottom bit. This
The
bit.
ribbon.
Yeah, that it's the same, that it's not, made in different fabric.
You look good at that.
You won't get it.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thanks,
So yeah,
There you go,
it's unisex. Yeah. So all it was is that it wasn't tested, so I can't say for sure, but I don't see why not. The only other thing as well is if you are buying it and you're not your generic, I mean, you should do this anyway, but test your body measurements. So you would instead of doing bust, you would just measure your chest, and bust and chest would be the same. So you go based off that. So when it comes to the armhole of this, the front and back are the same. So there's no difference across them. So it doesn't matter which sleeve you use. So you can't put it in backwards. So your sleeve, so I'm just literally using any one. Your sleeve, when it attaches, has one notch, and it's just your shoulder notch. And what you'll do is place right sides together. Your sleeve should go towards the top and the neckline and away from the armhole. And you want to match up the center point, the shoulder point, and then pin it just evenly the whole way along. So you'll walk it along the edge without stretching it. So just keep walking it along, put another pin in and do it all the way along. Now, I don't tend to do it all the way, so I'll just do a couple. So walk it a little bit, pin it, and do that the whole way along. And then when you get to the end of both sides, you can simply just sew it in, and I'll show you how quick and easy it is after that.
And it doesn't fray at all,
Doesn't fray.
it?
So the nice thing is you can sew, because this has been in my bag for about a week, and it's not frayed or anything. And the nice thing is, with anything that's got a bit of stretch or like a jersey, the seam will roll.
Okay.
So it will kind of roll together, and it will look like it's been neatened anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's nice and easy. So I'll do it without pins.
What size have you got in at the moment? The 16 to 32 is your size. There is a measurement guide, but it's designed to sort of be slightly sort of
Oversized.
anyway,
So I think
isn't it?
there's 8 to 10 inches of ease in each size. So there's quite a lot of ease. So if you wanted it a bit more fitted, you might want to size down. If you want the neckline fitted, you can size down a couple sizes. It's very versatile. Just sample it and see what you think the fit's like. If you find that it's too big for you, you can just size down. There's not much difference in terms of the fit. It's just the sizing.
I mean, it can look quite sporty and, like you say, in loungewear, but also we've had some really, really beautiful. On the front of the pattern here, it's got like a floral one as well. You can buy some really beautiful sweatshirting fabric.
You can, and the thing is, you don't actually have to use sweatshirting either. It's not designed for
What am I using there?
So you could use like a French terry. You could use something without stretch.
Yeah.
If you find anything, like I've seen some Sherpas and things like that coming about, and I'm really tempted to make like a fluffy Sherpa one. So yeah, you don't have to use sweatshirting. These are beautiful, but you don't have to.
Bruce just asked who's French Terry.
French terry, someone that we don't talk about. Right, so sew this in. And this fabric is so forgiving as well, so you don't have to, like when I'm not pinning it, and it's, it's fine. It's going together nicely.
It's colours together really quickly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You could make a nice set out of them if you wanted to. Maybe not in the same fabric, but you can certainly make a nice set. Oh, that one. Cool. So that's now sewn in. So you've got your front and back, and your sleeve is quite big, so it's quite hard to show you. But you've got your sleeve attached now and your front and back together. And now all you need to do is take your front and back, fold them and match up the hems.
Oh, match your underarm bit.
Match your underarm bit.
Yeah.
And there you go. You'll just do one seam the whole way up, and that is your sleeve inserted. It's really, really simple on this pattern. It's literally just, yeah, that's it. So I'll sew it in.
Yeah.
And then once you've done the other sleeve, your pattern's pretty much done. It's just the bands, and you can add them however you want. If you struggle with, because some people I know struggle with stretching the band to fit, if that's something that you, like if your hands and things like that, I think some people struggle a little bit because I get carpal tunnel and sometimes it can be a little bit hard to pull. You can just size up because they don't need to be smaller. If you don't want them to tuck in at the hip, they can just be straight. And actually, you can make it without the band. Make it without the band and just turn the bottom up and you've got quite a nice even hem. So it's easy and versatile,
Lots of options. This pattern will sell out today. If you're watching on a replay, it's worth checking availability. You never know. The trouser pattern, if you're watching, the only option is your PDF pattern, which is the Sienna Trouser PDF pattern. We knew that it would be a fast sellout, so yeah, we had a backup ready and waiting. And it means that you can click and start, like Liz. Liz says, I've got my trousers cut out. I'm going to be wearing them by tea time.
And that was very quick, by the way, because it takes me a long time to cut out a pattern.
Oh, yeah, she messaged me. She was in, I did warn everybody at 8 o'clock this morning that they were back, so I think she was in bright and early this morning. Can the trousers be lengthened?
Yeah, so the trousers are very straight. So the side seams and the inside leg are completely straight. So you would just add to the hem. You can cut it across. I've got shortening and lengthening lines on there. So you can just cut across and add the length that way. But if you can add it to the hem as well. You can do whatever you want. But there is lines for the leg length and for the rise. So if you've got a shorter torso and you need to reduce the length, you can cut across the line and just fold it over and that will shorten it, or put it above and it will lengthen it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, very, very versatile and easy to change.
And they're nice and floaty on your legs as well. Somebody's asked about the width on your calf.
Oh, there's loads of room. Yeah, I've got quite big calves, so I don't fit into most boots. So I always make sure there's enough room in things. There we go. Sleeve it in. So then that's done. And it's as simple as that. It's a tube essentially, the top on this. So I'll turn it right side out, but I mean, you can all see what it looks like. It's very, very simple. And like I said, I would just leave that raw. I wouldn't even, if I didn't overlock it and I was sewing it, you can see nothing frays. Like even if I'm pulling on it, it takes a lot.
The only thing is I'm going to want to wear this a lot. I know this is going to go in the wash, in the tumble dryer.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to want to wear it a lot. So I mean, overlock it is going to last.
Yeah, if you've got an overlocker, go for it. Or if not, zigzagging. Yeah, and it will last longer that way. So yeah, very, very simple sleeve.
That is fab, isn't it? I love it, absolutely love it. Honestly, Tash, we are thrilled to have you with us. It's amazing, isn't it? Well done, everybody who's bought either pattern today, whether you've got the PDF, which is the trouser pattern on the side here, £10, and you get all the sizes. Definitely worth checking out on that, and you can get started with it straight away. Then you've also got the option of your sweater, both sizes available, but both very, very limited as it stands. All your bundles available underneath us now. Yeah, just check out as soon as you can. You're back for John's birthday. You're back before then?
I think I've got a show in May. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're doing for that one yet.
Okay.
So that I'm not sure, but then the June one is another one of my patterns, the new one.
You're going to have to bring more trousers. You are actually going to have to bring more trousers.
If people want trousers, you'll have to let us know, and then I can bring some more back.
We want more trousers. We love them. Coming up tomorrow's show, we've got Delphine for 3 hours, which is great because she's normally a part-timer and only comes in for 1, doesn't she? We've now got 3. Delphine's in for 3 hours tomorrow. We've got springtime fabrics at 8. We've got the art cow wall hanging. at 9 o'clock. We've got showroom room gadgets at 10. Herbie the Hedgehog. I had a sneak peek at Herbie the Hedgehog because I went for a curry with Delphine in the week, and it is gorgeous. Herbie is so cute at... I did have a sneak peek at Delphine's Hedgehog on our curry night, 11 a.m. You can see Herbie as well. Sorry, I've got the giggles now. She's also got a Kate Fassett William Morris collab at 12 o'clock. It's going to be fab. Thank you all so much for your company today. Well done to anybody who got any of Tash's projects, because we love them. We love them. We look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, can't wait.
Don't forget to find her on socials as well.
Yes, NH Patterns on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all of it. Website, everything. Yeah, so...
if you love crafting, stay exactly where you are, because we've got quilling, paper quilling with Tilly Victor up on the other side with Hobby Maker. Sherilyn's going to be taking you through your afternoon show, so stay where you are, or join us bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But Hobby Maker are going to be joining you after this.